Good morning. Today is 5th of July 2025, and we are going to be racing today. Today, we are going to be racing at Flemington. This is the place in Australia. We've got 9 races here today. This track is probably the fourth or the fifth track in the world, and they have the best of the best stocks in Australia, and this is where we're going to be racing today. Now, about this track, the trickiest part of this track is the straight. So we've got about, and this is the distance of 1200 meters, 1100 meters, and 1000 meters. This is the straight distance, all right? There are no bends in here, and this is the trickiest part of this track, and they play this with, you know, they play this differently. It is always a different arrangement for this track. Uh, the races on this track, but rest of the races are here, which we are going to be racing today. We're going to be racing these and that, all that. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. I mean, we try to. At times, we do not have the tracks, and that is when we skip. But we do horse racing, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that is when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock or there are circumstantial changes, we do make changes with our bets and then place our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. And that is exactly what we try and do. So I've got 2 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And that is all that we have. Now the problem part. The problem is we don't have the feed for Flemington today. It was a clear go till last night, and suddenly today they have changed it. But I have no other option. I'll have to race at Flemington, and we will do that without the feed today. I can, I mean, I have a feed which is a very, very separate feed that I have, but unfortunately, I cannot put that feed here because it has brandings on that feed. I do not have the rights for those brandings. I cannot put them here, but here we will get to see the Rosehill. At 480, we have. So the Rosehill is going to be up here, and that's the Rosehill track, and probably we will also get to see the Sunshine Coast, and we will have to do the Flemington with our own feed. This is unfortunate, but that is what we are facing today. Anyway, we'll take the odds for the first one, and that's the first one. No scratching. We'll take the odds. 1, 4, 7, and 3.
Without any markets, but you've nailed it. You're in good company. Yeah, best bet, race 7, number 11, Mercy Me. I think gets out of maiden company today here on debut. As far as the quaddies, first leg 1, 4, 6, and 3. Second leg, I am 9, 2, and 3. Third leg 7, 11, 12, and 14, I should say, and the last leg 6, 1, 2, and 8. So 144 for the quaddy. And Jockey Challenge, Chad Lever looks like he's going to have a good day at Wyong today. Throughout the 8-race card, he's the $2.50 favourite. Keegan Latham's at $3.40, Molly Fitzgerald $5. Any other jockey, Wyong $7.50. So $15 or more for the rest of the jockeys there. That about wraps up our preview here at Wyong for the 8 races. We're going to take a break on the other side, Rose Hill. Make sure you stay tuned. Our first is at midday.
I'm a strange lady, she made me nervous.
Him first up, but I'd give him a good push from the yard.
4 is out. We moved to 5 African Daisy. Third run into the prep. Timmy Clark on board for Jason Deemer.
Blinker's first time. She's just not performing at the moment. So maybe getting onto the wetter surface that she has seen this campaign with the shades on could spark some improvement. Her heart just doesn't look to be in it at the moment. So you are taking her off trust, but she'll go forward and make her own luck. And I'm hoping we see the real African Daisy today.
I must say she parades very similar. She looks a pretty unbothered mare, and if she's racing that way, she looks pretty casual in the yard too.
We go down to number 6 here, last Signora Dame for Richard Litton, Tom Sherry.
She closed off okay Canterbury last start. You can make a little case she could have finished a touch close with more room earlier in the straight. One on a heavy track the start prior. So she's a genuine style of mare. First try Saturday company, but I wouldn't say this is a deep midway.
There's not a lot of her at all actually, but she's holding her condition quite well. I have seen a bit of her obviously down my way, and for a horse that's having her 6th run in, she's holding her condition pretty well for a little mare.
On to Equilibrist, here is number 7 for Kerry Parker at J4.
And there has been support for him at longer odds, and I can see why. So he was the best of the closers in last Saturday's midway, where the Quinella did jump from barriers 1 and 2. So it was a race that made it hard for the back markers to get into it. He made his run down the outside, and that was on a firmer track. So he has shown a fondness for heavy tracks in prior runs. He's on the quick backup, and he's a really good wet tracker, so he runs well today.
You've got a very fit horse here that's been nice and bright since he's entered the yard. I'd give him a good push.
Next cab off the rank is number 9, Don Juan, Ross McConville, Alicia Collar.
He came with a rush to win at Maruya last start. He did tick off the 1200 metre box on that occasion, albeit in country company, so has now won 2 of his past 3.
I was obviously at Maruya that day, and I'd say he's a lot more relaxed today than how he presented at Maruya. He's a great type of horse, and I like the way he's going about his racing. I'd give him a good push.
Close encounter, last start winner is number 10, Kerry Parker, Andrew Atkins.
He balanced up and closed hard there to win at Nowra last time out. Better win than the margin does suggest. You'd think that sets him up quite nicely to improve again. Third up, 1,200 metres. He's another one here that loves getting his toe in the ground. His 2 best wins to date have been on soft tracks.
He's quite a lean little horse, but he looks well enough.
Number 11 then is Maylee, who returns from a break. Brad Widdop combining with Aquatic.
She's a speedy filly. She just wasn't finishing off the last campaign. She was a touch weak late in her races. I don't think we saw the best of her. The stable have run her in a couple of listed races in the past, and she has shown glimpses of talent. So they obviously hold her in high enough regard. First up, 33 weeks. You'd like a market push for her, and to this point, she's just holding her quote.
Yeah, first up, not very big, but she looks like she comes to hand quite quickly, so she looks ready to go for this first up effort.
Right, Brad, $13. She just ticks over into 12 here, looking at the NAP, and Sneaky Sophia is the last of them, down for a while for Damien Lane and Rachel King.
Another last start winner, so resumed and all the way winner there at Canamble. First up, that was over the 1,200 metres, only won narrowly, but that was first win over the 1,200 metres, so I think she may have come back a touch stronger. I do want to see her do it at this level now, but she does look your likely leader and might give some cheek from in front.
Yeah, I certainly have a lot of positives from the yard. As you mentioned, obviously a step up, but she looks really well.
Okay, so they'll head out shortly here for the midway. Kerry Parker takes a 2-pronged attack with Equilibrist and also Close Encounter. Thanks for joining us, Kerry. Equilibrist, nice and fit today.
Yeah, he's been in a while, but he's just turned up. He turned the corner and he started racing really well, and you know, he's got a liking for the wet tracks. And last week he ran an absolute cracker on top of the ground. So with the forecast, we had to throw an in for this week, and you know, he's breezed through the week really well. He's nice and bouncy and well. So hopefully things go right for him today.
Paraded well.
Yeah, he's done everything right going into it. You know, he's bouncing off the track, coming off the track yesterday, so he's nice and well. And like I say, he's just got to reproduce another run, and you know, he can put himself in the finish.
Drawn very well. What does Jay do when the gate's open?
He's a funny sort of horse. I just said to Jay, just ride him. You know, you don't want to be sort of dictating him around a bit. He can get a bit funny. But since we've just sort of gone, okay, just ride him, let him be comfortable in the run. Ideal world, he'd be sort of running fifth, sixth, sort of getting a nice enough running transit from the gate. You know.
Close Encounter was great at Nowra and winning.
Yeah, he's come back really good. He lost his way a little bit last preparation. This prep he's shown that intent. It just went missing last prep, but he just needs to just sort of save up a bit for the one sprint. I suppose that's a concern in this race where there's a lot of tempo there for him. I know Zurippa sort of, he's the same. He gets back and runs on, you know, where hopefully this bloke can be a little bit in front of him and not have to give him a head start, you know. But he deserves his chance at a midway. He's racing really well and his determination's there.
What about Let's Go Again? You got him going Great Guns a bit later?
Yeah, she's going terrific. Well, I also had her entered in this, but Jay's always thought the 1100 was right up her alley. So I thought, well, we'll go the 1100 in the mares race and give her a chance at that. But she's the same. She's just been racing so well, nice and consistent. And, you know, you sort of know what you get with her. She tries really hard.
Good on you, mate. Good luck with it.
Cheers. Thank you.
There is Kerry Parker, Kayla. They're heading to the gates for race 2.
Yes, obviously a very even race on paper, and it was hard to split a few of them in the yards, but I'm actually happy to play the 9 Don one at the double figure odds here. I was really happy with his parade. Obviously a horse I saw down at Maruya the last time he was able to win there, and he was a bit above himself that day. So I think the fact that he was quite relaxed today is a good push.
Late mail numbers are 1, 7, 3, and 10. A 1 Ironman, and with the class runner up the top, I don't think he gets any excuses today. I know it's been a while between drinks for this horse, but he has raced well on the quick turnaround. He maps to get all favours here. He likes getting his toe in the ground, so absolutely no excuses. And you're getting $3.90 to find out. That's my only really concern, to be honest, is the fact that he has been a touch easy, because it looks like a very winnable race. And if the best of Ironman rolls into Rose Hill today, he's the one they all have to beat. Equilibrist, I can see the angle there. A little nibble of money, $9 to $8. He's another horse on the quick turnaround, and as Kerry touched on, he's a horse that had done his best racing on wetter tracks in the past. So the fact he ran so well on a firmer deck there 7 days ago bodes well for his chances here. 3 Zurippa, he's the opposite. The gamble today is just whether he'll be as effective on a soft 7 as he was there first up on a good track. So maybe it was no coincidence that he bounced back to his best form there first up, given it was a firmer surface. So that's the gamble, and he will be giving away a bit of a head start, but after scratchings it's not a huge field, so he still should be close enough if good enough. And on that return, that says that he's got his career right back on track after he went a little bit missing there in a couple of runs last time in, and Close Encounter goes in as the fourth pick. Comes into this a last start when I thought he did a good job there at Nowra to close off as well as he did in the margin. It was probably a little bit deceptive. It was a better win than that does suggest. Albeit he has to step up in grade again, but he deserves his chance. I've gone the way of Iron Man, 1, 7, 3 and 10, Anthony.
Both favourites just eased a couple of rolls, but then came back in just as the traders got that percentage down closer to start time. So Zoo Ripper was your favourite this morning when we did our preview. Bottomed out at $2.70, got to $3.10, back to $3, and Iron Man was as short as $3.60, got out to $4, back to $3.80. So they both sort of drifted a couple of rolls and then came back in. I can tell you in terms of the whole, there's actually very little between them. Slightly more money on Iron Man compared to Zoo Ripper, but very little between them. And Equilibrist has been the biggest firmer outside of those. As much as $9 earlier this morning when we came on air to do our preview. Now $7.50. So a bit of a trim up there for the 7. African Daisy $9.50. Close Encounters at 11. Maley's at 12, and La Senora Dane $14. Donmon bit soft late. He got into as short as 13, back to 17, and that's been in the last few minutes. So Zoo Ripper's going to run your favourite. Back into $2.90 now, Zoo Ripper. So just coming in a little bit late, and Iron Man $3.90, Equilibrist best backed outside of those two, Gav.
Anthony, thank you. So they're getting set. Late my numbers 1, 7, 3 and 10. We went up to a soft 7 following the running of the first. That was retrospective to include race 1. So a quick upgrade on an improving track as the last couple get set. Here is the midways. We go to Luke.
Opportunity at a better level. Away at 1. Down there at Kembler. Favourite completes the line and we're set. Race 2. Off and racing now. Zoo Ripper Restrained is going to be last as they hit the ground, and it's Keen up front. Sneaky Sophia with Marley and just dropping in behind African Daisy. Iron Man's into a great spot. He's fourth in the centre. Don Juan looking to try and slide in. 2 lengths further back to Equilibrist on the inside of La Senora Dane. Then Close Encounter, and seeing them all, Zoo Ripper. Off the back straight they go. Front runner Sneaky Sophia, 3/4 of a length Marley. Don Juan posted 3 deep. Behind them African Daisy, then came Iron Man. He's dropped the bid there. He's just come off the bridle before the turn, followed by in behind runners Equilibrist as they bunch up. La Senora Dane. Zoo Ripper's going to have to pass them all. In the straight, 3.75 to go. Sneaky Sophia, Marley, Don Juan cuddled the outside. African Daisy trying to push out. Succeeded in doing so. Further back, Equilibrist. Iron Man struggling. And Zoo Ripper's 3 or 4 off them. African Daisy hit the front. Don Juan hangs tough. Equilibrist gets out. Then Zoo Ripper, 100 to go. African Daisy clear of Don Juan. Equilibrist. African Daisy screaming for the line. Equilibrist coming, but African Daisy, the blinkers turned her on, has won from it. Don Juan third, good effort.
It's not
He's lasted
bad.
there just ahead of Iron Man. Zoo Ripper was never.
All right, this is the first one at Flemington. We don't have the feed for Flemington, that's the first thing. But I have a personal feed that I cannot put on. We'll have to use our own feed today. So if we look through the odds, it's 1-4-7-3. 1 is the favorite, 4, 7, and then 3. If we look through the race, then we get 1-4-3 here, then the 2 is here. Then the 7 has no races, but it is the EW placed rightly. This one has no races. Now here is the twist that might work. I mean, I'm not going to be putting any money on the first one. We will see how it works. So the 1 is the favorite. If we look at 1, it is at 45%. It is the second linear, which has got the rails, and it has a friendly jockey. It's a colt, but it has a friendly jockey. Okay. Now the other thing is about this 4. That 4 is at 298. It's is at 298. It's the linear. It's not bad. it is not bad, but um, we are also not getting a negative here, so the pressure is okay, but probably one is going to win, and this one is a lower spell, and when that happens, uh, it's a question of chance. Now they also have the 3, which is there within the odds, which is the 4th odd. They have the 7 before the 3, which is right because the 7 is the EW, but it has never been to any of the racing. This is the first time it is going to race. They are quite a stable team. They know what they're doing. Now the 3 is a tricky one. Why? They have the best jockey, but then again it is a colt and it is not a friendly jockey, so I don't know what that 3 is going to do. The 3 is difficult, and out of here the one which is a lethal one is this 5. If we see the 3 and the 5, they have the same pressure. The difference is this one has a better jockey, but it is a colt. This one is also a colt. It doesn't have a better jockey, but a friendly jockey. And we've got that marking on the 5. So we'll see how it works. The first one, I don't see a reason why the 1 should not win. The 1 is a very stable one. We have that. Now the question is 4, whether 4 will come second or third, because this thing has just 1 race. It's a lower spell, but that's the linear. Now, what might happen in the first one, and why do I want to step out of the first one, is because the 1 has the rail, but it is the second linear. If the pressure comes into play in this one, the 1200, let me just close that. If the pressure comes into play in this one, so 4 wins, whether it is a lower spell or what, this is the highest spell, but all of them are more or less within the ballpark. So that 3% and here that huge 20-25% is a matter of judgment that needs to be done. So this is the linear. Ideally, it's a 1200 meter, the linear should win, but it has just 1 race, and at 67%, it is not a huge pressure that it is carrying. Therefore, there is a chance that this one will win. Will there be a queen? There is a possibility that this 2 can come as a queen, but that possibility is very rare. It generally doesn't happen like that. It generally doesn't happen like that. If 1 wins, then there is something else in between, then the 4 comes in. If the 4 wins, then there is something else in between, and then the 1 comes in. So queen possibility is there, but it is very rare. So that's why I would like to check the first one and see how this thing works. It's 67, it's not huge. The 1 is there through the rails, it's more matured, and it has a friendly jockey. This one is a colt, this one is a gilding. The 3 is probably the one which is a little dicey. The 7 never had a race, and the 5 is a question of chance, if the 5 can break through. So we'll see how it works. We'll see how it works. 1 is the favorite, and that's how it is. Lee, 1 win. It is. It is the race between 1 and 4. I mean, if this becomes a queen, then there is nothing like it. But we will see. This is the first one. There's the paddock. Where is this one? This track is which track? This is Queensland. It is probably Sunshine Coast. Or where is it? Wyoming, probably.
Acquit himself well, Blethen. I think so. The odds are $21. Street Artist is a bit of guesswork. I went 1, 4, 5, and 7.
Going to go to 7 here as to pick of the yard in Street Artist. When he came into the yard, I didn't think I'd be finding him. He was a little bit new and a bit green, but the longer he paraded, the better he got. He's a horse with a lot of quality. Like the way he sort of handled himself on the debut run here. Like the jump outs leading in. So I think he's a horse with a very bright future. Street Artist. There was no knocks on Bakash, job done. And Jimmy Ricard may be the horse to look for up in distance. But Street Artist, a very good parade on debut. I don't think he could parade much better.
Well, he's rock solid there, Nick, for your pick of the yard at $5.50. It's Bakash, the favourite, heavily backed with sports bet punters, trimming up half a point in to $2.30 now. Now, the hole in the market's for the second elect, which is job done. So 280 out to 340 drifting. And the other runner in the race that has been specced outside of Street Artist, the 7, is number 3, Jimmy Ricard. So one will be your best back. 7, Street Artist, and also Jimmy Ricard have had support to cause an upset if there is going to be one against the favourite. Cloisters is the rank outsider. A little bit of each way play, but that's drying up with sports bet punters right now. Race 1, number 1 will be your market mover. Get your bets on for the 2-year-olds. And imagine what you could be buying instead. For any confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Lindsay Parks, winter final.
Try a little bit
with a
with
key
4.
chance in the form of Bakash in the Next Gen Sprinters Series final. JD joins us and bit of a family affair here today, mate.
Yeah, just young Charlie there. It's his birthday's with Annie Grace, so hopefully bring some luck.
Hopefully a birthday present too. How is he after what was a glittering return, albeit at Cranbourne?
Yeah, no, he was super. He couldn't been any more impressive first up, and 13 days between runs, he's taken no backward step, and looking forward to seeing him down here as a late 2-year-old.
How do you go marking his development from what was a really promising first campaign?
That was really, really promising, and he didn't quite come up in the autumn. We freshened him and then turned him out, then brought him back, and then even turned him out again. So
The problem with the 4 is like it's just one race. It has been to just one race.
He's able to put 2 good runs together here, and it's going to dictate the path that we're sort of going to follow in the spring if he's quite impressive here. So really looking forward to the next couple of minutes.
7 to beat. What's the plan for Stacky?
Stacky's just going to ride him. but don't overthink it. Keep it simple, stupid. That's our philosophy. So,
No, this is not
he's just gonna
Flemington.
bounce, squeeze,
This is
struggle,
not
and,
Flemington.
hold for as long as he can, and then let loose.
I don't have the feed that I can share for Flemington Lee.
Now the runners down.
This is
behind
probably
that,
Wyong.
and, the market mover will be the cash. He's been well supported late. Anything surprised you from the Andy?
I was quite taken with Street Artist. Usually the team Freedman runners are the more they sort of do it, the better they get, especially from a guard point of view. But he was very in the zone today. He was just on point. So I think he's a horse with a bright future. And Jimmy Ricard looks the horse, I think, stepping up in distance, it's really going to be suited. He's improved stacks since I last saw him as a spring 2-year-old. So it's a race of interest. Another interesting point is down the straight, Hutchie. If SD had a market on where these horses are going to go, I'd be taking short odds. They're going to be sticking to the fence, these 2-year-olds.
Yeah, well, that's what they generally do, particularly the juveniles, more so than the more exposed gallopers and experienced. Beautiful conditions here today at headquarters in Melbourne. It's absolutely glorious. We're seeing a good crowd turn up as well. So if you're thinking about it, you would not get a better winter's day to get out on a horse, enjoy the day. We're racing all throughout the card, and there'll be plenty of highlights and talking points, one would imagine. Starting to load up here for the first event. Let's head to the best in the business, Mr. Matt Hill. As Hutch joins us on racing.com. Thanks, Hutchbuster. They're getting set here for the first of what's going to be a very entertaining afternoon here. Real tailwind for them in the home straight, as the first event is down the straight 6. Angel takes the first of time.
Lee, I don't have the feed that I can share for Flemington, bro. The feed that I have for Flemington has branding on it. If I put it on the screen, it'll give me a copyright. I wish I had the feed today. I had it till last night. It was a clean go, but today they just took it off. I don't know for what reason, but I don't have the feed for Flemington. But it's racing now.
Cash with also Job Done, about a length away Angel Ladder, and then came Blethen, and in between horses Jimmy Ricard. Further back Street Artist, who has the back of Angel Ladder. Cloisters second last, Redders at the back of the pack. 400 to go. It's Pagash held together with Job Done the outside. Blethen's also queuing up. Cloisters over on the far side is running on 2, and Angel Ladder still in the contest, but Wayward 200 metres to go. Pagash sprints up, led by 3/4 Cloisters. Jimmy Ricard is out chasing. Pagash 100 metres to go. Jimmy Ricard's the only threat. It's going to be a close thing on the line. Jimmy Ricard has just got up to beat Pagash. 4 lengths Cloisters, followed by Job Done. They were followed by Blethen, Angel Ladder, Street Artist, and Redders.
Quite the reaction. There's a throng of owners attached to the Bennett Racing Syndicate with this son of I Am Invincible, who has returned from a Gosford victory 3 weeks ago to win the Next Gen Sprinters final and take down a pretty handy one in the process in Bakash. Jimmy Ricard, Jamie Mellon pushing the buttons, went to a debutante stakes at his first start, was in the market on that occasion.
3, I think.
Break between starts and has tackled the straight and done it in fine fashion to roll off the back of the favourite Bakash and have his measure in the closing stages. 3, 1, 2 and 4 exciting times for those with the Bennett Racing son of I'm Invincible, who takes out the Next Gen Sprinters final. And
3, 1, 2 and 4. So 3, that colt that we thought it is the lowest pressure on this horse, okay? It's one of the best jockeys. But what I thought was, this is an unfriendly jock, it'll not work, but it did work. It was one of the best jocks. And then came in the 3, 2, 1 and 4. No, 3, 1, 2 and 4. 3, 1, 2, and 4. Three went through. Man, that was the first one. All right, we'll go to the next. We'll see what's going on. One, 3, 2, and 8. One, 3, 2, and 8. 1. All here. So the 1, 3, 2, and 8. 1, 3, 8, and 2 is what we have. Okay. So if we try and understand what's going on here, let's see. All of them are colds. This one is a gilding. This is a cold but a friendly jock. So this 2. That is the linear. 2 is the linear at 67%. 67, 67. This is 67. This is almost half. So what happened here is the 3 went through with, this was a 1200 meter. This was one of the lowest. So if we look through here, 3. So this is a 1600 meter. This one. We'll play this. So 1 is the favorite. It is one of the linears. The second linear is here, which is 10. The first linear is the 2, which is here. It's not that the 10 cannot get in because it's got the physics. This one definitely can. Now, so 2 is written by the same guy. This is again a very good hand. The 1 is there with that. 3, 4. This is 1600 meter, baby. This is one of the largest here. Lower 6. It's 367. Obviously 3 has more advantage. 67, 67. This is 67. This is 35. 1 has the rails, which is 45. 25, 67. 38, 39. This is probably a queen. This one is probably a queen. 38, 39. 38, 39. If the 8 doesn't jump in, which is the 40 with the advantage, but the advantage is here with 4 as well. And this is within the rails. This is 50% downdrift on them. This is good. 2. Now, what is the reason that the 2 is not going to win? It is stretched 296. It's got that thing. And okay. 44, 162, 56, 167, 367. So this one has advantage. So anyways, this is going to nail this one. And this is got the rails. So we just hope that this thing works with that pressure. This is a little too much. This is a little too much. This is okay. This is force, I think. This is a little forceful. 1 and 3 should be a queen. Let's check anything else if there is there. The rest all are there, but these two are also there. 35, this is 9, this is 35, 13, 19, 91, 72. 4. But those are very bad spells. Those are here. Anyway, let's just hope that it doesn't backfire. 1 and 3. Queen. We'll play queen on this. Let's see. We'll take a look at the horses at the paddock and then see. Ascot on screen, they're playing almost all the tracks. I don't know what are the other tracks they're playing here, but if we get South Australia, then we will be in trouble. This is probably Rose Hill they're showing. Wow, we are playing Flemington, my friend, and we don't have the feed for Flemington. Okay. No, South Australia is here on Victorian feed. They're showing the Gawler on the Victorian feed. They're not showing it here. So this is probably Queensland and New South Wales. That's what they're showing here. Anyway, we'll wait for this Flemington to come up. Till then, let's just watch
A
what's
soft
going on
7,
here.
but he's a very consistent performer in highways now. He maps well. He's 1 from 1 at Rose Hill. So there's a lot of positive. Not really getting a price to find out. So fortune favours the brave with him.
The parade's very fair, but he's obviously quite hot and a busy type, but I know that's quite normal for him. So if you look past that, I'm sure he's here to run well.
There's been good specking for number 7 here. Powder Man second up, but Donna Grisdale and Tommy Berry.
He was great first up. That was behind Bengal, so that was 4 weeks ago now. Nice return to the races. He is one-dimensional in that he has no early speed. You have to let him do his thing in the early stages, and he can really rattle home. So off his return, I like the setup out to the 1,200 metres. He loves wet ground, and history suggests that he tends to fire second up.
He's not warm or bothered in the yard, but he is quite a busy horse. So it looks like he's just getting over the top of the occasion a little bit.
80's out onto 9. Shipshape for Kylie Kennedy and Will Stanley.
He made some late ground behind Super Norwestian Highway Company 3 weeks ago without ever really threatening. So that was as a $91 chance, and he's big odds again today.
Kylie's horses are always turned out really well, and he's certainly no exception here. He looks excellent.
On to number 10. Let's go, Brandon, for Wayne Hutt at J Ford.
He looks one of the chances here, so going along nicely at the moment, chasing 3 on the bounce. He had a warning placed on him regarding his racing manners after his debut, but he's come back a much more furnished product, so chasing 3 on the bounce, as I say. He's got good natural speed. He is unknown on anything worse than a soft 5, but if he can just get a breather at any point here, he might prove hard enough to chase down.
I've got a bit of time for this horse. He's a big brute of a horse that I have seen obviously a bit of. I know he can get a bit hot and bothered in the yard, and he's actually holding himself together a lot better than I would have expected in town.
Number 11, Plenitude. Clint Lundham, JBO.
Yeah, good roughie here. I'm just thinking the 1,400 metres saw him out at Rosehill 3 weeks ago. More expected from him than he produced there market-wise, but he was great in 2 highway runs prior to that. That was over the 1,200 metres. and on wet track. So easy case to make to give him another chance, particularly at the odds, and there is a change of tactics for him to be ridden more conservatively today.
Yeah, he's a neat, very fit gelding here. He looks really well.
On to Via Vegas with Jonathan Smith and also Ben Looker. Congratulations to Ben and Priscilla. 2 more additions to the family.
Yes, absolutely. Congratulations there. So chasing 3 straight, found a good level of form for Jonathan in 4 starts for the stable. So a relatively new recruit, most recent form all at Port Macquarie, which is his new home. So did beat Royal Teens comfortably last start, and that does tie into highway form. So won't be far away from barrier 1 and should get his chance there to overachieve potentially.
I like his form, and I wanted to be able to make a case for him from the yard because I think barrier 1 will be a big advantage to him if he's been played with bad gates or preparation. I must say, he presents excellent. I've given him a great push.
On to number 13, Dolcino for Lauren Davies and Molly Burke.
Kept trying with Goldman first up, that was behind Cougars. Winner was okay in highway company thereafter, but was still beaten 4 lengths, so still needs to find a few.
Don't know, bro.
He's a big burly horse that parades quite well. Second up here.
Number 14, So You Suggest, Todd Howlett, Michaela Weir.
One at Mudgee, 2 back in a tight go before finding 1,000 metres too sharp at Musselbrook more recently. So
Looks like it. The 12 won.
Now, I think there's still more to come from this mare. She's only got the 8 starts at her name.
She's nice and relaxed alongside the pony and paraded quite well.
Number 17, Come Knock, Brett Thompson, Alicia Collett.
Looks like it's 12 at dollar.
Dubbo last night did overachieve in a 1,200 metre highway exactly 12 months ago. So we know he's capable on his day. On that occasion, he was only a length and a half off clear thinking as a $101 chance, but you do have to take him on trust.
Another horse nice and fit, 4th run into his preparation. He looks well.
The club's colours on to 19 Everlasting Stars, Danny Williams, Dylan Gibbons.
Was 1250 back to 1,000 metres at Goulburn last start, and race like that worked home okay without ever really threatening. So did miss a run recently when scratched at the barriers. That might count against it. Sees her a little gap between runs here, but she does like wet ground.
She was quite hot and bothered leaving the enclosure there, which is a little bit of a concern because I believe she usually is at her worst by the time she gets into the barriers. So I'd like to see her relax as she gets around there.
And Discreet Miss gets a run up at 20 for Michelle Ritchie and Rachel King.
She's your race outsider, so solid at Maruya last start and on an 8-day turnaround for this. So a very fit mare. The upside might be getting out to the 1,200 metres given her record over this journey.
Yeah, she's parading very fit. Obviously, 4th run in and on that back up off quite a long spell. She looks ready to go here.
So they're off to the gates head of race number 3 on the program. So this is the highway this afternoon. And we've got a dominant favourite, Exit Fee into odds on at $1.95. That continued to back from the time that markets opened on Wednesday. Kayla, they're off to the gates in the highway.
Well, as I just mentioned, Via Vegas was a horse that when I was doing the form, I really wanted to make a case for him because he's been plagued with bad gates or preparation and used up. And the benefit of barrier 1 today, I thought would allow him to have a softer run in transit. But I did want to see a good parade for him, and he looked excellent and ready to go. So happy to go with him.
Late mail numbers 6, 7, 11 and 10. So when we're doing the preview, we thought there might be some inclination to take on this favourite Exit Fee. Once the percentages did come down, given it is a highway and they're fraught danger as far as taking short price favourites. However, that $2 didn't last long, now into $1.85 for Exit Fee here. So he was great first up. You can only improve that is a horse that does try to drop on your belt. If you get the right run, stick behind the speed. I think this morning, a couple of his key dangers were scratched. So it looks at his race, $1.90 now. So just $1.85 out to $1.90. The punter's got the lot in the first with an odds-on favourite in Raging Force. And they're going to the well again here with Exit Fee. Dangers, Powderman, he was great himself there first up. I guess he's hard to charge him with confidence given his pattern. He tends to half miss the kick. He gets a long way out of his ground, but if the leaders happen to overdo it, it's still a big enough field for it to generate enough pressure. He'll be the one screaming home at the finish. He's a horse with a great second up record, and he loves wet track. So conditions to suit. He just needs a few things to fall into place at the right moment. 11 Plentitude, I thought he was the best ruppy here. I'm going to make the case that Mark's been a little bit too dismissive of his chances. He was great in highway company. A couple of starts back, one of those at Gosford, another one of those at Randwick, and last start he'd find himself as a $7 chance behind Super Norwest and didn't really fire, but he is better than that. And all of a sudden you're getting $23 back to the 1,200 metres. Looks a tip for him. And Let's Go Brandon. He's an untapped talent. I think he'll be better again next preparation. He's still learning his craft, but he's only had the 4 career starts. He's won his past 2, both at Goulburn, and he's made his own luck. So early pressure key for him, but we still haven't seen the best of him either. 6, 7, 11 and 10, Anthony.
Yeah, big firm for Exit Fee. So opened equal favourite earlier on in the week, 360. Obviously, we lost Luna Ride, who's going to run in the next race. But even considering the deduction.
Adaman 3 Rosal. Welcome back, Adaman.
Got into as short as $1.85 now. Exit fee holds 56% of all bets. So, as Brad said, when we did our preview, it was around that $1.95, $2 mark. $1.85 now. Martini number $6. Powder Man, if you're looking for a roughie, it's been the biggest firmer outside the favourite. $15 earlier on the week. It's now half that price, near enough to half that price at $8. Let's go Brandon 14, Lordster 16, Plenitude 26, Via Vegas soft out at 26. No money for anything else. It's all about exit fee here, Gav.
Okay, so they're behind the gates, and of course, this time of the year, Kayla, with now the Kosciuszko tickets are on sale. These highways in the coming months become oh so important.
They certainly do. You have to get picked, obviously, for them. So the best way to get your name out there is obviously to be on the big stage.
Lewis, welcome back.
Seeing your horses win, so they certainly are. And I think we're seeing a nice, even lineup of potential contenders today.
And no doubt that as we get closer to Kosciuszko draw time,
watching with my
Whitey and Cleese up north start to get very geographic.
Please say hello to your mother from all of us, Lewis.
You throw Harley into the mix, and it's your trifecta. Any late moves?
185 still for the favourite. Gaps hasn't moved in the last couple of minutes. He's going to run a firm favourite.
Upstairs we go. Here's the highway with Luke.
Punters who've stuck fat today. All in for the highway. Red light on. Set.
Say hello to.
And they're racing. Powderman Tardy firing out in the centre turn down. Exit fee was away well.
Mommy.
First half a dozen. And he's gunning for
Mom,
a spot on
you're welcome to this channel. Thank you for watching what we're doing.
From turn down. Via Vegas pushing up underneath of those. And Exit Fee's going to get the gun trail in fourth. Behind those on the fence was Come Knock. Then came Discreet Miss, Martini Mama, Lordster, gap in the field, so you suggest. Everlasting Stars, Dolzino, Plenitude, Powder Man, and Shipshape on the outside is last. Via Vegas leads coming up towards the 450. Half a length, Let's Go Brandon. Exit Fees had a dream run behind it. Turn down behind those, then Come Knock, Discreet Miss, Lordster, Martini Mama. Into the straight they come. Via Vegas led. There's the run coming for Exit Fee if good enough. All getting chopped out. Let's Go Brandon. Come Knock runs up behind. Lordster's running on. He's having a think about it, Exit Fee. Not going on with it. Lordster's gone past him. Martini Mama into the clear. But Lordster shot for home from a wall of horses, 100 to go. Martini Mama late on the scene. Powder Man, but Lordster. Lordster wins it from photos. Powder Man.
7-5.
Martini Mama behind those horses. So you suggest.
But the three got there. I don't know. Beautiful job.
Turned down Via Vegas. Come Knock behind those was Everlasting Stars, Plenitude, Shipshape, Dolvino, then Discreet Miss, and Let's Go Brandon.
Oh, he had a head full of steam out wide, and Lordster, good training performance by Brett Bellamy, first up from a spill to descend on them out wide and race clear. Exit Fee will got the run. Was a bit plain in the home runnings. 3 will win it though, Lordster. 7 will get second, Powder Man, who was terrific second up. Behind those, Martini Mama. That was better from her today, and So You Suggest will be hot on their heels. Brad after the highway.
You often see that Queensland form measure up in highways, and that was again the case today. So you're right, a great training performance. He had tried up quite nicely. He was one of the unknowns here, and if you found him, you were rewarded because he really savaged the line there under the urgings of Anna Roper. So Powder Man, he just does himself no favours in the first part of the race, does he? But he was the one flashing home at the finish. He's always strong late, and he'll get the cards fall his way sooner rather than later to knock off one of these highways. Good to see Martini Mama return to form somewhat. She finished off quite nicely, was held up momentarily. And as for your favourite, did cop a few bumps there. Whether that just maybe took the wind out of his sails, I don't know, but I think I'm clutching there. But the punters, again, including myself, have been burnt by a favourite going around in a highway. So when will we ever learn? But good win today and a lovely return to the races from Lordster.
You're dead right. It happens more often than not, doesn't it, Brad? He certainly was a little bit weak there. And obviously from his parade, he can be quite hot and bothered, and he certainly needs to start relaxing if he's going to go on with it. But that was a great first up effort there by Lordster. As I said in the parade, quite a thick set horse, but he'd had those 2 good hit outs there, and he just let down and wanted to win far better than anything else.
Numbers here, 3, 7, 5 and 14 after race 3.
Well, welcome to the Sunshine Coast for the first time this afternoon on Caloundra Cup Day. Runners are in the yard for the first. We've got a big field. It's a benchmark 70 handicap. We're over the 1,200 metres. We scratch the 1 and 2. We look at Bonded Affair, Shuey Kendrick and Jag Guffman-Chester.
Bonded Affair won first up. Last preparation was mainly up on the pace, but got back and really found the line strongly. And he did win second up last preparation.
All right, we look to the 4, Keep Safe, Taylor Marshall for Robert Heathcote.
3 was a good $17.
Wide gate resuming, found trouble in the straight. Certain improver.
All right, Run With the Tide is the 5. Gee, that return run was good. Ronnie Stewart, Robert Heathcote.
It was second to Mr. Bianco, and then at Ipswich, Kiani had to do far too much work down the back, and he stopped at the 200 metres mark. So a more conservative first half with him, he should go better.
Okay, we look to the 6 Lion class. He's looking fabulous, actually. Ryan Maloney for Laurie Mayfield-Smith.
That's good to know, Kian, because he's coming off that booming last start win at the Gold Coast. There's more depth to
Beautiful,
this field. He's got
man.
terrific form here at the Sunny Coast as well.
Okay, let's have a look at Mr. Verse. He was turning it on a little when he first got into the yard. They've got the 2 handlers on him now, and he's relaxed a lot more. Ash Morgan for the McAvoy stable. The blinkers are off.
Yeah, he was a bit anxious, getting himself a little bit warm, and the pony's going to take him out. So not ideal, but I'm just backing on this horse being well and truly above average, and he just might have a little bit on the opposition. Granted, he is going to want further, though.
All right, Emily Lang rides the 8, Pivotal Lad for Tony Gollan.
Didn't get a lot of room in the straight at Ipswich. Second up from a spell in a strong race behind Preeminence. The race pattern didn't suit either. So you could certainly make a case for him improving. He always races well here.
Damien Thornton rides a 10, Oceans of Energy for Matthew Dunn.
Yeah, been a little bit of a nibble at big prices, but just happy to watch it first up.
Hooten Hollers is a 12, Luke Dempsey for Robert Heathcote.
Yeah, well beaten first up behind Emperor. We'll need to improve a lot off that.
IPO is the 15, Robbie Dolan for the Munt stable.
Probably right quietly. Robbie did that first up, and she ran really well behind Simba. In fact, her effort was just as good as Caspanova.
Okay, Gossip Girl returns today. The blinkers are off. Tony Gollan, Ange Jones. She looks a treat.
Good to know, Kian. She was sharp winning a lead-up trial at Doomben on pace. I expect they'll be positive out of the draw today. She'll be there for a long way.
Pyro is the 18, Nikita Berman for Lee Friedman.
Yeah, got up on the poly track, or ran second on the poly last time behind Saratoga Power when favourite. Draws nicely here and obviously very fit, gets back onto the turf.
Kyle Wilson-Taylor rides the 21, Streaker winning for Stewie Kendrick.
The most lightly raced horse in the field. I've got a big opinion of him. He's got a great galloping style. He's already building an imposing record, and he was luckless here first up behind Estrondo from a wide gate. He's still drawn out today, but I think with the rail true, he'll get away with it. He's my top pick.
Bailey Wheeler rides a 22, Bright Blonde for Billy Healy.
Yeah, should get a nice trip here. Third up from a spell, can run a place.
Well, there was quite a few that looked good in this first event. Lion class looked fabulous for Laurie Mayfield-Smith, but I'm going to side with Pivotal Lad for Tony Gollan. He was getting a little bit warm in between the legs, but he's third up. He's fit. He's just regulating his temperature. He's walking out beautiful, and he loves it here at the Sunny Coast.
Starting to move into the gates for the first on Cup Day.
But one good thing is we've got all the commentaries back now, which was missing for the last 2 months. I don't know why.
He just might have a class edge on the opposition. I love what he did at his first preparation. Recent trial good. A bit of a gear change. Blinkers off today to get him relaxed and find the line. 7 goes on top, Mr. Verse, to beat number 6 Lion class. He'll run better than his price. Keep safe. And then I've got number 15 in IPO. And Gospel Girl caught the eye in the yard.
Thank you, Maxie. I'm 21, 4, 7 and 3. I'll go with Streak of Winning for Stewie Kendrick and Kyle Wilson-Taylor to overcome a slightly tricky draw. He's a very promising horse on the up. 21, 4, 7 and 3 for me as we head up to Jarrett for the first race of Caloundra Cup Day. The handicap is race number 1. The red light is on. First on Cup Day, Mr. Verse runs the favourite. Ready. Gates open and they're racing now. And Mr. Verse was away mid-division. Gospel Girl's got pace. Streak of Winning being ridden up from a wide gate to go forward, along with Run With the Tide and poking through Pyroid, and also their Keep Safe driving through as well. Not too far away, Bright Blonde as they find their positions. Two further back in the field to Oceans of Energy. Mr. versus midfield, one off the rail, gets into a pretty good spot, the fave. Two further back to Hoot and Holler over on the fence from Bonded Affair, just a little bit keen there. Lion Class is wide, and then came IPO and Pivotal Lad last of all. Streak of Winning found the lead and puts the brakes on. 600 left to go. Leads by a length to Gospel Girl in second. No Luck Run with the Tide, 3 wide posted in third. Then Keep Safe from Pyroy, who's going back to the inside. Then came Bright Blonde. Mr. Verse about to get into the clear. He comes towards the middle from Lion Class. Back behind the Motions of Energy, and then Hoot and Holler in the straight. 300 left to run. Streak of Winning's got a kick, but Gospel Girl's coming now. Wider than Run with the Tide, and here's Mr. Verse starting to
I have
Streak of Winning narrowly in front. Run with the Tide and Gospel Girl are coming, and Mr. Verse is lengthening stride now. The favourite Gospel Girl with Mr. Verse driving, and I think
7.
got on the line. I think Mr. Verse.
I have the Flemington feed, but you know, Araman, I can't. It's not a link. It's not a feed that I can share. It has branding on that feed. That feed belongs to one of the giants, and there are brandings on that feed, so I can't share that. But I'm watching Flemington on the other screen, and we're playing Flemington today. We had the Flemington till last night, but today in the morning, when I was so confident everything is going to go well, that was not there anymore. So there's something not right why they've taken it out. And I have it on another thing that I'm watching, but I can't put it on screen, Araman. I can put the sound on.
Because it needs to go in. If you're looking for one to put some value in somewhere, maybe it's Val the Warrior. I went 1-3-2-10.
Yeah, clear pick of the yard, the one Bucklew. If you're happy to play at the short odds, that's exactly how you want them to present. He looked an outstanding order. He looks a class above his rivals in the yard. He's a horse with a lot of quality. The only other horse that I thought presented on a similar level to him was probably a Cora, as the market suggests it's the main danger. But if you're happy to take the shorts, Bucklew looked outstanding in the yard.
Yeah, it's one-way traffic. Punters doubling down on the heavily backed favourite Bucklew here and looking to get back in front after Bakash going down in the first. So here we go. We're shopping around the $1.40, $1.45 now. This is a good go. Flemington, race 2, Bucklew. Akora next best, nice and safe in the market though, drawn 2. I wonder where Akora, if we can jump better and maybe sit in front of a clue, that'll turn this race on its head. The second elected 440 now. Now don't forget Trainer Watch Patrick and Machine, absolutely flying Pain. And look at the win percentage, 20%, 10 winners from their last 50, 52% return on
Araman,
investment.
8.
And punters, every one of their runners
8 has a lot of advantage, but that's the exact thing.
the bookend of the heavily backed Blaku in race 2. Get your bets on. Imagine what you could be buying instead for free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Michelle Payne with us as Bucklew looks set to start a short price favourite in the Taj Rossi Series final. Michelle, tell us how he spent the last 14 days.
Patrick said he hadn't been tough on him. He's obviously a pretty natural sort of a racehorse, but
Here is what 8 is. Okay, the 8 has Group 1 races, and it is one of the highest spell, has advantage. But the problem is this, that here it is okay, here it is not. They are bleeding. They're bleeding very badly. And that advantage may not be adequate because these spells are very close. I do not want to discourage or encourage you in any way, Anuman. But this is my thought. That's why I stayed away from the 8. The 8 is bleeding. Plus, that's not the highest. Here it is 2. 2 is a colt, again with the same jock who won here. All right, this is the same jock. Here he has advantage, but we'll see how it works. The 2 is the linear. I am going to go with 1 and 3 Queen. Those are 38, 39. This is a 36 with that. The management is definitely one of the best management here, but we'll see how that works. 1 and 3 is what I am going to go with. Not in order. Yeah, so box.
Yeah, so that's potentially where if you're looking to back him, where you think he can maybe turn the tables. But he's a horse I think that's come back better this campaign. He's really put on a bit of size, and looking at him, these horses they progress usually to the Biley after this, and then they're usually off to the Derby as 3-year-olds, and he looks like a horse that could potentially get there. Of what we've seen from him today, it looks like there's a bit of upside and potentially over further.
I said Velvet Warrior might be one at a price to make a little bit of a case. Phil, was there anything, I mean, outside of the top two in the market, was there any of the others that you thought maybe that's in the market?
Look, if I had to have a third pick, probably the Monty. I thought he looked really well. He's given up a long way in distance, but he wasn't all that far off for Cora when they met one day at Sandown, and he's $41 for him, or it's $4.80. The Cora may have improved since then, but Monty,
Start with
looking
3.
at him, looks like the 1600 will suit off tight, but I'd be pretty surprised if this favourite got wild of what we saw in the yard. He looks a class above.
Interesting move with the Monty, isn't it? Back up in tube, I agree. I think that's probably...
It's probably a queen. I've taken a chance. Let's see if that works.
Final over the mile to the match.
The Warrior Bayou music goes in, so it gets over there. I want it to Mashi along with Sky Deal, who is listed as being gilded, but has been gilded since the start of its racing life. There's a one to Mashi forward now, so Gable and also Decker's latest are going to be the final two. So it's been a race that Patrick Kane and Michelle Payne have. Yep, you're right. You go right. Previously, on their way up. Right after their third victory in the race here, this short-priced favourites.
Let's see, Aroman. I've got 1 and 3 queens. I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Towards the inside.
Yeah, we needed a little more margin on both the horses.
Beginning well in the rails position is Cora, who's going to push forward and lead, with also on the outside Hawana Tamashi. Cora is going to lead today from Hawana Tamashi, and their 2.5 Gable Velda Warrior
3 win place.
Followed by Aggressive and Buckloo, about 2 lengths Sky Deal. They were followed by Bayou Music and Decker's latest, last of all of the 1100 metres. So it is a change of tactics. Cora the leader.
3 is leading.
Second is Hawana Tamashi, and they're 2.5 lengths in front. And third on the inside, Velda Warrior.
Is it 3 or is it what?
Gable, 2 lengths Bamonti, a length Aggressive, and they were followed by Buckloo. The favourite would spot the lead about 6 to 7. 2 lengths Bayou Music trapping it wherever it goes. Then Sky Deal pulling, and at the end of the field is Decker's latest. So Cora and Hawana Tamashi, they lead approaching the corner of the 650. Speed hasn't been too bad for a 2-year-old mile. Gable next the outside from Velda Warriors, trying to inch off the rails. Bamonti Buckloo will be one of the widest, followed by Bayou Music, and next in the field along the inside is Aggressive. They run by the 400 metres. Hawana Tamashi's gone to the front from Cora, who whacks on. 3 lengths Gable. Buckloo now brought towards the outside and is running home hard under hands and heels. Then Bayou Music. Here comes the favourite Buckloo at the clock tower, though, at the 200 metres, has raced by them. Shown the whip, 2 lengths, almost 3, and it's all Buckloo who's going to see out the 1600.
Come on, man!
Monty up for second, photo third, Bayou Music, or on the inside, Cora.
1-1.
Next in the field, Hawana Tamashi, and then a gap to Aggressive, in company then with Velda Warrior, Sky Deal, Decker's latest,
8.
and Gable pulls up last.
For the third time since 2020, success in the Taj Rossi Series final for Billy Egan and Patrick Payne, now in the training partnership with sister Michelle. Cherry Tortoni in these colours. 5 years ago, Kwong tried the first of fillies to win this race across the last 3 years, but it's back in colt hands, and he's a nice colt indeed. He started $1.45 on the VOP. That makes it 7 favourites in the last 10 years who won this race, and he is the shortest priced favourite in the history of this event. Royal Symphony, who kicked on to be a fairly handy...
8 has gone second, Atoman. Wait, I'm waiting for the placings.
Across the totes, 145 on the VOP for Buckloo. it was relatively effortless in the end. It looks like it's going to be Bermondsey seeing off Akora and Bayou Music for the Miners. Akora doing a good job to stick on because he looked like he was going to be.
I am figuring it out, Adoman. So far I've got 8, 1 and 8.
For third, but the talk coming in was Buckloo. The talk going out is going to be Buckloo. 1832.
1832. Man.
Did it all night. That was an impressive performance. And at no stage, if you
1832.
really worried. He got into a nice spot mid.
1, 8, 3 and 2. 8 got in. The advantage was huge on this. 1 got through. This is abnormal advantage. Two was the 4th. 1832. Man, I did not get the queen. Boop, 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 try. Did you put that like in the same order? 8136. 183. But yes, you got that. Arman, you got that. 183. Anyway, that happened. We'll go to the next. 118 came in second. I went with that. That 1 has been scratched. From 3, 1 has been scratched. Odds. 2436. 2436. Fantastic. Araman. 2436. So 2, 4, 3 and 6. So now we're back to that 1200 meter again. Now this time what happened is that 3 won with one of the lowest pressure on this horse. Okay, that was the first one. So now this is the second one. The problem is the jockey on 2. There's huge pressure from this jockey, so this is the linear. The 6 is the linear, okay? Here the linear did not win. The 8 actually won. The linear did not win that with that pressure, 67. Here we are at 64. The pressure even dropped. So that's not the thing. Four. It was. Here. We went through the lowest pressure with that went through. Here is not the lowest. The lowest is this one. So 23. Two, probably two. Probably two. The odds are right. Here the odd was right. The one was the winning one. I took a chance with that 3, but the 8 got in. Well, that's more or less. We had all of them here. It was a question of preference to get which one. This one had a clarity, but I did not go with this because of this one bleeding. So the kind of that. Here it is okay. The 2 is good. The 2 is not bad. It's a dedicated jockey on that 2, and the strike rate is good on that club. Huge pressure on this horse. So this is not going to work. This is not going to work this time. This is going to work this time. It is exactly the same thing what happened here. So here it was the lowest. It was that pressure went through. So here it is not the lowest. The lowest out of these 3 is this one, and then this one, the 5 is there out of the drift, but probably not within the top 3. 2 is good. 6 is here, which is the other one, and 3 has the rail. I'm not going to get into all that. We'll just play 2. We'll see if that works. The possibilities that might work here is we have very limited number of horses. There are only 6 horses running for 1200 meters, and this is good. It has to play odd even kind of a thing. That's what I've seen. So either this is odd even or this one odd even, like you have a low pressure high pressure or low pressure high pressure. So this one is good. The 4 is not the problem. The problem is going to come from the 6, which is the linear, which is the highest. Now here we don't have an advantage as such. It is one of the stuff, and here the spells are on this. This is the this one has more advantage than this one. The 6. If that happens, the smallest, then it should be the largest then. So if that 2 wins, probably the 6 is the next. And it has the physics. There is no reason to believe that this is not going to get there. Why will it not get there? It has the physics and all that is there. The question is, what will that 4 and the 3 do? So the 3 definitely has the rails. It'll get there. But I think it is 2 and 6 and then 3. I think it is like that, 2, 6, and 3. 4 is not the problem. Probably 4 is not the problem. But that's the best jockey again. It is the 4 is the best jockey. It mathematically it is difficult, but they have one of the best hands. They all that is there. So we'll take a look at the 2 and the 6 and see what's going on. The 2 is good. The 2 is good. It's a dedicated jockey, huge strike rate with that club, 60 and above. So these 2, 6 is 0, 6 is 0, minus 3. They have been arranged in a way. These 2 are balanced. Okay. +2, -2, -2, -1. So they have been arranged in a way where things are okay. So this is -3. This becomes -3. This becomes 0. So this is where the trick will play. 3, 0. This is -3. But the 3 has not been racing. I mean, the 3 has the 3. If you look at the 3 came in 7th, and the 4 came in first. Randwick 20 weeks ago. So this is like the 4 is running 20 weeks after 20 weeks. The 6 came in 5th at Flemington, but that's the linear which is here. This thing came in 5th. The 2 came in first. So this is okay. This pressure is good on this. I don't know about, because these horses are looking like they're after a lot of vacations and all that. So maybe not a great idea. So only 2 probably. We'll see how it works. Anyone? Rosehill, any suggestions? Let's see Rosehill. Here is the Rosehill, bro. Bro, the thing is, the Rosehill is the track that we are not playing. We are playing Flemington, but we don't have the feed for Flemington. And that's why there is a problem, Arman. That's why there is the problem. The Rosehill is playing here. We don't have the Rosehill to play with. I mean, we don't have I was not prepared for Rosehill. I was prepared for Flemington, and now the Flemington feed is not there. I don't have the Flemington feed. I'm watching it on a different screen, so that's probably creating an issue. Otherwise, it should be fine.
In a very wide open race and at longer odds, we, and show 'em how.
Anthony, thank you. Last 4 or so to get set. So late bar numbers here, 1, 2, 13 and 4. The 3-year-olds lining up over the 1,300 metres. Market really tells the story here. Looks like only the bull to come up Golden Strand with one more as we head to Luke.
And the last one to move in, Sister Day, she was outstanding on the Kensington, but she can't
Lots of money on that 13.
Red light turned on.
13 is the favorite.
Stand by. They're racing now. And Diddle Dumpling out wide, time to start nicely. She's coming across. First Mission, smashing time. Golden Strand pushing up, and Diddle Dumpling's going to cross. Luna Height takes a sit today. It's running about 5th. On the outside of Amusing, Coded and No Luck. Posted 3 wide again around the outside of Show 'em How. Stagnum the fence. A length and a half, wee, Sakina and Sister Day. Good tempo here, set by Diddle Dumpling. She's a half length in front of Smashing Time. Just behind them, First Mission. Behind those then was Golden Strand on the rails. Luna Height, then came Amusing. Coded might have a bit of cover there, followed by Show 'em How, Stagnum, wee, Sakina. And last is Sister Day. Diddle Dumpling on the spin. 3.75 to go. Let's Smashing Time. First Mission. Golden Strand, Luna Ida, Musing, threading through. Further back, Codetta, Show 'em How, still Diddle Dumpling below the 200. She's a length and a half. On First Mission, Codetta running home strongly now, then Golden Strand. Diddle Dumpling, 125 to go. Wall chases the outside, Codetta, Golden Strand. But Diddle Dumpling still in front, 50 to go. And she's going to burn the candle at both ends and beat Golden Strand. Photo for third. Codetta, Stagnum, not much in that. Show 'em How, wee. Sister Day. Back behind those horses was First Mission when they pull up. Amusing didn't finish off. Then Sakima. And towards the end, Luna Height with Smashing Time.
So there's a double to Tim Clark, and this might be the preparation that makes this filly. Diddle Dumpling, Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexio. And John Singleton fired out of an outside gate. The intention was always to go forward. They went out in 10.97. Then Timmy was able to back it off 11.83 and 12.02 that had a kick in reserve that allowed for that. And she's now won for the third time, a second time this preparation. Over Strand, Golden Strand has gone terrific. Stepping up in grade, Codetta has run the usual honest race in third spot. And behind those was Stagnant.
And Singo gets one over Jerry there, so a little bit too good, wasn't she? You're right, Gav, in terms of her coming back in really good order. She went straight to the front just as she did there first up, and she made every post a winner, so doing it really nicely. And as you say, maybe this is the campaign where she can continue to rip through the grade, so puts back-to-back wins for the first time together in her career. Golden Strand did a great job in defeat, given he's all upside. He'll be better for this preparation. Look for him next time in. Codetta Brave, she covered ground. She was good there at the finish, not to be beaten far. And the eye catcher
4-1, I think.
Towards inside, running out of room late.
4-1
was Stagnant. He'll appreciate further again. And I
or
think he can win
4-3.
something very similar in the coming weeks.
I know start 13 today, but she's far from done with here. I made mention of it in the yard, but she's a real sinker. She's always got her ears pricked, going right to the line. If horses can do that, they're certainly
4-8
at their top. So I think that she's got a lot of upside too, although she has had a few chances. But I think you did right. She's in for a big preparation and can only keep improving.
Numbers here, 4, 8, 1 and 3 on race 4.
Race 2 here at the Sunshine Coast, and it's the Provincial Sprinters Series final. It's over 1,200 metres, and it's a benchmark 80 handicap. Buse is the first horse we'll have a look at, and he was very good last start. Jag Guthman Chester for Stewie Kendrick.
In fact, these 2 runs back have been sneaky, very good runs under circumstances. First up, he runs last at Doomben, never ever saw the light of day. He should have finished up there with Metal Art. And then he went to the Hinkler and ran 5th behind Compelling Truth, again gaining ground on the rails because it gets back and he was a bit tight for room. His momentum was halted. He's just got to carry the big weight.
Damien Thornton rides the 3 Sailor's Secret for Kelly Schweida.
It's been over a year since this horse has won a...
So we spoke about this one. This one is so what is the difference between these two horses, the 3 and the 2? There's I mean 3, 4. The 3 came in. The three came in 7th at 7th at Randwick. So Randwick and Flemington are 2 different places. This is a straight run. The 2 has been to Flemington at this particular track. The last race was 1100 meter and the 2 won. I am tempted to go with 3, but that's a little too much because the 4 had vacation. I don't know how that thing will work after vacation. And the 6 is the linear, which is also there. It's a tricky one to go with a queen, especially because of the 4, which has been in vacation. This thing might run, might not run. God knows what it'll do. And if we go with 2 and 3, then the other problem is that the 3 has more pressure than the 2. The 2 definitely is winning because this is 54-28. Here it is 58-44. So there's nothing doing. The section speeds are much more on 2. The section speeds are much more on 2, and look at that pressure on that jockey. So this jockey is a problem, but we'll see if, I mean, the pressure has been working so far. We have seen the pressure working. So either the pressure works or the pressure do not work. They had the 10 with that pressure here, but this was way too far. Here, this is okay. The other one is here, which is a larger drift. So anything can happen. This drift can get in. This drift can get in. Who will stick to 2?
Another returning from New South Wales tackled the listed Bob Charlie a month ago.
Yeah, I thought, I've always had a bit of time for her. I was surprised when I sort of looking up, going through it, for how long it had been since she'd won one. It's over 600 days. And she has performed well here at Flemington. She's a winner over the track and trip at her only top try. So, once again, I think her recent form is probably a little bit better than what it might look at first glance. There hasn't been a tremendous amount of form out of the Bob Charlie, but it rated okay. And
from that inside gate, provided he steps cleanly, of course, which is what brought him undone first up. Hopefully today he does everything right. Number 1, Views. Maxie, your top pick. I can see where you're coming from there. I'd be shocked if he didn't run top 3. 14, Big Boy George, the new kid on the block, down in the weights. There's a good push for him, and Keon's found him out of the yard. And the 4, Enterprise Lucia. If you're looking for one to throw into those multis, she always saves her best for a home track, and that's where we are today. 7, 1, 14 and 4 for race number 2. They are loading up really well, so we better get to Jared Wessel to call them home. The second at the sunny coast. Steps moves in, so we've got 3 to move forward now. Bow Rider and Sultry Siren come forward, and Enterprise Lucia is about to complete the line. Race 2, the Sharon Red Hills Provincial Sprinter Series final. Good field assembled. Enterprise Lucia moves up, and the red light comes on. Ready to jump. Set, and they're off. And quickly to begin their Sailor's Secret from out wide. King Yoshi goes forward. Enterprise Lucia starting to work up from Big Boy George, who's driving through the centre. Caspanova using the rail. He's holding his position there at about fifth from Shape and Power. He's out a little wide as turn one comes up. Behind them, Hughes, who's got three behind him. Liberty Steps third last from Bow Rider, and out wide a Sultry Siren whips them in. King Yoshi out in the lead by 3 lengths at the 700 metre mark from Enterprise Lucia, who gets across to second. Big Boy George's third. Shape and Power working up out deeper. 2 lengths Caspanova in isolation. So Maloney's got options there on the favourite in fifth. Then came Hughes from Sailor's Secret, Sultry Siren, Bow Rider, and last of all was Liberty Steps into the straight. 400 left to go. King Yoshi in front looking to run out 1200. He's 2 lengths clear. Shape and Power running on with Big Boy George, Enterprise Lucia, and here's Caspanova down the outside. He's trying to wind up. It's King Yoshi. 200 left to go. Still 2 lengths in front to Caspanova. Behind them was Big Boy George. Out in front, King Yoshi. He's starting to climb stairs, but he's
Who is getting tailed, man?
King Yoshi, 2 for them. A length and a half the margin. Photo second, Caspanova or Liberty Steps, who zoomed home the rail. Then came Big Boy George from over on the inside. Views, Enterprise Lucia.
Who is getting tailed at Flemington? That's a bad thing.
Shape and Power was last.
Well, he's run the 1,200 metres right out today. King Yoshi from Go to O, and it could start a big day for Billy Healy. Ridden by Ange Jones, straight to the lead, King Yoshi, and at a good tempo as well. Enterprise Lucia was chasing, but nothing was going to catch King Yoshi today. He's got a great record here at the Sunshine Coast. Caspanova getting second, just ahead of Liberty Steps, and then Big Boy George, and then maybe Buse and Enterprise Lucia. But he only had the one go, Paul, at this trip and finished at the rear. But today, it's all the way to King Yoshi.
Yeah, Max, he's a horse that's always shown a lot of potential, probably mentally. He was never quite there as he was physically, but he seems to be catching up now. He's now won 3 races on the bounce. Ange Jones rode that
2 is a 4-year-old gelding which is getting tailed, and tailed as in like very badly. The 2 is getting tailed very badly. Man, I won't get into it. It is getting tailed.
She's very big. She's put on a lot of condition, but she's ready to go first up. Although her first up record is not as doesn't show that she's never won a first up. But she should be ready to go, and this looks like a nice race for her to kick off this prep.
He's been able to assemble his 3 runs in New South Wales through the autumn and winter.
Yeah, last start was only okay, but it was only beaten 2.6 lengths, so it was a pass mark for him to come back here, and this looks like a nice race for him going forward.
I feel like one in particular is better suited by the conditions of the day and also a smaller field.
I've always had a soft spot for inhibitions. She's always ran well in Melbourne, so if she was to break her duck to win first up, it'd be this race.
Hopefully sentiment can kick in for you, Nassim. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good solid support here for Marble 9. All that said is pretty rock solid around that quote neck, and seems like he's holding his form.
It's getting tailed, Araman. I don't like it.
Those 2 wins.
I don't like it. It's getting tailed very badly.
And looks awesome. He's got every possible chance again here today. Looking at the big drift on Inhibitions, she went up much shorter in early betting as well. About to sort of $6.50 and even longer on the exchange. So that could be yard inspired, to be honest. She did look like she takes some improvement, and it seems that she is carrying some condition, and yeah, the punters don't want to bar of her. No surprise to see Marble 9 a short in betting given that.
I don't know. How did you see that? I mean, the race to me looks a bit uncomplicated. Like Marble 9 can settle out. I mean, could probably lead. So
you know, so if it looks a little bit good to be true. Yeah, it does. I mean, you look at it, you think, well, where's the surprise coming from? And I don't think there's really one that's evident there because
4, 3,
they're
6.
not going to contest it early anyway, are they? If they leave it alone to a horse like Farm 9, well, She Dances is probably the one when we saw her the Moody Coleman yard. She was one that could control the speed, and when she did that and was at her best, she was leading those races and winning in stakes classes.
It's a good one, Ascot, but it is getting tailed, man. It is a 4-year-old gelding which is getting tailed so badly.
Marble 9 doesn't hold all the aces here, does she?
It's, I mean, there's no reason for it to lose other than the fact that it is getting tailed. So,
yeah, I think 1400 maybe where we see the best. Maybe it was just a little bit outspent last
yeah.
time. Step up to 12.
I mean, I stepped out, but I'll be very happy if you win, Ascot.
Well, we better head to Matty Hill because it's not going to take them long to load up. There's only 6 of them, isn't that? Have to concur with Flashy's thoughts there. Doesn't seem to be too many complications to this race. Marble 9's going to sit pretty close. She Dances is going to be prominent, and we'll know when the whips are cracking at the 200 once Liam Reardon lets Marble 9 go. Fate if you're on the favourite. Now, Thespian Waters goes in, and Marble 9 is going to be the final one to join them here. The Sandra Lane Sprint Series final. The field is set. Ready to run. Field of 6 down the famous stretch 6 and away. And Marble 9 was away cleanly to the outer. Here comes the Star began well with also She Dances. She Dances is going to lead with Marble 9 towards the outer. And then a wall of them. Thespian Waters with also booting up Inhibitions. Here comes the Star. And at the back of the field is Parade. So Marble 9 sweeping across is going to lead by about a length and a half. She Dances, Thespian Waters, then Inhibitions, Parade. Here comes the Star as they're in a little group up the middle of the course at the 700 metres. So it's Marble 9 the leader. It's not held to skelter at all. Led by about a length and a half. She Dances, Thespian Waters. They were followed on the inside by Parade from Inhibitions. And at the tail, here comes the Star as they
3-win Flemington.
the inside of the track at the 400
PC, welcome back.
Nursed along by Reardon. Over a length and a half, Thespian Waters. She Dances, then Parade. Inhibitions on the outside, and here comes the Star. Now he goes for Marble 9. 200 metres to go. Sprints 2 lengths in front of a wall chasing, including Parade on the inside, who's coming at Marble 9 at the 100. Marble 9 and Nick in front has to dig in.
2, 3. 2, 3, 4. Ascot. 2, 3, 4.
Here comes the Star.
2, 3, 4, and what? 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Good moment for a very, very hard-working jockey in Liam Reardon, who's had more than 50 cracks.
Beautiful.
Today he gets.
I was very tempted to go with that queen, but 2, 3, 4, and 5. The 6 did not get there. 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2, 3, 4, and 5. 80, both 84. And there was the difference. So this one, they made it a little tricky, but we had all of them up here. 2, 3. This was a dedicated jockey. All that was good, but it was getting tailed. I mean, I'm not. This was difficult to beat. The 3 was good. The 3 came in, and then the 4 after the vacation. 4 and 5. The 6 just did not happen.
First up today, 1 trial. He's trialled up well.
We'll go to the next. We'll see what's going on. 4. That 1200 meter track, it has to be a little. 1 has been scratched. 9, 3, 6, 10. 9, 3, 6, and 10. Okay, so this is the fourth one here. If we look through the odds, it's 9, 3, 6, and 10. That 9 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, we get the 9 on top, and then we get 2 and 8, which are going to be like that. Okay. So what is the 9? The 9 is the linear, which is a 216. It is one of the best. It has the best jockey. It's the best BB. It is the top torque. The pressure on this horse is about 92%, but we are not getting a negative here, which is okay. But it is 92%, and Flemington works on those pressures. We've seen 93, 90, 93, 94, even 95 we've seen. So that's 92. Will it win? Should win. 1600 meters. This should not be a problem. Now, what are the other possibilities that are there? So the 6 is the third, which is here at 53, which is a 61 at 53. Then we have a 61 at 36, which is the 2. So difference is this one, 5 races, 4 races, sectional speed. There are 2 speeds, 1600 meters. So this one, the 2 went through with the midsection speed. So we are looking for midsection speed. So that's where the 3 comes in. But 3 is a 56. 3 is a 56, which is here. And this one is not there. So the other one is 4, which is further dropping 55. The 2 is there. The 2 is there. 63. Now this drops to 22. Here also we had these 2 horses with, I mean, all the numbers were right on these 2 horses. Here we have the same thing on these 2 horses. This one, this is the largest, one of the largest inner drift. The larger one is here, but it doesn't look like it's a match for this one. The 63, the 8. This is the tricky one because this is a neutral, and 1600 meter. Anyway, those all are possibilities. Those might happen, might not happen, but I definitely like the 2. I definitely like the 2, which is here. This one is also there. This is a little higher spell with less pressure on this. That's fact. But here the section speed is great. The 7 is here, which is a 59. Then there is 11, which is here. 46, 32. Tricky. I think it's best to go with the 9. But the problem is it's a lot of pressure. This is the first one. We have a few like that today. There's 106 and there is a 99. So we'll get a feel of how does it feel to be a 92. It's a 73, 92. I don't see a reason for this to lose. This is a fabulous horse. The other thing that might happen, those are the, so that 12 is there, 6, 7, 59, 32, 10. Gate number 10. This is 3. We're not getting a match on that. The 3 is there, which is that it is a 56 at 41. Then we have this one. So drifts are drifts. You know, once we have the linear gone clean and won the race, then the game of the drifts are different. Then which one is a higher, which one is a lower, and where the pressure is lying. So if we like the 2 is on 36, which is a 61. The larger one is a 55, but generally that doesn't matter. Why? Because the drift is a way of bypassing the most obvious. I mean, whatever we are thinking, the drift is the arrangement to disrupt that. So I like the 2 definitely, which is there with the rails. It is one of the drifts, but it is not the largest drift. The largest drift is 5, and it does have the, you know, thing to get in some way or the other. So that 5 is there. The 8 is there within the rails. I don't know what that will do. It's set to be a neutral. It's a 63. That's the largest. But out here, 9 looks good, clean. That's a 92. That's a 92% on that horse, man. It's a 92%. I'm going to be PC 8 Goller. 9 Goller. Arman. Rose Hill. Five, 7, 1. I don't know, bro. If you.
The first couple. And the Western Front's best form would go close.
The yard would be important. He does look like he's quite alert and he's having a bit of a think about things, but he's relatively relaxed. He's just quite a lightly framed horse for a horse that's only recently been gelded.
On to number 6 we go. This is Poker Jack.
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
1,000 metres in 4 runs back, so out to 1,100 metres now that he's had a few runs under his belt. Has been well beaten in his past 2 in very similar company, so hard to make a case for him to turn the tables on Storm the Ramparts.
Got a very healthy colour to him, and he's actually pretty tidy for a horse coming out of a Goulburn winter, I must say.
7 out, onto 8, San Marino, Jeffrey Crowthers and JBO.
He's our race outsider, so first run for the yard, now calls Goulburn home, having formerly been trained in Victoria, so no official trial. That makes him a hard horse to get a confident line on, but did race well last campaign, but we'll learn more after today.
He looks like he'll take a fair bit of benefit out of this first start run. He's a little bit wild and woolly, but I wouldn't dismiss him. He's got a little bit in his corner.
Down to number 10 we go. This is First Landing from Port Macquarie's own Great Guns since joining John Sprague, the rider and a roper.
Yeah, I know we're talking Class 1 country form, but he was outstanding there last start at Port Macquarie. He really gapped his rivals. He ripped clear late. He's been a great pickup already for the stable, although this is much harder than his past couple. He's growing in confidence and still improving.
I like the look of him, actually. He was right up on his toes and giving the poor strapper a bit of a hard time when he came into the yard, but the pony's grabbed a hold of him and he's really relaxed. So I think that's a good push for him.
And Rebel Dean is the last of them. First up by Matt Dale and Andrew Atkins.
He's capable of running well here, if he's right. So he's the type of horse you'd like a market push for, given the profile. First run today for Matt Dale. He's a year on the sidelines prior. He did return last campaign with a close-up second in the midweeks, over 1,000 metres on a wet track. So he's got the right profile to be competitive here, and he was scratched from Wednesday with this in mind.
There's not a lot of him, and for a horse that's first up off such a long spell with no official trial, he parade's very fit, yeah?
Okay, that's a look at them. This favourite into $1.85 Tarpaulin now, $3.60 for Storm the Ramparts, and then out to $11 for First Lady, who occupies that next line of betting, the 50-year and life member handicap. There's plenty of them here. Darren Beedman knows.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
John Muir and John Cornish, couple of great racing men.
You got the dollar feeding. PC, I got those feeds, but they are branded. I can't put it on screen, PC. I am, you know, they took away the Flemington today early morning, and I had no other option but to go with it. And this is a bad arrangement. I mean, I'm looking at the races on a different screen. They have branding on them. That's why I can't put it on screen. If they did not have branding, I would have put them on screen. They are with one of the largest giants. They'll give us a copyright the moment they identify those branding and all that.
The float, and he did that in his first trial at Warwick Farm, but he didn't even get to trial. So, but he seems quite calm and holding his emotions quite well. So,
you put that beautifully. What about Fleetwood a bit later today?
Yes, no, he's probably 1200's about his pet distance. So, look where they're coming now he's probably going to be back a little bit in running, but. Expect him to run well. He's he's a very honest horse.
Contemporary's always had talent.
He has. Blinkers off today, winkers on. Just travelled a little bit close the other day and a little bit too keen, and didn't run as good as what he did in the Bob Charlie. So hopefully he can reserve his energy in the first 600.
Keguela looks very well placed.
He does. He ticks a lot of boxes. Inside draw, out to 1400. A little bit more give in the track. And dropping from a 94 to a 74 or 78. So, look, if he's ever going to win, hopefully...
It's still racing, PC.
Thanks, Gav.
Mate, there's Darren Beedman, Kayla. They're off to the gates.
They are.
They're still racing, Dollar.
Pick of the yard. I do want to touch on him because I thought it was a pretty good parade. I think he's got a little bit of tidying up to do as far as his coat goes, and perhaps with racing he might start to relax a little bit more, but he overall...
9 is leading.
Together really well. Stayed relaxed when Rachel got aboard, but I do want to go with the 10
Oh,
first landing here. Lovely big Tiber horse. As I said, he was really relaxed by the time he got alongside the pony, and I like the way he's been racing, although down in grade, up in weight.
Probably could be. There's a possibility. I don't know.
Late mail numbers 5, 1, 10 and 2, and this is a very, very different looking market to the one that confronted us first thing this morning. So Tarpaulin opened $2.30, Storm the Ramparts was $2.40.
Gavin!
Now $1.75.
Welcome back.
Storm the Ramparts $4.40. So
it's going okay, Gavin.
Between the top
right now, it is the first one, the test of the...
$10 for the rest of the field, and it's pretty tight there. For your horse potentially battling out the minors. But I've gone with Tarpaulin here. That market confidence is telling the story, isn't it? There's a lot of expectations there market-wise.
This is the first one where the thing is actual racing.
So well, he seemed to be on his best behaviour. When Darren Beedman was interviewed this morning on radio, it was a bit of a
so far it was all odds.
He's still got a few quirks and he's quite a strong-willed horse, so hopefully he can execute once those gates open.
But things are
well as he has
different
the gates,
right
because he
now.
looks a picture of calm at the moment, so that's a good sign. 5, 1, 10, 2, Danger Storm the Ramparts is the obvious one, and there has to be a tipping point in terms of him getting to be a bet, and $4.40 is surely that. He's hard fit, makes his own luck. I'm not really deterred by the fact he carries 62.5 kilos, and what you see is what you get with him. 10 first landing, Kayla's pick of the yard. He's a horse going through the grades quite nicely. This is harder again, but he's been a really handy pick up for the yard, and you do have to respect the dominance of that last start victory, albeit a
EW.
Class 1 at Port Macquarie. And deprivation, how the first couple of 100 metres plays out for him is important. I do think he is a bit of a control freak, so maybe he's the one that makes a bit of a pest of himself as far as Storm the Ramparts. We Storm the Ramparts jumping from the inside gate. 5, 1, 10 and 2 $1.84.40, Anthony.
Yeah, massive difference from when we did our preview earlier this morning. At that point, Tarpaulin was $2.40 or $2.30 in fact, and Storm the Ramparts was $2.40. There was 10 cents between them. Now have a look at the market. 180 about Tarpaulin and 440 about Storm the Ramparts. This is a massive drifter. I cannot remember a horse in recent times that's been 240 out to 440. It's a savage drift. Deprivation $10. First landings at 10. I want to mention Rebel Dean here, as much as $18 when we got to the races this morning, now into 10. So if you are keen to play one outside the first couple, perhaps Rebel Dean might be the one. It's had a good firm at longer odds. But Tarpaulin is your firm favourite. This was the lay of the day, and we have really opened up the shoulders on Storm the Ramparts. Massive drifter here, Gab.
This is an interesting race coming up, and they're just about right. Here's Luke.
Red light flashing away. They're off and racing now, and Tarpaulin was the last out. He snagged out the back, and Storm the Ramparts broke nicely. Barrier 1 and leads on settling down from Deprivation. San Marino up on the outside. Poker Jack the rails. Then Rebel Dean. Now Tarpaulin, he is going a little bit strong. He's popped out 3 wide. He's got cover. And back last of all was First Landing. They're pretty bunched here. Storm the Ramparts able to control things. He leads by 3/4 of a length. Deprivation's running second. San Marino third, followed by Poker Jack, Rebel Dean. Tarpaulin back behind them. Probably not suited by the tempo, but he's only 2.5 off the lead straightening. Storm the Ramparts held together. He leads from Deprivation. Sprints 2 lengths in front. Storm the Ramparts. Now Tarpaulin's coming down the outside. He's run to a clear second. Storm the Ramparts, 150 to go. King's had to go for the persuader on Tarpaulin. He hasn't got to the leader yet. Storm the Ramparts going well. Storm the Ramparts 2, 3 lengths in front. Tarpaulin's run his race. He's peaked. Poker Jack First Landing late, but
BC.
Storm the Ramparts comes down to win from
That 10 got in, BC.
Second, Poker Jack third, and Tarpaulin
Has got 1. Congratulations.
Well, Storm the Ramparts, too good for them. A model of consistency, and he's run him into the ground again. It was going to be a case of how fit was Tarpaulin first up. Well, he loomed up on the outside, but then Josh Parr went for the toppy, and he accelerated away. First Landing's gone terrific, way up in grade. What an acquisition he has been already for John Sprague. Poker Jack
I got there, PC.
on his run, but Storm the
His
Ramparts,
EW was good.
It was all pretty straightforward in the end, wasn't it? Storm the Ramparts straight to the front under the urgings of Josh Parr, 62.5 kilos, and his run of great form continues. That's both the horse and the jockey. Tarpaulin, the story there was the ghost of the past. He might be a gelding, but he was still way too keen in the early stages. He wasn't the best into stride. He still travelled well enough, but that early work, pulling himself into the ground, just told at the finish, and he knocked up noticeably the last 100 metres. So Storm the Ramparts, what you see is what you get. He's a very fit horse. He's very much an informed horse. He likes wet ground. And today he went to the races and got the job done, as he so often does. The other horse to make mention of there is, of course, First Landing, who is full of confidence. And
Yeah, but it did the job.
The numbers here, 1, 10, 6 and 5, 105, 61 and 34, 87. The last 600 metres. Wow, Joe, what a preparation.
Time out. So there was more merit to the win than the winning margin, and he's progressing nicely.
This commentary is for Flemington.
Up to the mile will suit even further, so he's a big chance.
Yeah, it does look suitable from a type point of view. The 1600 metres. He's quite a strong horse. He's a nice mover. He's got a really strong hind quarter on him, and he's got a lot of sort of strength through that shoulder as well. He's probably a bit more relaxed today than what he was last start at Cranbourne, which is a positive.
For his So You Will, whose racing style in concert with Craig Newitt is well exposed.
That it is, and has gone forward his last couple. He won one at Lakeside and was beaten at Flemington here behind Taken last start. But yeah, I think he had his chance for the way the race is run. So he needs to turn it around, but you're getting a price as a consequence of $31.
Yeah, he's a nice mover.
Got 35 from 10K.
So you think he probably hasn't got too many of the usual markings, but he looks very fit here, and he's got a good coat.
So the 5 in Oroviro, Mick Kent and Harry Coffey combining a winner at Cranbourne last start over this distance.
And a dream run there at Cranbourne, I thought, in the race, and he proved too good. But it was only his 7th career start. He's arguably just progressing along nicely his last couple. He's got to find a little bit more here, but he might be a fraction big in the market at $31.
It's not the most fluent walker, this guy. He's just a little bit tight in behind, but I do think he presents impressive.
And the problem is that I mean I've seen at Flemington horses with 93, 94, 95%. This is at 92, right? Should go through. This is at 92.
Yeah, I can't believe.
This is what is the beautiful part of racing at Flemington, that you get to see some of the best horses in the country, probably.
Still progressing his first preparation, so I've gone with him. I thought he looked a very good each way chance, and he's a bit shorter now, but I think he's getting closer to the mark where he should be in the market.
Yeah, he's a sensational mover, this guy. He covers ground just effortlessly. Given that, I think stepping up in distance in time is going to be a real positive for him. He's got a great attitude. He looks like he's top from a fitness point of view. He looks great.
7 Winning Toast comes via the same race. Was 4th on that occasion. Had a slightly wide run.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad performance. You know, he's got a little bit to find, but he did finish 4th there, so you know, he could run a bit of a race, but he's just a touch more exposed than the others, but he's absolutely flying for the stable, and getting 950 today, so it's not the worst.
The stable done a great job in turning him out. He's still got a nice, healthy, rich coat, given he's based at Ballarat. He's a very nice mover. He's very sensible. He hasn't turned a hair in the mounting yard. He looks really well.
Change of tactics notification via Stewart's Winning Toast to be ridden further back. 8 Zorro's flight returns to the scene of his most recent win all the way back in January.
It was just an even run behind Santa Ana Moon last start from back in the field. Now, they've gone with the blinkers today. I'm presuming they've gone with that gear change on the proviso that he's been a bit disappointing for them, and they've got to find a little bit. And that being the case, couldn't be with him, but he could certainly improve.
I was a big fan of this guy early days. It's probably a bit of a query where he's at the moment. I've seen him move better, and he's bandaged up in behind, so probably just querying whether he's come up this campaign.
Our race favourite is the filly 9 Nobilas. Was excellent winning at Hillside. That off already having won a 1600 metre maiden at Pavement.
Yeah, I couldn't take these sort of ones about her. She was very impressive at Hillside. She had every possible favour. Of course, the bull she beat one on Wednesday at Sandown in pretty good fashion with a good gap back to third. She's
16 Flemington.
Like, it's hard to knock her, but I just felt that on what she'd done so far, there's a lot of potential built into her price. And for me, I don't think she deserves to be odds on, notwithstanding she might find the top here prove very hard to beat.
She's very athletic. She's a filly that covers the ground really well. She's got a relaxed nature. She's probably presented in similar order to what we saw last start at Sandown, if even taken a little bit of improvement from that run. She's at a complete top from a fitness point of view. During the week, the stable was sort of pretty apprehensive and bullish that their synthetic hook filler isn't going to have any impact on her. So very similar parade to last start.
Simon Wild scratching the 10 Dark Bonnet. 11 Southby, Patrick Maloney back in the saddle for the first time since the fresh run in a pack and a maiden.
It's a good win at Moe. I mean, he sat back off a very strong speed, rounded them up and won, but he beat a vastly inferior field to the handful of runners that he's striking today. So that is worth noting. Notwithstanding, it's only his 3rd run of the preparation, and you know, it was his first go over a mile, and he won quite nicely. So could see worse 100-to-1 chances.
Yeah, he looks like the horse is going to continue to get better the further he goes. He's just a little bit worked up here in the mounting yard. He's having a good look around. He's got the 2 handlers, but I think in time, 2,000 metres is where we're going to see the best of him.
Zorro's flight in the blinkers for the first time for the Silver Bowl Series final. Price Kent Stable winning this a couple of years ago.
Flemington has been jockey so far, yes. So far, but
from a distance
now from the 4th onwards, Lewis, I think it is going to be difficult.
I just couldn't get the favourite as short as there's everyone else, but they continue to back Mobilis. But I'm happy.
See, that 9 is at 92%. PC says 6.
Got to the bottom of just yet, as they couldn't last start when in restricted room.
I still want to believe that the 9 will nail it. You know, I've seen that thing happening at Randwick. I still believe it will go through. 92 is okay, 92 is okay. The moment it crosses 95, that is when the problem begins.
2 from me.
I'm with Hutchie. I've got the 6 on top from a distance. Love the way this horse moves.
Kobe, welcome to the channel, Kobe.
Really nicely. I think he's set to peak here from a fitness point of view. He's got some great muscle definition. Yeah, he looks at his absolute best here today in the yard. There was a few other horses that definitely caught the eye. I thought Everrain paraded probably more relaxed today than what he did last time at Cranbrook, which is definitely a positive. Stepping up in distance, and I didn't really think there was any knocks on the favourite. An even yard, but the 6 looks set.
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, here we go. So
PC, I'm on the Flemington feed. I can see the Flemington.
Not much has really changed here, to be honest, punters. Next best ever rain. Also, it's having good support. So the top 2 at the market, really solid throughout the throughout this betting into race 4. So 9 will be your market mover, that is for sure. Numbers 3, 6, and 7. Ever rain from a distance, winning toast. Have all had plays at the each way quote. Santa and a Moon, one of the best backed at a price, number 2. And if there was a blowout in the race, it would be that runner there. Nothing else really been spec. So the numbers outside of the favourite are 3, 6, 7, and 2. But a race 4, number 9, Noble As, will be the best backed runner in your market. Remember, get your bets on. Imagine what you could be buying instead. Free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the helpline.
Noble Ass trying to become the 4th filly to win the Silver Bowl Series final mid-price.
Adawan 8 win,
He
EW.
dominated the heats, but largely through Taken, as it sort of opened up with the opportunity to take him to another race to bring her to this.
8 is the neutral. It's one of the largest spell.
And I didn't think he should have another run, so he went to paddock, and this filly.
Things can go a lot different. This thing is at 73, 92 could be a little more, but we'll see.
Last Saturday morning,
I've seen 92 is working.
on Tuesday morning, and she worked with not a lot of interest, and couldn't work that out. But I've been away for a couple of weeks, but Junior tells me that's normal. Not normal from what I'm used to, but sometimes you get too much information. But if she brings us
Yeah, PC. The problem is the Flemington feed. The Flemington feed has. The Flemington feed has branding on it, PC. I cannot put it on screen. They will give me copyright. They will strike it down. I cannot put that feed on screen, PC. I can see that, but I cannot put it on screen because if I put it on screen, it has branding, and with that branding, it will attract copyright strikes. That's why I cannot put it on. Let's
see. Good luck.
Thanks, Dodge. It's a good interview. And Price, isn't it? Yeah, he doesn't mix his words, that's for
Coffee.
sure. So, it's got it all worked out here anyway, and he's got the short price favourite. So,
Kobe, thank you for joining in.
you get all the information you want.
Man, that 9 is that 92? 73 on a 92. 216.
She doesn't leave a few perplexed after this.
Still, let's give it a try. 9. I've seen that working. But the contrary is that 92 on a 73 could be a little too much.
Likely deserves to be right.
And 92 on a 80, 80 plus is okay.
Times sort of think through horses like Inundation and what have you, who have run below expectations as short price favourites in races, and he is prepared to stand there and talk to the assembled media in the aftermath and give his insights. If that access is good for our sport.
Absolutely, you care all those sentiments. Now, as far as the betting is concerned, the favourite Overlays is been pretty solid around that $1.90 really. It's hit high too with the VOP back to $1.90. A lot of change really in the market. This is a high point, but
I will destroy everything. 9 is a good one, but 6 was badly blocked last start. So PC, the thing is, I understand the 6 was blocked, okay, but the 6 probably has the 6 probably is there. It's got one side of the rails. It's got that, but either that is going to win or it is not going to be anywhere. There is nothing in between. Either this is going to win or it is not going to be there anywhere. Not even on the top 4, probably. And 5, you're talking about 5. Where is the 5? 5 is here. I don't know about that.
That's the comfort of not being favourite today is winning toast. Further back today is engaged with Everrain from a distance, and also Southby the final 2. So it's Nobalaz TAB favourites at $2 with a little bit more support on the toe coming for Everrain at $4.70. Here's Southby. Silver Bowl. We continue through finals day at Flemington. They are ready. Set to jump. And they're racing. Beautiful line 2. Southby the Bolt is going to drop back towards the end with Winning Toast, and So You Will is going to scamper off into the lead from Noble the Laz and Zorro's Flight 2 lengths from a distance, and they were followed by Everrain or Rivero, Santa Ana Moon, and then towards the back Winning Toast and Southby at Chiquita Lodge at the 1200 metres. So You Will is the leader by a length and a quarter to the favourite Noble Laz, and then 2 lengths to Zorro's Flight as they spread out. From a distance in 4th would spot the lead about 5, and they're 3 lengths in front of Everrain, 2 lengths Santa Ana Moon or Rivero, a gap to Winning Toast and Southby at the end of the field. 950 metres to run, and So You Will. It's been genuine early by a length and a quarter. Noble as second, Zorro's Flight is third, and they were followed by From a Distance at the 800 marker, and they keep moving. About 2.5 Santa Ana Moon. They were followed next by
So far, 4 is leading.
and then towards the back Southby, and also Winning Toast, who's lost its pitch and goes back to a clear last. So You Will before the corner.
Sorry about that, Gavin, but we don't have the feed.
Led by a good 2 or 3 lengths, Noble Lads as they straighten. Then Sorrow's Flight from a distance starting to make up some ground, and then came Santa Ana Moon, and behind them Everrain. So You Will has the stitch at the 300. Noble Lads and From a Distance go together, and Sorrow's Flight between them. Favourite's got a lot of work to do at the 200. From a Distance just in front of Noble Lads, who kept kicking it.
6. Did not work.
So You Will next, then Orivero, Southby Winning Toast, and a long gap Santa Ana Moon. Well done to our
6983.
Who's been stating the case in measured fashion. He said in pre-race from a distance he was surprised at the price. 6 into 550 late, touch shorter across the totes from a long way out. It was quite the duel with Noble Ass back towards the fence, and Zorro's Flight had his head right in the middle trying to work through, but he was squeezed out the back in the closing stages as Simon Wilds
PC boom!
Bates aboard was able to clear out his bindings further, and he certainly enjoyed getting out to the expanses of Flemington and 1600 at his last.
5. So what happened that 6 actually beat the 9? 6, 9, 6, 9, 8, 3. 8 was here. 6, 9, 8, and then 3. So the 2 did not do anything. The 9 and the 6 difference. I mean, It was a little too much. Little too much, but it came in second, actually. That is good. The 8 was here. The 8 was here. 63. There is no reason for that 8 not to get there. And the 3 was here. So the 10 had a better chance, but this thing just went through because of the jockey. Because of the jockey. And this is where it stands. So let's look at that. 6, 9 here. So a 92 on a 73, it got a place. Anyway, we will go to the next 5. This is the beginning. This is the beginning. So far it was only odds that was getting in. This is the beginning. 4, 8, 10, 3. 5 and 12 has been scratched.
Going to the lead now is Out of Line. So Out of Line pushed through and led over Valentiago. Cavaretta in third, Park Run in fourth. 2 lengths away then, Super Eclipse from Sass and back to the tail is Mama Joy. They run down heading towards the 700 metres and on top is Out of Line and backs off the tempo here. Led by a length over in second spot, Valentiago. A length and a half back then to Cavaretta on the inside of the stablemate Park Run. 2 lengths away was Super Eclipse, Sass on its outside, and a couple away Mama Joy being patiently ridden back at the tail. It's about 8, 9 lengths off this leader. Out of Line leads them as they leave the back straight and head down the side. Out of Line by a length, Valentiago being called upon. Park Run, the greys is out 3 wide. Cavaretta back nearer the inner. Then Super Eclipse, Sass and Mama Joy. Coming to the bend, Out of Line as the leader. Out of Line led by a length in second spot, Valentiago, who's under pressure. Park Run working into it out wide, and then Cabaretta, followed by Super Eclipse and Mama Joy. Out of Line in front, Valentiago, nothing if not game. It's Out of Line in front, Valentiago trying to pick it up clear of the others, but Out of Line all the way. Out of Line over Valentiago, Super Eclipse, Park Run, Cabaretta, Mama Joy, and Sass.
4, 13, 9 and 2 in true Gay Waterhouse Adrian Bott style. This runner jumped to the front and just kept going.
Yep, she did. The inside barrier today, they kicked off her career at 1,350 metres, and that was the winning move. She's going to be a better horse out over further in time, but she got her own way up in front and she gets her career off.
4, 4, 4, I think.
Yeah, I thought Valentiago was much better settling up outside the leader. He's another one that'll get out over further. His pedigree suggests that. Super Eclipse has shown improvement there into third position first.
Okay, this is the 5th one, right? This is the 5th one. It's a 2600 meter. If we look at the odds, it's 4, 8, 10 and 3. 4 is the favorite, which is the second linear. The linear is here, 6. Okay. Which doesn't have any support. It'll probably not do anything bad. Let's think like that. But the problem is the horses are very competitive today. It is not that we have found a huge difference. It's 73, 61, 59, 46, equal horses, right? So far, it is all equal horses apart from this number 8, which is there. So it's not that they have genius horses out there. So that 4 is the favorite. Okay. It's a 2600 meter. Now, if you look through the rails, we get like this, the 8-3, then the 9 is here, then the 9 is here, and it's a strong one. It is not that it is not a strong. So the 3 got in with the exposure. This one has the exposure, this one and this one, the 10. They have the 10 within the odds, but they don't have the 9, which has the rails. So talking about the 4, it's a 76 with 41% pressure on this 2600 meter. I mean, logically, if we even think this was a 1600 meter and 92 on a 73, it came in second, which was a linear through the rails. So this did not work here. Here it's a 2600 meter. They are running almost neck to neck. These horses are almost all neck to neck. There is no reason to believe one is better than the other. But if that's what the case is, then where is the advantage? The advantage is here when it is a 2600 meter. Then this guy is, I mean, they're all almost 5-year-old, 4-year-old. This is a 4-year-old. Okay, fine, fair enough. This is the second linear. I am not arguing on that. It is the second linear. It is one of the top-notch horses, accepted. But it is also going to run 2600 meter. And it is not that it has huge advantage or anything, because if it comes to pressure play, then 2600 meter will not, it doesn't matter whether you have the rails or not. Then this one is with a lot larger pressure, which is going to nail it down. The 6 is also, that's the linear. The pressure is there. So we listen to what they have to talk about. That 6. I'm sorry, the 3. That's the lowest pressure that we can see. Okay, that's the lowest pressure that we can see. That's a 2.65. That's the highest advantage, lowest pressure. It is not out of the top-notch horses, but it doesn't have to be, because all of them are more or less same. If we do that, then we get it like this: 9-7. Now 9 is at 13, 7 is 84, which is another EW, which is here with league races and has advantage, but that 3 is just there. These two are both 76. If these two are both 76, here it's 28, 18. That's 10% here. Here it is like more than 20% here. So anyway, the advantage is with 10, not with 4. Even if this was 1200 meter at Randwick, not on the straight. I'm not talking about the straight at Flemington. I'm talking about Randwick with the bends. This one would have had the advantage. So this one is a 2600 meter at 41. This one has more advantage. The 10 is not in a position to win, but in that case, what happens is this one is the largest spell. Okay, this one is the largest spell. Comes from gate number 12. It's got the rails, everything is good, got the physics, but that will not matter. What will matter is at the end of the day, both are 5-year-old geldings. If both are 5-year-old geldings, the thing is we are getting him 104, 92, 73. The difference of the body weight is approximately 92 minus 73, 25 to 30 kilograms, the difference of these two body weights running. So if this one is at 450, this is probably at 430 body weight. The average is like that. So 450, 500 tops. So this is if we take it over 400, 450, this is probably 530. So that's where we're that's what it says, 417 more or less. And this is a lot of advantage on that three, a lot of advantage on that three. It's a 2600 meter. This one is the favorite. There's a pressure. This one is like relaxed, like nobody's business. What might go wrong? We'll listen to the paddock, what they're saying about that three, but I like the three.
They're not that far away, John. Winning Revolution, able to
7 and 5 Queen Rosal. Yeah, that's a much better way of putting it, Adoman. That's a much better way of putting it. It actually gave me a clarity of what you're putting in.
Yeah, like I say, the form's good. The form's there with Storm the Ramparts, and also, the two solid in the market here. So if she gets the luck, and Tim's the man for the job there, he knows he's riding in great fashion. So if she gets a little bit of luck and can get a conservative enough run early, I think she could be in the finish.
Kosciuszko tickets are on sales. Where is Boston Rocks? He must be getting close to trial.
Yeah, he trials on Tuesday at this stage. He's in good order. He's just had a nice slow build up. He'll trial Tuesday. He'll have another trial a couple of weeks later, and then he'll kick off. So he'll arrive at the Kosciuszko third or fourth up at 1,200 metres. That's where he needs to be. He needs a little bit of racing under his belt. He ticked that box, 1,200 metres. Winning Mooney Valley.
BC, one win.
So now looking forward to the Cosy. The build-up's done.
Is he your top seed?
Front page would be my top seed. Yeah, he'd be my top seed. Boston Rocks is the next one that I've set specifically for it. And then I've got a couple others that are we'll just see how they're racing at the time and which direction we want to take. But looking forward to it.
Good position to be in.
Yeah, that's right.
Good on you, mate.
Thank you.
There he is, Matt Dale Taylor, as they're off to the gates. What do you like?
I'm with the Victorian here in the 10 Savagery 5. As I just mentioned, a lightly raced filly that's obviously well travelled, but she looks like it takes everything in her stride. She's very unbothered in the yard and looked very healthy in her coat and fit.
Late mail numbers 1, 10, 3 and 5. 1 High Dubai gets a lovely setup here. Shouldn't have any excuses, and we did sit on the ramparts. Frank, that Lulamon form reference just in that previous race. So she runs well. 10 Savagery 5 brings a different form line. Got the tick off there from Kayla in the yard to say that she's made the trip up really well from Melbourne. You have to respect that form reference. She was beaten a long way by She's an Artist, but she looks destined to skip through the grades. Queen of the Mile, an improving track is a tick for her. Had this been heavy, I dare suggest she would have been scratched. So she's a little bit soft in betting, but she should get the right run. And the Long Rose Queen profiles to be the best of the closers. She too comes to that High Dubai form reference. 1, 10, 3 and 5. Matt Dale probably made a pertinent point there in terms of how this track has played. The past couple of races have been a little bit rails and run, haven't they? We saw Diddle Dumpling and all the way leader. The Golden Strand settled just in behind. from that most previous race. Storm the Ramparts first landing in Poker Jack, Raw settling hard on the fence. So there might be a little inclination that you don't want to be too far away from that inside, and High Dubai should find that position. So 1, 10, 3 and 5 here, Anthony.
High Dubai's a very firm favourite now, back into $3.20. Got to $3.40 earlier this morning, now $3.20. Now $3.10 in fact, so firmed again, and about 40% of all bets on High Dubai. There wasn't much between it and Savagery Vibe in terms of the hold earlier on this morning, but I can tell you Savagery Vibe holds about half the amount of investment on High Dubai. It's $3.30. Let's go again, 7. Then we've got Lonrose Queen 7, Queen of the Mile $9.50, and use a pin out to $14. So they're firmly in the camp of the two favourites here. High Dubai is the more popular one of the two, but both had decent support. Gav?
So about to come up, race number 6 on the program. Race 7 today starts the quaddie. So 1,100 metres, speed-wise, what have you got mapped leading here, Brad?
Yeah, well, High Dubai won't be too far away. I think she'll just posse up in behind the speed. I'm imagining that Let's Go Again is the one that stamped urgent to cross from the wide draw. I don't think there'll be too much resistance. You'll see Savagery Vibe a little bit closer, having drawn the perfect marble, and the same can be said for Queen of the Mile. We did see an earlier change of tactics to be ridden further forward, and drawn barrier 1 should be able to punch up and save some energy there in the early stages. And I think she'll run well here, $10 and $9.50. So there was a bit of a tipping point for Queen of the Mile. But Let's Go Again does look your leader.
High Dubai with the 2 kilos off break knock on board. What a CT's having any partners this mare. The Kieran Ma with form at her past couple around Storm the Ramparts, who was pretty dominant in winning the previous race, defying that big betting drift. As we see the Victorian, so Brad, she brings the different form lines here, and I guess Savagery Vibe, she is the great unknown.
Yeah, she is. She's the most interesting runner here, isn't she? So the market seemed to identify this as being a 2-horse race, with Savagery Vibe also closing up with High Dubai. So she's still lightly raced. Nick Ryan trained, of course, and although she was beaten 5 lengths there at Flemington last start, that can look a touch ordinary when you look at that in isolation in the form guide, but it was in a really fast time. And she's an artist, as we touched on, goes around a very short price favourite today. So you might be expectation to say that she'll come out and win again. So yeah, keen to see where she fits in.
Anthony, into 310 now. I'm looking at High Dubai on track. What's happening with the tap hook?
Yeah, $3 now, in fact. Gav, $3 High Dubai. That's as short as we've been throughout betting. But Savagery Vibe, $3.10. So that's as short as it's been. Punters have got it down to 2. It'll be one of the 2 favourites, according to the punters.
There is Kerry Parker's mare about to go up. Let's Go Again, who's been up for seemingly an eternity, but she continues to race consistently and will not lack for fitness here. As she goes up, let's head to Luke Marlowe.
Yeah. In she goes. She's been well supported, the Victorian. We're set for a start. Off and racing now. And High Dubai jumped away well, is looking for a forward spot. Also handy Queen of the Mile, moving up west of Dolby's, quickly getting into a good position. 3 wide Arts Alive and Savagery Vibes back on the rails as they slow the tempo. It's on the inside of Let's Go Again. 2 lengths is Agura. Then Use a Pin and Lonrose Queen can see them all. Down the side they go. Front runner High Dubai leads by a narrow margin, about ahead on Arts Alive. Behind them, getting into the 1-1 west of Dolby. Nice riding there by Clark. It's on the outside of Queen of the Mile as they turn. Savagery Vibe railing into the straight. High Dubai led from Arts Alive. Coming on 3 wide west of Dolby. Now's cruising up. Further back, Queen of the Mile, Savagery Vibe. Halfway down the running, it's High Dubai, the leader from Arts Alive. West of Dolby, Savagery Vibe runs up behind him. High Dubai led, 100 metres to go. Savagery Vibe running out of room behind. She's trying to squeeze through on the rails. Arts Alive still there. High Dubai just in front.
One. Boom.
Savagery Vibe, Arts Alive in a thrilling finish. Up on the outside, closing for 4th was Let's Go Again. Then came Use a Pin, tight for room late, followed by Lonrose Queen and Queen of the Mile.
Oh, she was there to be beaten, and they were coming at her thick and fast. High Dubai, but she'll stave them all off here under the urgings.
Boom. By nose hair, but it's a very strong win, PT. I think the odds have changed at Flemington.
High Dubai defies the lot of them with the full complement of numbers to come after race 6 from Rosehill.
Runners are in the yard for the fourth here at the Sunshine Coast. It's a 3-year-old handicap going over the 1,000 meters.
8, 4, 10, and 3.
Here's the first horse we'll have a look at. Ange Jones for Billy Healy, unbeaten at this track.
That's it, Kian. He's a strong horse. He can do it at both ends. He's got to do it from the wide gate today with 61.
The odds have changed. So now that 8 is the favorite. The 8 has the rails, which is there. It is the largest spell. The 4 is difficult. Now the question is it 3 or 8? This one is at 3. And this is -9. Here it is 18, 14, which is 4. Still, this is a lot of advantage. Still, this is a lot of advantage. What might go wrong? 672. The 10 definitely has more advantage than the 4. And the 3 has more advantage than the 8. The 8 is there. The 8 has other advantage. It is through the rails, but it's a 2600 meter. The rails will not matter. What on earth will go wrong, baby? PC, what is it? 8 or 3?
So winning a Group 3 chairman's over in Adelaide for contesting the SA Derby. They reunite here.
You can understand why Bold Soul's at the top in or very near the top of the betting, because his last couple of runs over this distance range have been excellent. He loves Flemington. Tactically, he showed it his last couple. He doesn't need to be too far back. So he doesn't really need to improve. He just needs to bring his usual form, and you'll be right in the thick.
Araman 8, Flemington.
Very typical parade from him. He's just got a little bit up and about since the alert went off for the riders to get aboard. But prior to that, he was very relaxed. He was walking out great in his action. A perfect parade for him.
5 is scratching, 6 Shamar Khan having its second run for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott, and a change of tactics notification that comes as probably no surprise up in trip to be ridden more forward.
Yeah, might have just needed, they run fresh up to 1800, but when you look at this Galloper's stakes form from France, it was over a bit of ground even further than today. So change of tactics could be a significant improvement, but a very
Araman 8, Flemington.
either way, really.
He does look quite well. He's got a nice, healthy, rich colour to his coat. He's very fit, but his attitude's definitely letting him down today. It's getting the better of him. He's getting quite worked up.
7 is Fame, who gets out to this trip for the first time since contesting the Tawny Night Cup behind Deacon at the Valley back in February.
781 days since a win, and that's the worry. So it does need to improve. I mean, there's been a few runs here and there that you think, this looks very winnable, but can't keep saying that Nige. They've got to turn up sooner rather than later, and you can argue that Fame's probably been an easier race than this.
Look, he's on the quick back up here. Looks nice and bright. I'd say he gets up maybe even some improvement from that last run. So he looks set to peak. It's just whether he's quite up to get another win.
Blinkers off, blinkers again, as you can see, for Fame to be ridden by Craig Newitt. 8 is Golden State Warrior, 3rd in the race won by Bold Soul.
I like the run. Just a very consistent horse, really, and he'll find a nice spot. Gets in with the 54 once again. He brings form lines that tie in with most runners. He's been
their runs together, and that's where I'm thinking Benzu might be. I've got 11 in Overfull, 3 Bellegardo and 4 Ginatonic.
Thank you, Maxi. On with 12, Lead Me On. Has been a bit of a drifter today, but they've been backed early. 12, 3, 11 and 1. Just gets that big weight pull on Bellegardo forward. Flashed the 11 Overfull with that Sydney form, of course, and 1 Cosmic Fire. The Sunshine Coast Specialist, 12, 3, 11 and one. Only a few to load, so we'll get straight upstairs to Jared for the call. This is race number 4 on Cloud to Come Day. As they continue to load up well. So last few coming up here, Paul. We've got still out of line Benzu. In fact, I think he will be the last. Tough one for punters here. 480 the field, headed by Bellegardo. As Benzu now joins the line. Red light about to come on. Set for the Dr. Bernie Spilsbury. 1,000 metres for the 3-year-olds. They're ready. Right to go. Set. Light blinks. Starter has them. Bellegardo drawn a wider rally. Look to be right as they're one bobbing around in the middle. Attending with one there, and I can see the jockey bailing out of Mashani Lily. Mashani Lily. By Ron Stewart. So it's obviously a little issue here. That red light's still blinking. And just trying to see if a horse emerges from behind the back here. If it is in fact Mashani Lily, and it is. So she's been backed out here, Mashani Lily. Ron looks a little ginger there. And she's being perhaps taken away there, Mashani Lily. So we'll see what unfolds here. Mashani Lily just at the back of the chute. It's the saddle coming off here.
15.
Just coming
I
through.
think last week when
Broadcast.
it just a bad call for.
Okay, thank you. So she's coming out here, Mashani Lily. A late scratching. Looked to be fractious in the barrier. And is a late scratching here, Mashani Lily.
10.
Now we've got another one out the back, and that is Admitted. Admitted number 15, and Emily Langer's dismounted here. Looks like Admitted's being trotted
And
up
that's a
behind the
good
barrier.
one for a EWPC.
The drama here. Admitted now
The
being
question is 3 or 8.
circled around. And Obligated is out as well, so it's a few being backed out here. Admitted might be heading back into the stalls, and I think has moved back in now. And Obligated out as well. So more news. Broadcast. Okay, thank you. So both of this pair, number 5 Obligated and down the bottom, number 15 Admitted, are undergoing vet checks as well. Yep. Okay, thank you. Both pass fit to race, Obligated and Admitted. They move back in. And that light continues to blink. The starter has them once again, no delay, and they're racing now. Slow to move, Heart and Spirit, Cosmic Fire, Stamped Urgent from out wide. Bellegardo going forward with Admitted down low, Overfull not far away. And Lead Me On's pushing through as well. Near the rail was Gin and Tonic, a length and a half further back to Bonfire Spark. Then Benzu, who's midfield and looks to be a little bit wide. Next Obligated the rail from Hoffman, Heart and Spirit. Charming Nick towards the end of the field in company there with also Just Precious, and towards the end was the Sundance. So coming towards the corner, 450 to go. Overfull held the lead from Cosmic Fire. Bellegardo's there to strike in third, then Lead Me On. Behind those horses, Gin and Tonic. Next in the field, then Bonfire Spark from Benzu. Back near the inside, Charming Nick. Now Bellegardo's coming out after Overfull. He's got a kick in the locker. Then came Lead Me On, and late Benzu right down the outside. Overfull is tough. Charming Nick's getting through near the rail from Bellegardo and Benzu. Overfull with Charming Nick driving. Overfull fins them off to win. A tough win. Overfull beat home. Charming Nick on the rail. I think second just ahead of Benzu, who had zoomed out wide. In fact, that's pretty close. Behind them in fourth spot was Bellegardo. Then came close up Cosmic Fire in company with also Obligated. Bonfire Spark just behind them, and then came Just Precious, the Sundance from Hoffman. Lead Me On. Admitted pulls up quickly in company with also Heart and Spirit and Gin and Tonic.
11, 7, 13 and 3. Number 11, Overfull. Hip, hip, hooray for this very...
Yes!
Written by Damien Thornton. She'd been to Melbourne and back last preparation, to Scone and back.
And he sort of, when horses come up to him, he sort of throws the white flag. And so we'll just be timing our run and making sure he hits the line well.
Great insight for everybody at home, Lee. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Boom, boom.
Good little race this, and of course, so many of the entrants in this contest, Nick, come through that race that Bold Soul won recently here at Flemington over the trip, and sometimes it's a little bit like the roundabout. It's they switch turns, but a couple in here are pretty good form, and Bold Soul has been relatively solid in the market.
Yeah, they can take their turns a little bit, the status, but maybe the market push for Golden State Warrior Late is the weight swing potentially there. He does meet Bold Soul a bit better at the weights for only a narrow defeat, but I think Jack Noonan going back aboard Bold Souls would be positive.
There's a few great horses in
when he
there.
won the Launceston Guineas and the Tasmanian Derby. It was quite a quirky horse back then. He hit a spot in his races and did need a bit of riding with the whip in the left hand, so Jake should be all over that. He's a much more seasoned horse now, and he's in the right stable, isn't he, Hutchie? They're absolutely fine campaign.
Yeah, they certainly are, and nothing like a staying contest here at headquarters to get the blood flowing as well. Here's Matty Hill.
Now Samuel Langhorne comes along. Shamarkan trots up to the line. The last couple to move in for the John Palace. Open race. Bold Soul. And also Golden State Warrior fighting out tote favouritism. Golden State Warrior marginally the favourite. So the favourite Golden State Warrior is the final one along. And the field is set. 2,600 metres. The stayers final.
Yeah, three Flemington. Let's see.
And Handicapping a touch slow and Virtuous Circle last to lead, but no surprises early. Kirkliston Blue is going to lead with Bold Soul, and out deeper on the track Fame, and then Samuel Langhorne. Next Stan Marco.
3 is the last as of now.
Is midfield at the moment. Captain Electric 2.5 lengths away then to Artican. Golden State Warrior beaten for speed in the early 400 metres, and Virtuous Circle is at the back. 2,200 to go. Working around them. Fame wants a piece of the action. Kirkliston Blue kicks up for the time being as they head to the riverside, but Fame is going to take it up. So it's Fame the leader. 2,000 metres to go. 2 lengths Kirkliston Blue. A gap to Bold Soul third, and then Sam Marco. Samuel Langhorne with the trail today. 5th one off the fence. A length Captain Electric, and then came Shamarkan. A length and a quarter Artican. Golden State Warrior second last, 2 lengths to Virtuous Circle. Heading past the 1,700 metres, and it's Fame, the leader, for a very good front-running rider in Craig Newitt by a length and a half. In second is Kirkliston Blue, just wanting to pull a little. Then Sam Marco third, the inside of Bold Soul. Next is Samuel Langhorne as they continue their journey past the 1,400 metres. Captain Electric next on the fence, and then came Shamarkan, a length and a quarter Artican. Golden State Warrior, the favourite second last, and 2.25 Virtuous Circle. Fame is the leader. It was a moderate tempo, but just gets a little bit quicker now as they reach the 1,150. Stretches that lead to a length and a half Kirkliston Blue, and then 2.5 Bold Soul Sam Marco. A length and a half Samuel Langhorne, then Captain Electric and Shamarkan. Artican is next from Golden State Warrior past the 900, and Virtuous Circle is at the end of the field, so slipped a little bit more leather. It is Fame stopping and starting them, and got away about 2.5 Kirkliston Blue at the 800 metres, a length Bold Soul. They were followed by Sam Marco next along the inside after having an economical trail. Captain Electric, Samuel Langhorne hooked to the outside. Further back in the field, Shamarkan. Golden State Warrior still third last. Up around the turn at the 500 metres. Fame in front, just about ridden along, coming back to them from Bold Soul a length away. Then Sam Marco. Samuel Langhorne comes on. Captain Electric is in the pack, and Golden State Warrior under hands and heels is starting to tank into it at the 250. Bold Soul under heavy pressure, led by a length with Golden State Warrior wearing it down. Bold Soul joined by Golden State Warrior. Nursed up the Bold Soul. It's on one rein. Golden State
8493.
Third in the race was Samuel Langhorne, then Virtuous Circle. Next to finish, Artican, Shamarkan, Captain Electric, Sam Marco. Kirkliston
8493. So the 8 went through with the rails. That was the highest spell. 4, 9, 3. Everything was here. 8, 4, 9, and 3. The 8 came in as favorite later on because this jockey was a moron on this horse actually. He just couldn't get there. Out of all this was the worst jock. I mean, badly handicapped, but a lot of advantage that did not work. 9, 8, 4, 9, 3. Anyway, that happened. 8 won, but that's the favorite. Anyways, 4 did not win, but came in second. Although the next 6.
Yeah, he just sort of switches off a little.
6 and 7 has been scratched. One, 5, 8, 9, and 2. So here the 5 is the favorite. And this is again going to be a little dicey. Why? Because this is carrying 106 on a 1200 meter. This is the condition. We had a 92 here on a 1600 meter with bends which did not work. It came in second. Here this one is a 106. It's 188. It's a fabulous horse. That's bottom line, but I am not going with that. I am not going with that. That is tremendous amount of pressure. The nearest one is 8, which is the second linear, which is also there within the rails, got the physics and everything. But now if we look at what this thing is, we're talking about race number 6. So 5, 8 came in second last time, right? 8 came in second last time, but at Flemington, and 5 came in first. 5 came in first. 8 came in second. This is still okay, but a 92 failed. All right, a 92 failed here on a 1600 meter. This is a 93 on a 71, and this is a 106 on a 90. So both of them are dicey in that case, because a 73 could not carry a 92 here today. And this is like that, which brings us to 3. If we look at the 3 was first at Flemington 7 weeks ago. The 3 was first at Flemington at 7 weeks ago. And if we look at how the pressure difference is, that's the highest pressure difference on that 4 with a jockey pressure. So we are getting the jockey pressure right, okay? We are getting the jockey pressure right. Maybe there's a little bit of fine tuning that needs to be done. I mean, we had a clarity on this. This is 92 by 3. Definitely there's, I mean, that's the best spell. Let's get that straight. Here, it is a 90. It's like that, but the pressure is like, and this one is the lowest pressure. So what happened in the other 1200 meter when we raced this one? So the 3, if we look at the result, 2 won. All right, the 2 won. And 2 won with, if you look at that, it if you look at how that 2 won is because of that. All right, I went with a club and that did not work, I think, but the 2 won and we got that. The 2 was on 3. I stepped out of this one because the 2 was getting tailed. So that thing happened, and the 5 also came in. 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2, then 3 with the highest pressure difference. But that happened in the first 1200 meter, the third race. Here, I somehow I don't know. So where things can go. So this is the lowest. We're thinking this 3 might get in because it was first. It was first here. If you look at RaceNet, you'll get the same data. The 3 was first 7 weeks ago, and that is with the lowest pressure here. Now, the highest difference in pressure is with 9. If you look at 9 came in first at some other track. So that does not count, because some other track, 1200 meter or 1100 meter and 1100 meter here at Flemington are 2 different ball game altogether. This is a straight run. So here, this probably is not the advantage. Nothing of those are probably the advantage. The advantage is here on 3. This I don't believe, because it's a 90 by 106. Probably will get a place. I don't know. Maybe. This. How on earth is this going to work? I don't know. Then this one, the other one, which is there, the second favorite, all right, is a pressure difference here also, but it is 93 by 71. Here, it was a 92 by 3, which is okay, fair enough. This is one of the best horses, one of the lowest pressure it went through. The 3 had the advantage, but it was not one of the best horses. I just took a chance with the 3 looking at the advantage, but this was one of the best horses. This is the best horse, 8 here. Here, the 9 was the best at 92. 73 at 92. It did not work on a 1600 meter. There is, I don't know if this 5 is going to get there. I like 3. I'll go with an EW on 3 if the 3 doesn't get tailed. Rest, everything is, God knows what will happen. It doesn't have the rails. It doesn't have to have the rails because it's a neutral. All that is good. But this is good. I'm not saying it is bad. It is the best horse, okay? But that is the pressure. That is the pressure. How is that going to work? The other things that might, I mean, we are looking at extremes, okay? Those are extremes. That's extreme. This is extreme. But there are other chances that might happen. For example, 30, 33. This is 83, 89 on a 66. This 2 is good. All right, that's a 33% here with both of them. And the difference is about 40%. So 2 is logically, if it has to, I mean, apart from the extreme, this one, which is an extreme, it's 60. This is a 74. And that's that. So there is a strong case on this. This one is a better linear. The 4 is a better linear with Four is a better linear. They have a better team as well. 4, 36, 39, 17. That's all. That 4 is, this is a 4 figure. This is a 3 figure. This is at a huge pressure. This is not. This is at 67. This is at 67. The 4. This is also a good hand. It is not a bad hand. It's okay. It's okay. It is okay. But that's a 73, 67, 22, 8. $39. This one, 4, if we look at 4 came in second 4 weeks ago at Flemington, and 2 came in third. But that is different. If 4 came in second 4 weeks ago, that's a strong linear. Pressure is this 4 is a dangerous one actually. The 4 is a dangerous one. I don't know this one. This is ridiculously high. This is also very high. This is 93 on a 71. I don't know what that will do. The reasonable ones are 2 and 4 and 3, out of which 3 has the highest advantage. It is also not one of the best horses. But the jockey pressure is huge on this. And who is riding 3 is Bates with a claim. This is where we are getting the negative, okay? But there's the jockey pressure. The 22. This is something that has to be done manually, because here we are not getting a negative on this, but it is going way too high, and here it is showing a negative on a 60. This cannot be true. This pressure cannot be excessive for this one. This pressure is on the lower side. This is a good one. 8 is here, 1 is here. This is a huge spend on this horse, man. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. The long shot is 3. I'm going to go with a 3 EW on this. There's nothing doing. $14 EW, 2 EW Rosehill. 2 is good. 2 is good. It's either 2 or that monkey 4, but we'll see. I'm 6.
In an awkward spot early stages, Fades Angels, good banter, Cormac T away well. Also pushing up there was Nelly Laylax, Fleet Commander, and Clark switching in behind that leading group to try and get some cover on Assailant. When they settle into stride, through the first couple of 100 metres, Fades Angels pushing up on the inside, led Cormac T. Nelly Laylax continues to creep forward, Fleet Commander on the outside, then Sea Fall. Trailed by Good Banter, Assailant No Luck, he's caught 3 wide. Around Naval Commission, Gentleshi goes up to, then came Casual Connection. He's drifted well back, so too has Fia Prospero, and Double Cherry sees them all. Phase Angels travelling strongly in front here, led by a length and a half. Nelly Laylax parks in second, Cormac T run of the race third, inside of Fleet Commander. 2 lengths to C4, Good Banter, Assailant. Then Gentleshi the middle, followed by Naval Commission. Gazumped is further afield from Casual Connection, Fia Prospero, and Double Cherry. Phase Angel at a relentless gallop. Runs up towards the 900 metres. 3 clear now. Gone further in front. From Nelly Laylax, Cormac T on the inside. Fleet Commander, followed by Good Banter. Then Sea Fall. Assailant will have to be good. He's been 3 wide throughout. He's starting to come off the bridle. Not sure I want shares in him. Then Gentleshi, followed by further back Naval Commission. As they round the home turn, Phase Angels led. From on the outside, Nelly Laylax looming. Getting out Cormac T. Fleet Commander got decked by Seafall. And running home is Good Banter on the outside. Phase Angel, Nelly Laylax, Cormac T. And down the outside, Good Banter's starting to surge. 150 to go. Fia Prospero late behind them. Out wide, Good Banter's hit the front from Cormac T. Running out of room, Naval Commission. It's Good Banter, Cormac T. They slog it out. Good Banter lays in but wins. Good Banter nearly threw it away but gets home from Cormac T. Third in the race, Fia Prospero ahead of Nelly Laylax, possibly fourth. Naval Commission needed more room. Casual Connection late on the scene.
15.
Then Phase Angels. Double Cherry past a few. Seafall is further back. Assailant had no luck. He was wide all the way. Then gazumped. And it was one of the last over.
Well, that was a good tough effort when she got to the outside. The genuine tempo up front really played into her hands, this mare. Good banter for John O'Shea and Tom Charlton. Contact though. Stretched him wide right to the wire, but the outside will do enough. Just wanted to lay in a little bit under pressure, but had the inside horse, I think, covered. We'll have a look at the head on. It's quite extravagant action late. The head on grade will tell us more, but 15 wins it over 8. Fia Prospero and Nelly Laylax behind those. Naval Commission, I don't know what happened there. but copped a bad check coming into the home straight. The head on might tell us more. 15 wins it.
It was quite a messy race there. They really packed up halfway down the straight, and I think there was quite a few horses that might have a hard luck story to tell. Not so the case with Good Banter. It has been a winter of drought breakers, and she adds her name to the list. So did get the wobbles there late and did want to throw it away, but under the urgings of Dylan Gibbons, she gets home to land that elusive third career victory. So 3 wins from the 18 stars to beat a very brave Cormac T, who was presented at exactly the right time. Another horse from that fencing run position that has overachieved. Thereafter, you don't really know where to look. So I think there's a few hard luck stories. Naval Commission got jammed up there. Gentle Ashley was working her way through the pack late. So I won't go up to dissect a few times over, but good to see her back in the winner's store. Long overdue.
Solely owned outright by Kevin Ma, the trainer. And $15 in for $9 here. Shooting for 3 on the bounce. Put them away at Geelong by 4.7. Bridal Waltzwell got beat fair and square. One would have thought last start. A little specking into $10. Soft Love. Soft can't write a ticket for that runner. And that'll just about do it. So she's an artist heavily backed. Duchess who's the interest outside of it. All right, let's have a look at the quantity numbers. Best on bet count on the sports bet books. It's the first leg of the quantity, the Creswick Stakes, and she's an artist. Soft Love, Duchess Sue, and Madam Maserati. Highest on bet count. Chocolates, Bearings, and also Politely Done Champagne Jenny for the stays coming up in race 7, the 2500. Then we'll switch over to race 8, and it's a tricky little race on paper, some say, but maybe not. Too good. She's in great form. Jimmy the Bear, Detonator Jack and Hughes. And then Terra Star, Molly Nickers, Stylish the best back in the last. Fire of Etna. Nice space between runs. She was terrific winning this track and trip last start. They're the highest on bet count. Think about putting them in your body. Get them on. Now off to Pinjarra, Lockie Taylor and Scott Embry.
Over recent weeks, they've been a blessing to the industry while Belmont Park's been unavailable, and more often than not, it's played really quite fairly. So I'm excited here today, Lockie, to be back and racing at the 4 metre pad, because from what we've seen recently, it has been quite even.
Absolutely. It sounds like the issues with the gates have been rectified, so I'm sure they'll begin the loading process very, very shortly. Actually see Flush Dancer about to join the line inside barrier number 1 for Chris Parnham and Neville Parnham. So we'll hand you upstairs and say a very good afternoon to the returning Darren McCauley.
Thanks indeed, Lockie. Good afternoon to you, Scotty, and all involved here. Great to be a part of the .com coverage from Pinjarra Park on Beaufort Stakes Day. On a clearing afternoon. Rain the last couple of days, and the ground is soft 5. They have had a little issue with the starting gates. Just
John Gibbons, winning rider, taking up the 7th event on the program. So numbers here, 15, 8, 20 and 1. Firstly, the quaddie down from Rosehill.
Welcome back to the Sunshine Coast for the 5th event, an open plate over the 1,000 metres. Quickly, we have some important news. Now, out of the Wink Skinnies, Mr. Bianco is a scratching. Ryan Maloney has hurt his back, and due to no suitable rider replacement, they have elected to scratch Mr. Bianco, who is favourite in the Wink Skinnies later today. Okay, let's turn our attention to this race. Steady Ready is your favourite. It's been well back to Cody Collis for the Sears.
Yeah, thanks for all that, Kian. Steady Ready is a 1,000-metre specialist. He pulled up lame in the Lightning when carried the 60 kilos. Different story today on the set weights. He's beautifully placed. He's 3 to 3.5 kilos better against the entire field, if not more. So he gets his chance. 1,000 metres around the sunny coast. I think he'll be swift.
Oh, Vodka Martini looks well. He's second up off the first up win. Robbie Dolan, Kelly Schrader.
Yeah, he beat a few of these, including Steady Ready Home last start in the Lightning. He pays the penalty for winning that. He goes up 3.5, so certainly Steady Ready gets the weight swing there. But he was first up for 10 months, Vodka Martini, and he's probably improved a little bit on that.
All right, Natuno is the 3. What do we think from him from barrier 1? Damien Thornton, Tony Gold.
Well, he'll be back second last or last, and the track's getting so close to a good 4, it's not funny. It's just into the soft 5 range. Does he get his hooves in enough? I'm going to go with him here because he's due to win. He won this race last year on a very wet track. He's better on wetter the better, but I still think he looks good, and he was good last start in the Lightning.
Tony with a good hand in this race also has the 5, all that pizzazz. Ange Jones looking at him. He looked to just knock up 50 out first up, and he's still even got a little condition to come on, so he might have felt the pitch first up.
Well, Rocky ain't good to know because he's been well backed all that pizzazz. Second up coming through the Lightning. He's got very good second up figures. The 1000's perfect, and certainly the drying track will play right into his hand.
All right, Mullane is a good sword, isn't he? You probably appreciate going back to the 1000. He might get a hotter tempo. Emily Lang, Tony Gollan.
I'll just have a quick look at number 6. Work here. He's in the yard there, and look, he's a giant killer, this guy, but not for me over the 1000.
Back to Mullane, rather. Emily Lang, Tony Gollan.
Yeah, the soft track's still in the range that he likes. He's running the Hinkler was very good, making late ground, but he's probably going to spot them all ahead starting.
Hardware Lane went onto the track earlier with the ponies. First up, Dagduff and Chester for the Smurf stable.
He ran second to the turn on a very wet track this time last year, but no, it was just average last preparation. Just risking him here.
Economics. Which economics will we get today? Culberson, Taylor, Stewie, Kendrick. The barrier blanket is no longer in use, and the blinkers are off today.
A bit of money around for him, Kian. He won 2 starts ago in a benchmark 78 on speed, and then, of course, he wasn't up to the class in the Chief De Beers. This class, I think, will test him, but he's not out of it.
Chakra Boy, he knows how to win. He steps up here today. Nikita Berman, we saw the King Yoshi form franked earlier. Sharon Livingston.
Yeah, well, look, I couldn't have him on the win line at the weights, but Punters Kent, he's been one of the best back runners here.
And superb is the 11, Bailey Wheeler, Adam Campton.
Well, she used the inside barrier to perfection to score at Ipswich on Cup Day. More depth here, they might find her.
All right, pick of the yard, boys. They're obviously a very hard gun. We've got some really class sprinters here. They all presented quite nicely. Mullane, you know, is such a good type, probably the pick of them. But Vodka Martini, I'm going to actually come back to him. There's nothing wrong with his first up win. He looks fantastic. I like that Kel's giving him the muff to get over that run. He looks like he did a lot of growing in his break. He presents beautifully here this afternoon.
Alrighty, Kiana, I'm going to go with Natuno, who finished a length behind Vodka Martini and the Lightning on a soft 5. This track's a soft 5 today. He finished his race off strongly, coming up nearer the inside. And he likes it. He likes the Sunshine Coast, Natuno. Number 5, All That Pizzazz, to improve a little bit on that first up run. Vodka Martini, and then Chakra Boy.
Thank you very much for that, Maxi Op on 1, 5, 3 and 2. One with Steady Ready. Slightly easy in the market, but he was well back this morning. 1,000 metre specialist. I don't think the barrier will be a problem. And you've just got to forgive him for that one run in the Lightning where he did pull up lane. He's much better weighted here today. Number 5, All That Pizzazz, has been well backed. Rated great. Should get the right run with Ange Jones in the saddle. Natuno can certainly win the race again this year. And Vodka Martini for 4th. And we've already had the pick of the yard, haven't we? So I'm not going to give that one away. Kian's found Vodka Martini out of the yard. 1, 5, 3 and 2 for me. We do have a little bit of time up our sleeves here finally, Anthony, so we can get to you for a quick wrap on the betting with Tab.
Okay, Joycey, Steady Ready, just a bit soft here late, just out to $3.20. That's the best price we've been throughout betting for him. Support for Chakra Boy, who's $6 into 5. And you mentioned that good sustained go for All That Pizzazz. Now $6.50 on Tab Fixed Odds. That's the shortest we've been all throughout betting on All That Pizzazz. And also Vodka Martini, a $7 chance. So they backed All That Pizzazz, Vodka Martini, late support for Chakra Boy, and Steady Ready, just a bit easy late. Good betting race, this one. Let's get to Jared Russell for the call.
He goes in, and we're ready to run. Race 5, the red light is on. Stand by 1,000 metres. Steady Ready, the favourite. Now we've got a rider at the back here, and it's the jockey of economics, Kyle Wilson Taylor, who's out the back. And number 2 has been backed out as well, Vodka Martini. So it was quite agitated in the gates. Broadcast. Okay, thank you. So economics became fractious in the barrier and is undergoing a veterinary examination here. So once again, a little bit of drama. There's a couple of horses that have been backed out. Number 5, All That Pizzazz as well. Has 2, Vodka Martini. So we've got 3 runners out of line here. 3 runners out of line. Now it looks like All That Pizzazz might be going back in. Economics has been trotted
But she's
up there
holding her
behind the
condition well.
gates.
She's got a really healthy, rich glow to her coat. She looks really well in the yard, but it's a significant trip for better.
Jamie Mellon rides our short price
Pizzazz
favourite 5.
He's back in the barrier. Cole's back on board economics, so that's positive news for connections there.
Clock here in a heat a couple of weeks ago.
What a performance. I mean, she is the highlight runner, really, I think, of the whole meeting. Can she turn up in that sort of form once again? Let's hope so. The market's saying she will. She was $1.65 earlier today. She's been
clear to start economics.
She's quite eye-catching because of her looks, but as a type, she's very athletic. She's got a good size to her. She's really relaxed here in the bounding yards, showing a lot of professionalism. She looks fantastic.
Duplicate powerboats open plate. Red light blinks once again. No delay again. They're racing and steady, ready from out wide left quickly with Jack Raboy and economics on his best behaviour today. He's going forward to third. Close there up, running fourth was Vodka Martini from All That Pizzazz, fifth the rail. Half a length away, Superb in sixth, and then came over on the inside Natuno from Mullane, safe work and 2 off Hardware Lane last of all. Steady Ready found the lead, a length and a half in front now to Jack Raboy in second spot. Economics is third, Vodka Martini fourth, then All That Pizzazz. Superb was next in the middle. Natuno going for an inside run there. Next Mullane to the outside from Safe Work and Hardware Lane. Down towards the 350 and Steady Ready out in front. Still leads 3/4 to Jack Raboy, who's coming out after him. Natuno's making ground near the fence, and then All That Pizzazz. It's Jack Raboy up to Steady Ready and puts the head in front now. Jack Raboy at the 100-metre mark. Next then All That Pizzazz from Natuno, but Jack Raboy in great form. Pulls clear and won it well. 2.5 lengths beat. A photo second. Superb bursting through the middle with Steady Ready. Then came All That Pizzazz, who may have just missed out and run fourth. Next over Mullane, Natuno from Vodka Martini.
Improved since then. She's lost a bit of weight in that time. She looks like she's a lot fitter, and her coat's really cleaned up. So she's a filly in form, and she looks really well in the yard.
We saw a son of Needs further win the Silver Bowl final in from a distance. Here, a daughter of his in the 10 Long Brew tries to build on a kite victory all the way back in December.
Yeah, it's a long way from a kite to the maiden, that's for sure. And it was okay. It was nothing special. Work's been all right, but no, I think there's a lot of others that make more of
Yeah, looking at her, I think there's scope for her to improve. But
being a hunter to the hunter. So I just said to Jai, just keep it. Anything can happen.
Good luck in that quest for the black top.
Thank you.
One-way traffic. It's all about the favourite. Everything else soft in the market. She's an Artist has been absolutely crunched here on the Sportsbet app. I'm telling you now, into $1.30. This is a good go, holding a lot of money on this filly, and she's ready to win. So says the market. Punters are up and about here at Flemington. With that, look at the value you're getting. The best backed outsider, she's an Artist, is Duchess Sue, the stablemate, into $10 from 15. Get your bets on race 6. It's a sit and watch, so says the market. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the helpline.
Just to let our viewers know as well, with regard to the protest in South Australia, third versus second has been upheld. Third versus second upheld, so change will be altered. Check your various apps for those results. But there's confirmation of that 1, 13, 5 and 10. Third versus second upheld. Looking forward to this race. She's an artist. You mentioned at the start of the day in terms of she is going to be one of the highlights, no doubt.
Just she looks nice and relaxed, doesn't she? For a filly just having a third start, she's taking it on very well.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of her best attributes to date. She's so professional. You even see her behind the barriers. She's on the
5 and 9
exacta.
exacta.
Looks like she's done a lot of
Gavin,
times before, doesn't she? So
5 is
real
super hot.
situation here where the big punters and the syndicates have probably got involved. $1.45 when the Victorian official price opened into $1.30, which is a massive go at that short end of the market, and that's probably because the times last start in the ratings, she come home the quickest closing splits of the meeting, off a fast tempo. Everything was sort of there for everyone to see once that all came out, and it was a performance. And if she replicates that here, she's probably unbeatable. It's just whether she can do that. The market suggests yes.
Well, it's the key form races we've seen, and you know, you look at that performance, and you know, it's not like you can look at it and say, well, she was on this part of the track. There's a lot of her rivals with the same lanes. She's championing favourite, but she's going to get a similar run race today. Anyway, all will be revealed soon enough. They're starting to load up here for the Crescent over the 1,200 metres. Will Shoes and Artists step up again? Find out soon enough. Here's Matt.
It's a similar group of horses, bar for Duchess Sue, who was an impressive winner last start, bringing a different form line in. So they move up. So they're getting set for the Crescent Stakes. Duchess Sue is in. Fiordello is forwards, with also Bridal Waltz. As Duchess Sue, a pick-up right here for Declan Bates, who has won the last 2 races. So he's got some confidence here leading into this feature-listed race today. As Duchess Sue goes in. $1.30 on VOP. She's an artist.
Arman 584.
She's an artist who's been very relaxed. A real professional is about to come along, and She's an Artist will be the last. The Crescent Stakes has unearthed some Group 1 sprinters in the past. What will we see here? They are ready. Consider the 1200, and they're racing, and She's an Artist away well towards the outside. Bridal Waltz away fast as well. Just Google Me in the centre of the line began quickly, and Fiordello, She's an Artist, is going to saunter across as a couple off the lead in the early part. Bridal Waltz the leader from Fiordello, She's an Artist. They were followed by Just Google Me on the steal from Long Brew, Madame Maserati in the back half, with also Duchess Sue and Soft Love. So they reach the 800 mark here. Bridal Waltz in front by a length. Fiordello. She's an Artist 2 lengths off the lead. Long Brew next the inside. Then Just Google Me in the centre of the pack. Well back Duchess Sue, Madame Maserati and Soft Love. Onto the course proper. Bridal Waltz. 500 metres to go. Quick and the length. Fiordello yet to be called upon. She's an Artist. Ditto the outside. Then Madame Maserati, Long Brew, and behind them Just Google Me. Bridal Waltz at the 300 metres just in front of Fiordello. She's an Artist, shown her head on the outside now. It's Bridal Waltz at the 150, still 3/4 on the outside, trying to pick them up. She's an Artist. Bridal Waltz is holding them though.
2-5.
She's an Artist, and Duchess Sue was absolutely zooming through the line from Fiordello. A gap to Soft Love in company with Madame Maserati, Long Brew, and at the back was Just
2-5-9-8.
Bridal Waltz, a stakes victory in the Crescent to sit alongside what she was able to do.
BC, bang on.
Miss Anna Red Roses here in the sprint. She's
BC, that was bang on.
in the Moomba Plate when she was only beaten 3 lengths in a night behind Alabama Lass Fresh to start her autumn preparation. She's never really
Bang on that 2. So what happened? The 3 was a bad one. I went with the 3, but it was a bad one looking at the advantage. But actually, if you look at the racing part, and this is, I mean, okay, we are not getting a negative. That means it is not going to die. But practically speaking, that's way too much. Way too much. This was 30-20. 10. Here it was huge. 1. one. This was extreme. That was extreme. This reasonable one was here. Two, then five, 5, 9 here, and 8 here. 73, 4 did not work. $89. This is also okay. I mean, they're both 33, 33. Here, there is a difference. 9, 4, 5% here. This was a huge difference. I thought this will get in, but it is not possible. So 74. 74. This was good. This was better, but this was bad. PC 14. Yeah, that was good one, PC. That was a good one. 5 was not possible. That was way too much. Way too much. Anyway, we'll go to the next 7. 15, 17, 19, and 20 all scratched. Man, this is a huge one. $15, 17, 19, and 20.
Back along the inside from Parfait. Coming to the outside, it's Tucson. Bill picks up a little bit here. And then Cool Drinks and Helligan back at the tail. Coming to the bend, Sapling is the leader. Tong Ho called upon to come after it. Sapling got a length in front of Tong Ho. And then Frosty Bangers, followed by Galahop. Far the outside. But Sapling travelling strongly as they enter the 100. It is clear
9,
over
2, 16, and 1.
Farbray laid the outside, but Sapling gets in. Sapling burst. Photo second and third. Tequasoda made good ground the inside. Farbray out wider. Not far away Tong Ho, neither was Helligan, in company with Cool Drinks. And then came Galahop. Further back was Tucson. Frosty Bangers was well back. And Parfait finished tail down last.
Well, this runner paraded beautifully, and my word, did it perform well there. Ultra close for the Miners. Techie Soda bolted home down the rails to potentially place second over for Bars by the look of it. Maybe 9, 3, 10, 7. It's a very good run there by Sapling.
Yeah, it was. She had to work a little bit early, but she bring racecraft here. She'd had the 2 solid runs this preparation. Nice positive ride from Robbie Downey. He was able to get a nice breather in the middle stages, and she gets out of maiden company today at start number 5. I want to follow the 3 Techie Soda out of the race. She was back towards the inside on the rail. She's really ran on nicely there into second position. Improved performance from the 10 Fabrays, and fourth will go the way of the 7 Tong Ho. He's shown improvement with Jumia Guild in this preparation.
There we go, 9, 3, 10, 7. The top 4 numbers there in the 6th event here at Wyre. We'll take a break. Back to Rose Hill for the 7th, 8th.
So this is the 7th one. It's a huge one. We've got 16 horses racing this one. The 9 is the favorite. Okay. The 9 is the favorite with 0 pressure. That's where the 9 stands. 2 is the linear, which is here. 1 has the rails. And the highest spell are these 2 horses, 7 and 8. Which are there. So far, what has been happening is we'll have to match this. Cannot be too much, it cannot be too less. Other than that, the spell is working. So 9 is the favorite, which is a 61. But we've got a 64 and a 63. Which are there. I tried with the 60 here, it did not work, okay? I tried with the 60 with a low pressure, it did not work because it's a 60. What happened is it is playing here. So 90 and then it was 74 at a 39. So this one is a 61. It's not that it cannot come in. It can definitely come in. But will that be the one? Or it is the 63 with the low pressure. One we have one with the rails. It's going good. 57, 61. These are very bad. These are all 57, 57, 55. Will not go there that far. It's not working down there. So 8 is the high, 64 at 16. 64 at 16. That's the largest outer drift. Okay. Is the largest outer drift. $14, $55, $49 on a 2,500 meter. The last 2,500 meter was this one where the 8 won. That was the largest, okay, and the lowest pressure. I thought the 3 is going to win from 73, but it did not get anywhere. This one won actually. 3 got 4th. It was 8, 4, and then 9. 8, 4, 9, and 3. So 73 did not work on low pressure. 476 with the pressure went in as a second, but this one with the low pressure did get in with the rails. Here, $64, 899, 125. 14. That's a bad one. Cannot go with that. What else? 0, 16, 19. Some of the game is here. Okay. 9, 61, 37, 7, 0, 747. Eight, 5, 0. 43, 45, 53, 7, 13. It has league races as well. It is here. 9 is here. 61, 42, 35, 1 probably will get a place. 1 probably will get a place. What other thing can happen? This is a 57 at 23. Then we have a 57 at -3 on 4, which is gate number 5. Both of them are almost same stuff. 9 is a 61, and then here is a 62. Right? They have both of them is there. 61, 62. 62 has pressure. This one has 0 pressure. And for some reason, there's a lot of management going on this 11, which is gate number 6, 7. I don't know. I like the 7. There is nothing not to like about the 7. It's a beautiful management. It's one of the top-notch horses with less pressure. 7. We'll see what they have to speak about 7. That's one of the tops. So far, all the tops are getting in. That's what the game is today here. That is what is happening. Unless the pressure is too much, then it's okay. But here, this is these two. One is on 16, the 8. This is a drift. So no. And this could have been a linear if this was not a linear. This could have been a linear if this was not placed. So how the placing is done is here, the linear right after this is 7. So this is a good one. The linear is here. This one would have been a linear if they did not give it the relaxation. Here the relaxation is not there on 2, but it is lower. So that's the only threat which is there, this 7. That's the 7.
As well has been a bit of money for the Melbourne visitor. So the key to his chances today is simply getting back onto a rain-affected surface. I'm hoping it's as simple as that. He'll slide forward. He'll have a few mates here up on top of the speed, but I don't think it's any disadvantage to be making their own luck somewhere today. So Danger's World Alliance, he needs a few things to fall into place given his pattern, but they very much did their late at Canterbury, and he came with a really nice turn of foot. So if he holds that form, he's going to be hard enough to hold out. Late Dollar Magic, there's a neat tie in there. There wasn't a lot between their last start. She was clear second best, but she's such a genuine mare, so she goes into absolutely everything. Cigar Flick, she's holding her quote at around that $8, which is probably about right. She doesn't win out of turn, but gets a likeable setup here. Well placed in this grade, and if the speed's on, she might be the one that gets last look. So 2, 8, 14, and 5. If I could have a fifth pick, I'd throw in Excelidus down the bottom now that he's made the field, and there has been a little bit of money around for him. He's got the benefit of drawing barrier 1, and I thought he had genuine excuses last start. But I'm with Kayla here. LOU on top.
Absolute take your pick drop here in terms of the market. Equal favourites LOU and World Alliance. LOU 650 now. Best price we bet today was 7. It's the most popular runner, slightly more money on it compared to World Alliance, who's 650, and he's basically been that price throughout betting. Dollar Magic we laid early as much as 11, got into as short as $6, just back to 7. He's found his spot in the market. Upper 850, Cigar for the 850, not a lot of change. Fleetwood 10, 10. Cosmonova's one we did lay earlier on, $26.14 when I did my preview earlier this morning, now into $11. So Cosmonova at longer odds has been very well found. And Excelitus, as Brad mentioned, $61 this morning, now into 19. And it's also had good backing at longer odds. But joint favourites, LOU and World Alliance, $6 to field here if you like one. I wouldn't let anyone talk you out of anything, Gav.
No, yeah, you're quite right there. The market really tells the story, doesn't it, Brad? And no wonder you, like many, no doubt, would have loaded up your second leg of the quaddie.
Yeah, I've had 4 in it, so 4. Just scraped through in that first leg with good banter getting the job done over a very brave Cormac tee, but she stuck her nose out right on the line. So we're alive to this point, and hopefully we can continue that, because I think it will pay a nice dividend if we can get it. But just touching on the speed here, I think it promises to be truly run. You've got the likes of Fully Lit, Similion, Memoria coming across. Cosmonova might be ridden with some intent early to look for a bit of cover after that early move. And LOU, the Melbourne horse that we're quite keen on and the market quite likes, will slide forward as well. So it'd be interesting to see how it a couple of 100 metres here.
There's Fully Lit about to go up, a gelding by Hellbent. Again, Adrian lining up in start number 7. Regan Bayliss is doing the steering today. So you've got those late mail numbers. The previous race, as Brad said, the first leg of the quaddie was won by Good Banter, who held on from Cormac T and Theo Prospero. Any late changes to the market here, Anthony? It's a wide open affair.
Yeah, $6 favourite LOU on its own now, so that's the first time it's been favourite on its own, and it's the shortest price we've been throughout betting. So the late money's certainly with the Victoria and the 2.
As World Alliance, the slight chance colours about to come up. Here's race 8 as we head upstairs to Luke.
Distance to come in. Able Willie, Memoria, and Dollar Magic. So 2 to move up. Next event, race 9, is today's feature, the Precise Air Winter Stakes over 1,400 metres.
2EW again, Flemington.
Dollar Magic goes in. Memoria completes the line. We're set for action. Ready, race 8. Starter lets them go. They're off and racing now. Similion missed it. World Alliance is about 5th to last on settling, and Memoria flew out of the gates. She's got brilliant speed. Memoria carves over to lead by 2 lengths on Dollar Magic. Bunker at the outside. Next on the rails, Fully Lit, followed by Fleetwood. Exalatus, Cosmonova trying to slot in around LOU, then Cigar Flick. Further back was Cloudland, World Alliance, Louisville, Similion and Able Willie, they're flying. Out in front is Memoria, leading 3/4, Bunker Hut working overtime. Dollar Magic pushing up in the centre, followed by Fully Lit, then Fleetwood, Exalatus, Cosmonova, LOU, Cloudland, Cigar Flick as they spin the turn. In the straight, Memoria, Dollar Magic, and Bunker Hut on the outside. Fully Lit behind, then Fleetwood. Cosmonova's moving through down the outside. Then Exalatus, Cloudland running on at the 150. They're across the track. In the centre, Fleetwood, Cosmonova, Cloudland. They're the trio fighting it out with Cloudland the outside taking the lead. Cosmonova tight for room the centre, but it's Cloudland with his head in front, and Cloudland wins from Cosmonova. Photo third, Fleetwood, Bunker Hut. World Alliance has run on at the end, then Cigar Flick, Exalatus, Able Willie, Memoria next home, followed by Dollar Magic, Fully Lit, Similion, and Louisville.
Cloudland, first up from a spell, he's terrific fresh, and the 6-year-old storms down the centre of the track to win. Josh Parr for Chris Lees in the OTI colours, and will go on to defeat Cosmonova, who was brave, and Fleetwood. That was better back with the 1200, and Bunker Hut will just miss out. But 7 wins it down the outside of the track. The grey Cloudland, and he's in for another good prep. And as I say, he adds to his terrific first up record.
It's time for one of our features here at the Sunshine Coast. It is the Wink Skinnies. We are at Group 3 level. We are over the 1,600 metres. Of course, there was that news coming through with the late scratching of the favourite, Mr. Bianco, due to no suitable rider replacement. Let's have a look at Bo Dazzler. He's glowing in the coat. Jay Guthman-Chester for the Sears.
This horse has got to be a chance. Kiani's a miler. They stretched him out to the 2400 of the Derby. He didn't quite stay, so they've freshened him and brought him back to this trip. But I think he's a big player here on the Sunshine Coast circuit, and he's definitely over the odds.
We look to the 3 of Punter. He's now Group 3 placed. Bailey Wheeler, Kevin Kemp.
Yeah, he's been a winner here. He hasn't won for a while, but he's always around the money, and I think he can pick up some of the minor money again here.
All right, let's look at Hella Fast. The blinkers are off. Damien Thornton, Kelly Schroeder. Joycey, this horse actually beat Mr. Bianco home in the Vo Rogue at Group 3 level.
Great point, Kian. That's why I've got him on top. Well, not exactly. I'm just stubborn. I've been with him all campaign. Not much has gone right. He's often running the best final splits, so I'm happy to gamble at him today out to the mile.
Waterhouse and Bott have the 5, the 300, Ange Jones.
Yeah, he comes out of the Cooney. He was just far too far back, had a lot to do and ran on quite well, so probably better suited than 1600 here.
Italian Riviera creates a bit of interest off that slashing win last start. Cole Wilson-Taylor, Stewie Kendrick.
It was a big win, wasn't it? He's been back to the trials since, and he's won there as well. He's won 4 from 8 all up, so he's certainly heading in the right direction.
Chris Waller has the 7, Barbary, up from Sydney.
Well, his 2 wins have been around this distance, and he's got the right form lines to run well here today against this opposition. He was good at Randwick last start, back and fighting the line at the right end.
William Crop lines up with Prince Levi. He's deep into his prep, but he's holding on to his condition fantastically. Taylor Marshall.
I'd like to see him rock and roll in the yard. This is what he does. There's 2 of them, and I think if the book one stands up, he'll love this track with just a slight bit of give in it, and he'll relish the mile.
Okay, Moon Sweeper is the 9. You can see that string hold walk there. Ronnie Stewart, Matty Dunn.
He does need to improve on his 2 runs back from a spell. Didn't have a lot of luck in the guns, but it was well beat.
Okay, Lindsay Goff has the 10, Ramp It Up for Nikita Berman.
Yeah, he looks to get a nice run in transit. He's got ability, this guy. He's not straightforward, but if he pinched to place it with a surprise.
All right, Lockor is the 11. He should love every bit of this big track. Luke Dempsey, Barry Lockwood.
I think that's the key, Kian, isn't it? You couldn't have him on ratings, but as you said yesterday, these 3-year-olds, they can improve rapidly, and he's a horse that hasn't had a lot go right on the tight turning tracks, and this could just be his day today on the big circuit.
New Emperor is the 12, Cody Collis, Barry Lockwood.
Been going nicely at the midweeks. He's a maiden, though.
Millie DeLune is the 13, Ash Morgan for Matthew Smith.
Well, she's been the street corner tip all week coming up from Sydney. She's had 3 races on the bounce, 1900 metres to the 2000 range, and she's coming here in really good form from down south. Barrier 1, the mile, should be very hard to beat.
Corey and Chris Mutts have the 14, Bollinger Miss. She's very good last start there. Emily Lang.
Apart from the winner of the Cooney, Mr. Bianco, she was clearly second best. She gave them 10-length start and ran the winner to a length on the line. I think she'll run the trip.
Tiffany Brooker rides the 15, Whomsoever for Kurt Goldman. Blinkers are back on.
She's aiming for the hat-trick, this filly. She's coming through much easier races, and she's having a huge throw at the stumps at this grade, but why not?
Now, let's look at Easy Love, the 16. She comes out of maiden grade. Robbie Dolan, David Van Dyke. What a parade.
Well, she's got a bad barrier, and that's a little negative, Kian, but she did win that maiden quite well over this distance.
PB Noir is the 17 for the Holberts to round us out.
Won her maiden here, 2 starts back on a heavy track, and then was safely held at Doom, and this just looks a bit too tough.
All right, looking at the wing skinnies, I'm going to play the 5, the 300, the Sydney Sider. Look, I think this horse is going to appreciate a circuit like the Sunshine Coast. Got that really big climbing action and a beautiful, nice sedate parade for the 1600.
The start for the RR Group Wing Skinnies, Group 3, 1600 metres. There's the 300, the pick of the yard from Kian, those white colours. Have a look at the crowd here today. It's the biggest crowd that I've seen for a long, long time. We've been blessed with great weather, great racing so far. But we kick off the first of 3 of our features today with the Wing Skinnies. And the market has Millie DeLune as the favourite, just a little bit easy, $2.70 out to $3, but I think most of the money went on earlier. A punter has been back 7 into $5.50. Barbary for Chris Waller has remained quite solid. Bo Dazzler at the top. Now he's taking it trim in the market. The one that I like is pretty much friendless, number 8, Prince Levi. Just thought he was overs. Here he is on screen in the white and the blue. I thought on an each way basis to beat number 1, Bo Dazzler, who brings some really good stakes form here as a 2 and 3-year-old, this guy. Then 14, Bollinger Miss. I think she'll run the trip right out. Number 13 goes in, Millie DeLune. She's back a fair bit in trip here, but she's very fit, and if she's close enough, she's capable of running them down.
Thank you very much for that, Maxi. Plenty of value there in the wing skinnies. I've gone 4, 1, 13 and 7. I'm sticking solid with Hella Fast at big odds today. Getting out to the mile. The blinkers come off. I like the parade. Just hasn't had a race work out this campaign. Hopefully today's the day it all comes together. The one Bo Dazzler, we suggested this horse was overs. He's been well backed. The 13 Millie DeLune, the Sydney sider. She's rock solid as favourite. Obviously with Mr. Bianco coming out. And the other Sydney sider, Barbara, sneaks up. Not with the quite depth of form of Millie DeLune, but certainly Sydney form, different form. I'm throwing Barbara in for 4, 4, 1, 13 and 7. We've got about 6 or 7 to load up, Anthony. So with the scratching of the original favourite, Mr. Bianco, what are you seeing there with Tat?
Millie DeLune's still the most popular runner here, Paul. Into $3 now, touch 310 briefly, 35% of all bets on Millie DeLune. A punter $5, Bo Dazzler at 8. Barbara's been solid throughout betting. It's actually the second most popular runner, Barbara, outside of the favourite. And at longer odds, Bollinger Miss has seen continued support. $19 earlier on in the week, got into as short as 11, back to 13, but the third most popular runner outside of Millie DeLune and Barbara. Let's get to Jared West for the call. The Wing Skinnies.
Wing Skinnies. And we only have about 6 or 7 to move forward. Hella Fast about to join the line. Barbara about to move up. Has had good backing. Barbara moves forward. BB Noir about to move in, so that'll leave Bollinger Miss, Moon Sweeper, Hella Fast, and Easy Love. 4 out for the guineas. Down to $2.80 here. Millie DeLune from barrier number 1. Bollinger Miss goes forward. Easy Love to move in with Hella Fast, and Moon Sweeper will complete the line. First of the 3 big features here. And we're almost set. Moon Sweeper goes forward and the light is on. Set and ready. Race 6, the Wing Skinnies. And they're underway. And Millie DeLune, the favourite from the inside, bounced away fairly. Hella Fast has got speed today, goes forward along with Whomso Never. Barbara's driving up in the centre with Rampant up at the 300s, going forward even wider. Lockor tucks in behind them on the inside of Moon Sweeper. A length away, Italian Riviera. A punter's caught 3 wide, now 4 wide and goes forward. Then came Noir Emperor, Deeper Easy Love, and then came Bo Dazzler from Millie DeLune, the favourite, 2/3 down the field. 2.5 further back to Bollinger Miss, and then came PB Noir, and Prince Levi is last of all, and 10 lengths from the leader. Inside the 1,000, and the 300 takes up the lead. A half length in front. A punter's doing plenty of work. He's wide and going forward to park outside the lead now. Hella Fast is 3rd behind them. Then came Whomso Never. Gets a good run now 4th. 2 further back. Rampant up the inside of Barbara. 2 lengths then in the field to Italian Riviera. From Lockor the rail, Noir Emperor is there as well. And then Moon Sweeper. Easy Love's going forward wider. Next was over on the outside there, Bo Dazzler. Millie DeLune shuffled back, still about 7 or 8 off the lead from PB Noir. And then came Bollinger Miss and Prince Levi in the straight. 400 left to go. The 300 out in the lead. Leads by about a length now to a punter who's trying hard but flat out. Then came Hella Fast. Millie DeLune's trying to wind up near the fence but a long way off them. Rampant up's right there. Then Italian Riviera and wider Easy Love, but it's still the 300 going clear inside the 100-metre mark. Rampant up runs to 2nd. Then a punter and Hella Fast, but all the way here for the 300. A length and a half the margin beat. Rampant up a great run 2nd. A punter 3rd. Then Hella Fast, Easy Love. Next Millie DeLune. Behind those horses, Barbara, Prince Levi, Bo Dazzler. Then Italian Riviera. Noir Emperor further back in the field. Bollinger.
As you've seen over the last few meetings when he was in the Cavalier Series final when he won here, he's been best with ridden a bit quiet. So look, we've left it up to Daniel. It'll probably be, I think, probably 3rd, 4th pair with cover. Hopefully get in the middle of the track and finding the line, and we'll find out. It's got a bit of weight, but we'll find out if he's good enough to carry that and beat him.
Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, runners making their way down to the start. Just to let you know, we're going to show a replay of the last race of Pinjarra after the race, of course, from Wangaratta. And we'll get a good viewing of that at that point in time. It's at 62, the numbers there. So here is a look at a couple of entrants in the staying contest. And Nick, it's not an easy one to work out. They never are, particularly some of these bigger fields. But two key form races really, and it's the Chocolate's form race from the last couple probably that Tyler is in.
What I always find interesting with the Mahogany series is all the lead-ups in the Saturday races are all 2,000 metres, and you get to the final, it's 2,500. You do have a few horses who ran well last start at 2,500, Superplayed, Champagne Jenny, even Magassi come through the sand down to the 2,400 metre lead-up, and that can be a pretty good sign to next start having that run under your belt. So it is of interest to who the key chances having to step right up the distance further into that one that's been met with a fair bit of support. She seems one that the pilots are sort of gravitating towards, and given her connections, John Sargent, the trainer, he's been a pretty good producer of some quality winners here at Flemington across the years, Hutch, over the staying events.
Yeah, and we'll see. You mentioned that those races leading in over the 2,000, but this start at 2,500, this is where barriers do come right into it. But interesting comments as well with Ben Mellon was chatting to Nigel about it too, about part of the track was a little bit better. So feeling that maybe a wider out straight less inside lanes, maybe a better spot to be.
Yeah, potentially whether those stayers are really going to get there from this point of the start, but we'll be interested to see how the race pans out. Typical 2,500 metre race, it doesn't look stuck of speed on paper, so I didn't really look at designated leader. Maybe a few of those roughies are going to chance their arm and just at a genuine pace and maybe roll to their best attribute, which may be their staying qualities. But Chocolate's probably brings in the best form. She'll have to carry the weight here. Went up with the weights last start, carried 58, was just beaten, so wants to stay at that sort of similar weight range here. Quietly done, it's probably the best performed horse today. Does have to again carry the weight as well for one of the horses that's the best. Looking at the market, I think one go here for Chocolate's in the 200 official price, $5 into $4.20. Ballast Machine's had a lot of support throughout the whole thing.
Okay, so starting to load up here for the Mahogany Challenge final, 2,500 metres. Here's Matty Hill.
His style is secret, small in stature, but has a big heart. It's been working overtime in a couple of its runs over a shorter trip. First look at the 2,500 metres here for Mickey Nolan. As frontline action goes forward, Jayla Kennedy. Going into the gates is Politely Done for Dan Stackhouse. Thinking Gold is in, so we've got Vella's Machine to join them along with Love Your Mama, One Brother, and Diaco Front, the final four. So it should be an excellent exhibition for these young stayers, the 3-year-olds. Race named after a fantastic, adaptable, versatile horse, the Mahogany Challenge. As Vella's Machine goes in, 4th race start for one of the favourites. Love Your Mama goes in. And to complete the big field, there's One Brother, 16 to go over the 2,500 metres, and they're locked away. Sit together. All two together, they're racing. And a pretty good line too. Stylish Secret got a little squeeze and goes back to the end. Frontline action out well with Pro Chester. There's a real line of them. And Champagne Jenny and McGasty as they charge past the post. Pro Chester just led with Ant on the outside. McGasty 3 deep. Frontline action Champagne Jenny. And they were followed by Hot Majesty Stylish Secret. Next in the field is Politely Done on the fence from Vella's Machine, who slots in one off. Then came Chocolates, who's a length and a half of it, 3-4 deep at this stage as they reach the 2,100. Then came Bearings and Love Your Mama. Well back Silver Pledge in company with One Brother, 2 for the back Thinking Gold. And at the tail is Diaco Front. So they reach the 1,800 metres and it's Pro Chester just in front of McGasty the outside. They were followed by Frontline Action, 3rd outside of Ant. A length and a quarter Champagne Jenny, who's 5th, just overdoing it fractionally as McGasty's just testing the lead here at the 1,500 metres. It's off the rails. McGasty leading a length. Pro Chester, who still had the advantage of the rails. Frontline Action is 3rd outside of Ant, and then Champagne Jenny and Hot Majesty as they reach the 1,400 metres. They were followed by Chocolates. A length away, Politely Done. Love Your Mama's on the improve in the lime jacket. Then Stylish Secret. Next in the field is One Brother, wide with some cover.
Alice Machine as well, back thinking gold, and then towards the end is Silver Pledge with bearings in the Argo front. 1,200 to go. It's McGasty, the clear pilot now. By a length and a quarter, they've chopped and changed a little from frontline action, but the speed hasn't been very good at all. Prochester is third on the inside. A length Champagne Jenny, Love Your Mama. They were followed by Ant on the inside as they run by the 1,000. Next is Chocolates, Politely Done, and then Stinking Gold 5 deep, whipping around the outside very swiftly. Stylish Secret behind them. Bearings is trying to get going in the black jacket midfield as well. Towards the end, Valor's Machine needing something to tack onto. Towards the end is Politely Done as they run by the 600 metres. Silver Pledge is second last with the Argo Front, so it's Thinking Gold setting them alight. Moves up to McGasty at the 500 metres. Runs 2 lengths. Frontline action, Love Your Mama, Prochester. They were followed next by Champagne Jenny. Chocolates brought towards the outside, and also One Brother is coming on too. It's Thinking Gold, 300 metres to go under siege. They're coming now, frontline action, with also Chocolates the outside. Chocolates and frontline action, and Ant darts back to the inside. Ant is coming home like a train at the 50. Ant and Chocolates. Ant just in front from Chocolates. Ant,
5 and 2.
Chocolates, I'm not sure. Frontline action third. They were followed next in the field by Thinking Gold, Politely Done, Stylish Secret. Then Hot Majesty, Niarco, Front Prochester. Next One Brother in a fair way.
Boom,
Love Your
boom,
Brother
boom.
next. And they were followed further back in the field, or Love Your Mama, and then Valor's Machine in company with Wellback, Silver Pledge, McGasty, Bearings, and Champagne Jenny. A bob of the head here.
Ben Mellum inside and coming off 2 Kembla Grange victories has certainly handled Melbourne the first time, but there's no denying the staying prowess of Kieran Maher's team. They clean sweep the staying features on Winter Finals Day. Harry Coffey in a heads up, heads down go, gets it in the end with the daughter of Shocking, who just loves some ground and loves
2, 5, 11, 18.
a heat win on the King's birthday weekend. Just couldn't really stop the rock here a fortnight ago.
2.
Takes the final today in
PC.
very fine style for Harry Coffey, who's been part of a preparation that's taken it all.
So what happened is that 2 was the linear. There's a lot going on with this. 2, then 5 here, 47. Eleven. Then the 11. And 18 from nowhere. Okay, that was that. Brilliant day, PC. Brilliant day for you. We'll go to the next 8. 9 has been scratched. Ten, 3, 13, and 11. 10, 3, 13, and 11. That's where it stands. The 10 is the favorite. This is 99, but now it is 112. There, it was 90 by 106. It got second. Now this is reasonable. Now this is reasonable. That's the linear 214. That is the linear. Now again, this thing has a lot of advantage, the 13. It's also within the rails. But the advantage seems to be not working today. The advantage seems to be not working. The 3 is the second, wherein the 12 is a larger drift. What is the 12? Ninth. 23, 13, 11. It's all here within the box. They are here. They are here. All of them are here. Apart from this one, which is here, the 8, 10, 4, 9. The largest inner. And why not 7? 89, 21. Anyway, 10 looks good. Ten looks good. If we like that, then 10 is here, 13 is up here. Nine-year-old. 12. 77. 3280. 27:11. Ideally, the 13 should get in, but somehow the pressure is not, the low pressure is not working today. Probably it is because of the ground. It is a soft ground. That's why this is not working. Ninety-nine, 10, 5-year-old mare, 1600-meter. If that works, then the next is this, probably, with the jockey pressure. If that works, then next is 3. This pressure is not working today for somehow, because it is a soft ground, probably. I can only figure this thing out after the races, why it is not working. So this is not working. So 11 is the next one, probably after this. This is there. This one is far here, 14. It has the physics, it's an 81. This is an 83. It's got the physics, it can get in. 14 is gate number 7. 14, 11, 2 weeks ago, will not work. 13, first. All of them are first. If this was not a soft ground, then this thing, the 13 has the highest advantage over the 1600-meter, but this is not working today for some reason. I can't figure out why it is not working, but this is good. The pressure is good on this one. This one should not. If this is winning, then this is no chance. Then it is here. Ten. 90% on a 112. Yeah, those two are there. If I think it is 10 and 11. I believe it's 10 and 11 because if the pressure works on 10, then 13 will not stand, and somehow this is not working. The low pressure thing is not working. I've tried many permutation combination, it is not working. I've lost like nobody's business today. That was for Rosie
We know
EW.
he can really hit the line, so encouraged there has been support for him since this morning, $7 into $6. We'll go to the line with Green Fly with Brave Knock aboard. 10 Thunderlips. I got the tick off from the yard there from Kayla. He's on the quick turnaround, but might be an opportunistic piece of placement from Bjorn Baker. You wouldn't expect him to go backwards off that last start performance. He's showing really good desire at the moment. For the first time in his career, he's stringing a couple of wins together. 8 Winchat, though, without Cool Jakey here, he's the biggest beneficiary of that, so he'll get his chance, and hence why he continues to trim up, and he's pretty firm there at the top. Has a $4.20 chance. He rolls forward, he'll be vulnerable late. However, he's going to give you a huge sight here from up on top of the speed, and 2 Wellwall was the best of the closers in the Civic Stakes, which does read as one of the logical form references for this. So 13 at 10, 8 and 2, Anthony.
Really good betting race. Winchat favourite, $4.20. Damage was done early with Winchat, $15 we bet on Wednesday. We laid it immediately. $4.80 yesterday or Thursday, $4.40 this morning, now $4.20. Thunderlips, there's more money on Thunderlips being the same price or a very similar price to Winchat, $4.40 now for Thunderlips. There is more money slightly on it compared to Winchat, however, but it's been that price most of the way through betting, whereas Winchat was a much bigger price early. Accredited into $5.50, just had a firm, was $6.50 a few minutes ago, so a little bit of money there. Greenfly $6.50. We're laying Wellwall 6 out to $9.50. If you want to get on, come back up with the tab. You'll get on for whatever you like. Robusto 12, Salt Coats 21, and that's about the tail of the tape there. They're big odds, the others. Robusto actually opened favourite. Can you believe that on Wednesday? It was $4, now out to $13, so a big drift up. Winchat back into $4 at the death here, Gav, so it's a good move for those that got on at $15 on Wednesday.
You're sitting pretty, half the job done. The other half to be conducted in the winter stakes. There it is.
Off and racing now. He's jumped out Winchat, but not brilliantly. He's about midfield early. Accredited won the start. Estero is showing speed. Bases loaded, pushing up there as well as they go through the first couple of hundred. It's Estero, joined now by Estadio Mestea. Bases loaded the inside. Just behind those was Accredited. Winchat over racing and wide as they go into the first turn. Then Robusto, followed by Thunderlips, Wellwall, Contemporary, Fearson, Greenfly, Salt Coats, and the last one is Ruby Flyer. Down the side they go. Estadio Mestea went to the front. Winchat worked to second. 2 lengths bases loaded inside of Estero. Accredited getting a great run. He's fifth, one off the rails. Outside of Robusto, then Thunderlips, followed by Wellwall, tracking up on the fence. Heading the others, Contemporary and Greenfly. They start to turn. 450 metres to go. Estadio Mestea, Winchat together. From Estero, Accredited to the outside. Robusto's run up behind them. He's looking for a run. Accredited shut the door on him. As they reach the 200, Estadio Mestea still kicking. Accredited trying to come out of the pack. He's got 2 to make up. Wellwall weaving into the clear. Oh, he got tight for room inside Thunderlips, but still Estadio Mestea. Accredited holding second at the moment. Robusto gets out, but Estadio Mestea has won from Robusto, grabbing second ahead of Accredited. Thunderlips has run fourth, then Greenfly, followed by the next home as they pull up was Fearson. Next in, as they pull up, was Thunder. Back behind them, Salt Coats, Contemporary, bases loaded, Winchat, Ruby Flyer and Estero.
Oh, he's put his best foot forward today. Estadio Mestea out of trouble and out in front. And he goes all of the way to take out the winner's stakes. A couple of hard luck stories there. Robusto gets second and arguably should have won the race. He got chopped out at a vital stage, and the other one that was absolutely luckless, Wellwall, will get out in time for dinner maybe, but 7 wins it. Estadio Mestea over the unlucky Robusto. Accredited has run a very creditable race in third spot, and Thunderlips on the back up will wind up in fourth. What a finish.
What a ride, what a win. Dylan Gibbons, isn't he riding with such confidence at the moment?
Wasn't bad because it is heavy. Lee, it is heavy 8, heavy 9, something on those lines.
Was the case, and he just kept on running. So we saw Africa Daisy improve sharply earlier with the blinkers going on. And that was the case for Estadio. So a big form turnaround and paid $60.80 on the local tote to beat Robusto. Accredited kept trying at the finish, and the backup Thunderlips was there whacking away in fourth. So, yeah, if you found him, well done. Estadio Mestaya, Dylan Gibbons, take a bow.
He's having a great day at the office. Big odds, 7 wins at 1 second, 4 3 10 4th in the time at 125.2 and 35.99 last 600 metres. Joe Pride with double on the day. Dylan Gibbons with another winner. And they've found Joe with Estadio Messiah out in front, and he was not for catching.
Yeah, look, he very disappointing at the first 2 runs back, and I honestly scratching my head because he's a very genuine and very honest horse, and it's not like him to be out of the money like that. So went a little bit early with the blinkers than what I normally would in a preparation, but I just felt like I had to do something, make a change, and it was fantastic. Good to see him out there rolling along, and he looked happy and comfortable, and gave a really big kick.
Had his game face on, didn't he?
Yeah. Look, he's a very competitive horse, and I know the market's forgot about him today, and for good reason. His 2 runs back have been plain, but if you go back to last preparation, ran second in Little Dance, second in the South Grafton Cup. He's a good horse in his day, and just nice to see him return to that.
We're all looking for back markers. There was nothing coming. Just
played a little bit like that today. You sort of wanted to be closer to the pace, and it was great ride from Dylan to sort of get him across and keep him interested. It's a big result.
Group of owners very happy.
The biggest group of owners here today, I'd like to suggest. So it's really good.
Good on you. Great to see him back. Good on you. There's Joe Pride. So 1.5 lengths rather by a long head. 1.5 by a long head. The margins, as I say, 125.2, 35.99 the last 600 metres. So the blinkers went on, and that really has done the job, Brad, as Dylan comes over the jump on the scales. Study over Stayer and big odds taking out the winter stakes and feature. Caleb will catch up with him momentarily after scoring 7, 1, 4 and 10. And Dylan's over there with you now.
Yeah, well, a bit of an awkward draw on paper. It forced your hand, but it ended up a winning move.
Yeah, exactly. I was a little worried doing that much work, but Joe sent me 3 races, normally really strong going the gates, and hadn't done that this prep, and bowled around there pretty brave, so I thought, it seems like he's on song today, and he just seems so happy to do it. I didn't want to upset him, Jocelyn, to get a position, and I knew he had no way. Joe looked like he had him primed for today, and rode him accordingly, and it was a tough effort.
Did you only put that down to the blinkers for the first time?
I think so, because only going off what Joe said, he didn't have that spark in him, but certainly had to go into the gates today, so I thought we were going to see a good performance, and with $1 million too, I didn't want to be the most hated man in Rose Hill, so I had to get him home.
Certainly not that. Well done. Great ride.
Thank you.
It's the most popular after that. 7, 1, 4 and 10 with 1 to come from Rose Hill.
It's time for the Tab Glass House Handicap. It's at listed level over 1,400 metres for race 7 here at the Sunshine Coast. Good old 5-2 Easy drops back from Group 1 company. Gets his toe in the ground today. He looks fabulous. Ashley Morgan, David McCall.
Well, Sundar Keone's going to be very hard to beat, isn't he, from that good draw, particularly on the soft track. His run in the Stradbroke was a lot better than it looks, and prior to that, flashed home behind Stradbroke winner War Machine. He's got the right form on the board.
All right, to Orton, the 2, he's got that same walk that he did last start when he won the eyeliner. Robbie Dolan, Melissa Kelly.
Yes, Orton, he was terrific winning the eyeliner. He did get a lovely run through the field and kept his momentum up. The firming up at the track today is probably in his favour. He's drawn well. He does rise 1.5 kilos, but that won't stop him. He's got a good chance.
Okay, we look to the Inflictor, last start winner, Jake Guthman Chester for Craig Cousins.
He's just a tough horse, isn't he? He's on the back up after leading throughout to win the mile last Saturday at Eagle Farm. He's been here 5 times. He's never missed a top 3 finish. And coming back to the 1,400 within 7 days, I can't see that being a problem.
Okay, Warney is the 4. We've got a rider replacement for Brian Maloney, and that is Luke Dempsey for Kieran Mark.
He's looking good in the mountain yard, taking it all in. And let's see what he can do today, Warney, because he will see daylight, something that he didn't see at Ipswich. So just needs a touch of luck for the draw. If he gets it, he's got to be hard to beat.
Chris Waller has the 5, Vienna Princess. Bailey Wheeler rides. She had a year off the scene and she's been back to the trials.
Yeah, she has. Her own Helen Cogman wasn't great. She's been a long way. She did improve into that trial, but I think until she starts to strike some of that old form, hard to have.
Okay, Matthew Dunn has the 6, Boom Talk. We know he's got talent. We just...
Series final listed affair worth $200,000 over 1,600 metres. Horse 1 in this year's edition is Barclay Square. He's going to have to try to get this done for the start.
Yeah, which would be a task. He has won fresh, but not for a long time, and probably wants further now. So happy to watch him today.
She's big odds for a horse that jumped out well. He doesn't look all that far away from the yards. He was a class horse on his day, and he doesn't look that far away from a fitness point of view.
2, Detonated Jack in search of his first stakes victory, but he's always been around the mark in group and listed company.
He's talented enough to go very close. A tricky draw for him. If he lands the right spot, he could certainly make his presence felt.
It's always been a great mover, Detonator Jack, and it's no different today. He's really relaxed here in the yard. I do think he'll probably peak third up into his campaign.
3, Jimmy the Bear, last start winner of the David Burke.
Yeah, and second to O2 Good, the favourite, a couple of runs back, 10-time winner, super consistent. There's good monies for him, and he will be very hard to beat.
Typical Parade from Jimmy. He's such a relaxed customer on race day. He's moving well. He's very fit. He's riding this.
4, Dashing, the Swan Hill Cup winner on the back up from Caulfield last Saturday.
He probably had excuses there. Prior to that, the Swan Hill Cup was a good win. He's a horse that rolls forward. I think he needs to find a new level, though, to be winning this.
He's very fit, this horse. Looking at them in the yard, I think he's the fittest horse here, so that's got to count for something. Moving very well. It's a very positive grade for him.
5, Holy Man, second, the Swan Hill Cup, third of the David Burke.
Maxwell, good form for Flemington. Not far away in his last 2, as you mentioned. One behind Jimmy the Bear. Certainly got place claims.
He looks in his own today, Holy Man. He's in good condition, although he's deep into his campaign. He's moving very well, and as I said, he just looks in the zone.
The 6 in Monomac, looking to go back-to-back in the Winter Championship.
Yeah, last year's winner, and it was a good performance. Second up was strip fitted, back to the mile, back to Flemington. All positives. He does need to improve off that first up run.
It's a bit of a deceiving horse. He does carry a lot of weight through his midsection. He's moving very well, but maybe he takes some improvement from the run.
7, Pounding, 4th in the David Burke.
Another consistent galloper who should get a good run from the gate. He'll be there or thereabouts.
Typical Parade from Pounding. He's like most of these horses. He's been there and done it 100 times, and he presents very similar to what we see every start.
8 is Forgot You. What a moment would be if you can honour the late Peter Tate.
Just needs to improve on recent form. Been a bit below what is expected, so does need to improve.
Does have a bit of a pep in his step today. He's got a bit of bounce about him. Usually he's a horse that carries himself in the yard that's nice and relaxed, but he's nice and bright here.
9, Yellow Sam Scratch. 10, O2 Good, our race favourite after winning the Focus Gold Mile.
Yeah, supremely impressive performance in that Focus Gold Mile. If she turns up in that form, she'll be extremely hard to beat.
She's a great type, and I think she's just continued to get better with her attitude. She's very athletic. She looks in the zone here today. This is probably one of the best parades I've seen from her.
Hughes on trial at the mile.
It's a step up, but he deserves a crack at it. He's in terrific form at the moment. The markets loved him, and it's certainly given him a good each-way chance again today from a nice barrier. We should find a good spot.
Yeah, he's a nice athletic type. He's up and about here in the yard. He's just having a little bit of a bounce there. He looks nice and engaged.
12, Magnus Spin to be ridden further back with cover.
Interesting, 41 to 31. Thought he might be part of the pace, but they're going back. But I didn't think his form was good enough.
Does mix his form. He looks really well in the yard. A typical Parade from what we see from him.
13 is Cafe Millennium, who broke through for his second career victory at his second start for Windsor Park.
On the back of 9 catching run first up, up to the mile should suit as well. Right to go.
Not a horse I've seen a whole lot of, but he is a very big horse, so 54 kilos looks a bit positive given that. He's moving very well. Another horse that just looks in the zone here today.
14, Red Galaxy emerged from the same race as Cafe Millennium with excuses.
Yeah, did have excuses to throw an issue, but overall form hasn't been defined. 7 career starts, so he's
very lightly raced, but he doesn't look out of place here. He's a great type. Had an excuse there last time. If he get back to his best, he's a key winning chance.
15, Ocean Beyond, beaten in a couple of key lead-ups.
Yeah, and hasn't won in over 1,000 days, so I'll be looking elsewhere.
Very, very fit here, Ocean Beyond. He's been racing well recently, but does need another win.
Tuvalu in 2022 going on to win a Toorak 3 months later, riddle me that in an upset 2 years ago, and Monomac looking to emulate the deeds of Glen News back in 2011 and 12 and go back-to-back in the VRC CRV Winter Championship, but O2 Good is extremely hard to beat, Hutch.
Yeah, I've got O2 Good on top. All the form speaks for itself. I think the Cafe Millennium, of course, has to be considered as well. Jimmy the Bear's in terrific form. I've thrown Monomac in the numbers as well, but really looking forward to this one.
Incredibly tough yard. Most horses present in really good order. Going to go with the 10 O2 Good, our favourite. I think this is the best I've seen her attitude on race day. She just looks in the zone here, prime to the minute from a training point of view. Going to go with the 10 O2 Good. 1 Berkeley Square, a good roughie.
Okay, here we go. O2 Good here. Pick of the yard by Nick Noonan. It's been on fire too with a couple of roughies, but anyway, holding good money. But outside of that, they're coming for Jimmy, and Jimmy's looking like a market mover. So we bottomed out at 225, out to 260 now for O2 Good. Now Jimmy, $4.60 into $4. They're coming for him. Billy Egan, drawn a tricky gate, 3 wide with a bit of cover to pick him apart. You would imagine would be his plan. Cafe Millennium, solid at the 650. Looking down the page, once again, number 2. Detonator Jack Spect at the price. Also, Magnus Spin, 61 to 27 Spect at the price. And that'll just about do you. Get your bets on who you're on, O2 Good or Jimmy. They're coming for him. He'll be your market mover. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For Frank confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the helpline.
Is that him out 3-4 wide? Done one.
Well, Hayes has been kind enough to join us ahead of the Winter Championship final as Cafe Millennium chases a stakes victory for the stable at just his 3rd run for Team Hayes. How is he?
He's very well. It's an exciting step up in grade today. We've got young Luke Cartwright has maintained the ride, which is fantastic. He's got good support from Ron Finnemore, who loves supporting young people. So it's an exciting day for Luke and Cafe.
The big sort of allows him to almost sort of surf the wave in transit.
Definitely. We'd love to see
No, Rosehill is very heavy today. It's very heavy.
And he does love galloping room, and he's certainly got a good strike rate here at Flemington and the brief runs that he's had here. So
3, 4.
Luke's just under instructions to have Cafe in a rhythm, and hopefully we'll be hitting the line strong out to a mile.
How's he being managed between runs? Have you started to find a little bit of a rhythm for him in between starts?
Yeah, for the whole prep, since we've built him up, he's been very trainable. He does everything you ask him. He's got a lovely nature. If you just watch him carrying around the
Right now it is soft.
and, just plods along.
Okay,
So
this is
he's,
Queensland.
got good
I'm
horse
sorry.
quality.
I was talking about Rosehill.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good race this, isn't it? I know we've got a reasonably short-priced favourite, O2 Good, who does look a very progressive mare in her own right, and she's loaded with ability and a very good CV, but there's a number of entrants in this race, Nick, that did promote some interest outside of Jimmy the Bear. I mean, a horse like Detonator Jack would be more than capable on his day. Dashing won the Swan Hill Cup. Monomac won this race last year. Pounding's been consistent. Hughes is in excellent form. We've got another runner like Cafe Millennium, who's also arriving on the back of a good win for the stable. So it's a race with a fair bit of depth.
Yeah, there sure is, and I've even thrown Berkeley Square into my exotics at 60 to 1 there, looking at the sports bet market. So it's a race of quality. There's a lot of quality horses here. O2 Good is the horse that could potentially be better than this grade. She has drifted out from the opening price on course here at $2.35 to $2.60. But is the market probably just correcting itself and thinking that was a little bit too short for her?
I think 10.
But she looks the one here with the
Rosehill. I don't remember.
Take with a bit of salt, those early markets, but she was sort of backed in early enough and then continually supported, and now sort of, like you said, back out to, I think, a more realistic quote. Jimmy the Bear was always going to be pretty well supported on the back of his latest victory and his overall form for that matter, but of the others, like the bit of money around for Cafe Millennium, it's not just about those two. They have spec a couple in the race, but yeah. What about with the favourite in terms of Matt? Could be a little tricky from out there. Although you felt they'll just go forward and take luck out of the equation.
Well, I think they only have one option, and that is to do that. We saw her in the country final here over 1,600 metres where she drew wide. She sort of got posted deep there, but she was pretty much 1 out, 1 back in that situation. And we saw a roll forward last start at 1600, so I don't think he has a lot of options from out there, Ben Allen. I'd be expecting maybe
Well
second or
played.
third be the spot for her to get in the run. We know Cafe Millennium's probably going to have to go back. Jimmy the Bear's a horse that likes to get into his rhythm. He's not really a horse you can really hustle and bustle out of the barriers to take a spot, so he'll probably head back. So it probably does lend her to one of the better map positions in the race if she can get in. If there's a few horses inside her that kick up, then it might be a bit of a different scenario. But you wouldn't be too worried about the late drift if you're looking to chime into her now. She presented an outstanding order in the yard. That's probably the best I've seen her. So, yeah, I think it's just probably the market correcting itself late. Cafe Millennium's an interesting runner with the light weight. He's carried 2 big weights this time in, and now he drops to 54 kilos. Yes, it's a big class rise from
Only 3
last time,
Flemington win,
but he's
please.
absolute best. We ran third in the Group 1 round with Guineas. He is right in this.
She's on between that 250, 260 mark, so she's found a level in the market too good. So still waiting a very good chance. It's just a bit of more market correction than anything. As we see Berkeley Square load away for the Winter Championship Series final over the mile here at headquarters. Here's Matt.
Great Hutch, thank you, and good luck as your steed Munamek goes into the stalls. Forgot You is the next one in. Importantly, it's worth noting 0-2 good here. Ben Allen's riding this horse 1 kilo over. Of course, this started earlier in the summer. The rule that jockeys can ride +1. So Ben Allen on the favourite is +1 here. 0-2 good. Solid firms into 2.5 unofficial. Now going into the stalls is Pounding. Making a spin goes in. Holy Man's joining them. Hughes about to load forward. So 4 to get set for the Winter Championship. 46th running of the race. Now Hughes has been in form. Was effectively here. 0-2 good. Taking her awkward draw.
Tricky.
Red Galaxy, Jimmy the Bear, and Detonator Jack to be the final 3. Another call comes through, and 0-2 goods into 245 now. Bookmakers late support for the favourite. So to be conducted, a bit of a breeze about. Tail breeze for them in the home straight sunny conditions as Detonator Jack completes the line. The field is set for the Winter Championship. Set to go. And they're racing. Holy Man's one of the better ones away and is going to dispute the lead. In fact, lead it early. From on the outside, Magna Spin, 0-2 goods forcing forward. Hughes behind them. Munamek, Forgot You, Berkeley Square Pounding, and then Red Galaxy. So the first 300 metres interesting as Magna Spin is going to lead. Holy Man's is going to get the box seat, and 0-2 good is going to perch outside the speed. Hughes in fourth at the 1200 metres, a length and a half. Forgot You, Munamek, and then Jimmy the Bear deeper. Further back is Pounding, and then came along the inside Berkeley Square. Next in the race is Red Galaxy, a length and a quarter. Ocean Beyond, Cafe Millennium dashing second last, and Detonator Jack is at the end. Magna Spin being pushed by 0-2 good as they reach the 850. They're 2.5 to Hughes. Holy Man's, a length Forgot You. They were followed by Munamek and Jimmy the Bear. Next in the field, approaching the home corner is Pounding, and then Berkeley Square, Red Galaxy, Ocean Beyond, Cafe Millennium, Detonator Jack and dashing. 600 to go. It's Magna Spin a half length in front from 0-2 good, and they were followed by Hughes tracking the favourite. Holy Man's next. Munamek, Forgot You deeper. Jimmy the Bear's 5 deep trying to come on. Berkeley Square is stoked up behind those horses. Red Galaxy, 0-2 good. The mare went to the front. 300 metres to go. Put up 2 lengths on Hughes. Forgot You, Holy Man's and Jimmy the Bear. It's 0-2 good at the clock tower. Leading a length, but they're coming. Forgot You, Hughes and Jimmy the Bear. They've got to the favourite. Forgot You just in front. Jimmy the Bear coming and Forgot You and Munamek late. It's going to be a big finish. Jimmy lifting. Jimmy the Bear's
3.
Forgot You, Munamek, and then a photo behind those Pounding, Ocean Beyond, and then Hughes. Next to finish 0-2 good at Holy Man's from Berkeley Square, dashing Cafe Millennium, Red Galaxy towards the back, Detonator Jack, and tiring Magna Spin.
What an edition of the Winter Championship final. And 2 years after he was beaten in the 5th as a $2.80 favourite, Jimmy the Bear has got the winter prize and continues what's been a great run and, to be frank, a great few months for the Payne stable. And as always, Patrick and Michelle Payne leaning so much on Billy Egan for his level best. He's produced that in the closing stages. They get 2 of the 4 listed features on the afternoon. Jimmy the Bear and his winter championship win sitting comfortably alongside Bucklew's comfortable performance to take out the Taj Rossi Series final earlier on this afternoon. Racing fairy tales seem to happen on a daily basis, and we almost saw one there with Forgot You. Peter Tate, we know the tragic incident that took place at the Cranbourne Training Centre earlier in the week. She was so central to the career of Forgot You, and he wound back the clock today in honour of her with a sensational performance. There'll be a photo between Forgot You and Monomac, who's run a bottler after winning the race 12 months ago. He was looking to become the first back-to-back winner of the race in some 13 years, and he's gone awfully close. And Ocean Beyond, who's 1,000-plus days since winning a race, I think he's going to go back to the straight 6 of 2021. Well, he's run himself into fourth. Hutch, as the heart rate calms down after Monomac's given you yet another thrill in what's been a brilliant 3 years on Aussie soil. Well done to Jimmy the Bear. Well done to Forgot You. Just a cracking edition of the Winter Championship final.
Yeah, great race. Deserved win to Jimmy the Bear. Don't think he had too many favours in the run, Nick. I think he was wide with that cover, so you've got to give him credit. But that allowed him to flow into the race when he needed to, where the runner-up was held up at a key stage. What about terrific run from him in defeat. Didn't see too many excuses for O2 Good, who was parked outside. We didn't see that same performance that we saw here last time out. But 368, so that is going to be the official numbers. 368.15, 137.05.
Second much, you don't
6, 8, and
But I tell you what,
15.
like I said, I mean, he's been well supported in the market, and he's actually clashed a bit with Monomac over the time, and they've come out on top today. Well done to the paying team. They've had a great day at headquarters, Nige.
The 2 stakes wins on win.
So what happened is 3, 6. That 9-year-old actually got through. 3, 6, and 8. They're playing with us, man. They're playing badly with us today. 3, 6, and 8. 13 did not have a chance. But what exactly is happening is this 10 could not go through with that pressure. 99. That did not happen. That did not happen. This definitely did not happen. The 3 went through. And what happened after that is, here is what happened. So, it was here. Okay. Now, those were like that, but 6 was the first one to come neutral. 6 was the first one to come neutral. Here, like we're seeing, this is where it, I did not pay much attention on this because it was a 9-year-old gelding, but this track has always done that. Anyway, the 3 was the lowest out of these horses, like 23 here. 3 was the lowest, and then all that thing was there, and then it went up. This was here, this was here, but this just did not work. The 13, that is not working, okay? That thing is not working today. They've done something, they're playing very weird today, very smart. This is basically a dedicated jockey on this horse, and it went through. That's all. From gate number 14, that definitely did not work. The 99, this did not work, this did not work, none of those things work. It came here, and then it came here and here, these two. These two. And then 15, for some reason, 15 was the EW here with 82. With 83 on 33. Very bad. To win, Flemington, race 9. What do we have? Race 9. 8 and 11 has been scratched. Five, 2, 3, 1. This is a 1400 meter. 5 is the favorite, which is a 4-year-old mare. That's what it is. Okay. If we look through the rails, then we get the 2 up here, which is the linear, then 4, and then 3, then 9 here. Okay. 5 is here. This one has the best jockey. Just not working. 42. $94.93. Here it did not work. The pressure was way too much and way too less. And this thing went on with the jock. 73.86. No. 5, 2, 3, 1, 2. 2 is the linear again. But here it is not like that. It's a 94 by 46. Why will it not win? Here it was 112 by 99. So they're how they're playing is, it took me about 6 races to figure out that this advantage is not working today because of the soft ground. That is not working. And they're putting immense amount of pressure on these horses, which are not able to carry it out. 99. Here it was 106. The 2 went through. Here it is okay. It's a 46. 94, 46. That's the best. 5 is a 4-year-old mare, which is at 77. It doesn't make sense here. We've got these horses which are there. Why and what? So we do that. 10 and 13, okay. Then comes 4, the neutral. Is 6, 7, 3. 4 is there. 92. Okay. 2 is here. Okay. Somebody is doing very smart mathematics. This is the spend, all right. This is the lowest spend, so it is not that the 5 doesn't have a chance. It's the lowest. 2 is after that. 54, 52, 94. 5, 77, 94, 54. Then the 9 comes in here, largest, which is here. Generally, it is like the smallest and the largest. 850. We've got that. 87, 42. 94, 46. 77, 33. This one doesn't make sense, but this horse is definitely, we have not been calculating this so far, but this one is out of all this is the lowest spent, right? If we look at what is happening here, these are on negative. 4 is okay, fair enough, it's there, but 5 is the lowest spent. 6 is a neutral, which is an 84, 51. 93, 94, 93, 30, 91, 35, 3. This is the problem with 2 is the jock. Because of the jock, it has a spent which is a higher spent than 5. Okay. But that's the linear, that's the pressure. We'll play 2. Last time we had the 14, the 9. I was actually very reluctant about that 9-year-old gilding, but at Flemington, this is not the first time they've slapped us back with those 9-year-old, 10-year-old, and 11-year-olds. So 2 is the linear. Then if we play normally, then what happens? This is the largest inner, right? That is the largest inner and that is the largest drift. So we'll play it like that. This will get in because of that, but this will be there. So 2, 5, that's that. And the largest outer is 7. That is a 78. But this EW is at a 93. 4. That 4 is a check, probably a place. Generally, that's how we have played all our life. The linear, then the largest drift. So the largest drift is this. And the linear is this. But that thing is there. It's a 93, probably a place. 4. 3, I don't know. 1, I have no clue. This one, the 12, is at 40, which is the second linear, 867, 6, 54, 29, 54, 52. I mean, the 12 is better than the 2. Both are 33, 38. 12 is 5-year-old mare. This is also 5-year-old mare. This is at 46. This is at 40. This is at 94. This is 73. It has the physics to get in the 12, but probably not to win. But the 4 is pretty much there. So we'll play it like that. This, 2. The linear, then the drift, and then we look for advantage. That 2 should do the justice, PC. That 2 should do the justice.
See how the first couple 100 metres play out, but I would expect Arbalor to take up the run.
Okay, well, first day in Sydney town, 10 races at Rose Hill. You enjoyed the day?
I have enjoyed the day. I would have liked to have found a winner, but other than that,
Weights are always going to be tough, though.
Yeah, the early ones I was around the mark, but there certainly has been some rough results. But overall, I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Done a superb job. You really stay link in here. Anthony, any late news before we go up to Luke?
Just 290 remains.
Going 10, small bet with.
That I mentioned firmed again into 31. Bad result off this lot.
10 where? Dows.
Let's go to Luke. So the last 2 or 3 are left to load. So thanks to Brad and to Kayla here on track, and Anthony as well. And Jack, of course, who is the partner of Kayla. She's done a superb job, and everyone agrees. Take note. Here's Luke for the last.
Rose.
Ben Osmond, James Cummings. Still in the middle of nowhere. In comes Sacred Rocks to complete the line here. Good luck if you've had a bet in the last. They're just about set. Stand by. Waiting for the signal. Oh, we haven't got Brave One in. Can't go without him. Can't go without him. One of the great chances here in the last. That's one early crow done. I'll try not to do one in the race now. Red lights are on. Now we're set. Here we go. Off. Spanish Fox out wide, fired out of the gates, is going forward with Abalor. Little Quantro, nice and handy. Also up there was Cruel Summer. Woolawin, Mogwai, drive up, so too does Kerguelen. As they settle into stride, Woolawin's posted deep. There's another runner to its outside. That's Held to Pay, going up 4 wide. Further back, Maudlake on the rails. Then Brave One. He's got some cover out there. Around Anything Goes. Then came Sacred Rocks. And last of all is Billamy. They work to the side. Avalor got clear by 3/4 of a length. With 7:50 to go. Leads from Spanish Fox. Mogwai behind. Then Little Quantro. Next in the run was a Woolawin. Plotting a deep course. In fact, Held to Pay, that is out 3 wide. Around Kerguel and Cruel Summer. Then Woolawin. Followed by Anything Goes and Maud Lake. They come around the turn, and Abalor, 400 metres to run. Shows out from Spanish Fox and Mogwai. Little Quantro presents. Wider Held to Pay. Then Kerguelen, Cruel Summer, Woolawin's further back. Brave One right to the outside. Spanish Fox hit the front. 200 metres to go from Abalor. Little Quantro looming. Then Held to Pay, Brave One and Sacred Rocks. He's coming right down the outside. Brave One surging up, heads Little Quantro. Sacred Rocks later. It's Brave One just in front of Sacred Rocks. Big end of the day for Dylan Gibbons. Brave One gets home and beats Sacred Rocks. Little Quantro, another placing for horse and jockey. Then Kerguelen, followed by the next time Anything Goes. Abalor, Held to Pay. Mogwai, Spanish Fox, well back, Woolawin, Maud Lake, Cruel Summer.
She's moving quite well and she is very fit for this assignment. It's just whether she's up to the class-wise.
Horse 3, Molly Knickers, Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman, of course, winning the Creswick earlier this afternoon with Bridal Waltz.
Yeah, an interesting runner because she's always had a lot of ability. She just needs the right run in the race, and she got probably a bit too far back the other day. But if she gets the right run in transit, she could certainly make her presence felt. Looks a genuine each-way contender.
Yeah, she's one you could probably tip out of the yard every start. She always looks good. She's a great mover. She's got a perfect attitude. It's so different today. The stable represented her very well.
Final event on winter finals. The Leilani series for the fillies and mares. Punchy top 4.
Yeah, good luck. I think Stylish it's been a pretty good day. I think by and large for the punters, and I think I'm hoping that they can round it out here. Stylish has lived up to her name. I think outside of that, Fire Vetna, Molly Knickers is more than capable. Terra Star. So they've all got converging form lines: 5, 2, 3, and 6.
Tough race. Going to go with Stylish as the pick. The yard horse number 5. I think she just come on this campaign. She looks to have improved. I like the relaxed nature she had here today. She looks at her top from a fitness point of view, so she goes on top. There wasn't much between her running by and Molly Knickers, to be perfectly honest. If you like any of those horses, I think you're back with confidence. But got to go with Stylish on top.
So we're a chat over 30 seconds away from the 4th event of the afternoon from Pinjarra. It's a rating 66 over 2,000 metres. Race favourite Forever Boy for Clint Johnston Porter. Of course, we've got...
That is Pinjarra.
Oh, 100%. He's above average at Source Gaff, 100%. He'll probably look to have a little let up now and bring him back later in the year for some better races.
Well, yes, and he looks like the sort of horse that will go on to better races.
Oh, 100%. He's had some tough racing here this prep under these heavy tracks. He can handle it wet or dry. There's some type of ability there.
Terrific way to win the day.
Thanks, Gav.
Man, there's Steve Thompson. So 125.61 overall, 36.84 the last 600 metres. So 3 winners today for Dylan Gibbons. 10 wins it. A Son of Exceedance out of a Northern Meteor Mare and Runway Star has defeated the 12, who is a promising mare, like the race Sacred Rock. She tried her heart out, and 8 winds up in 3rd spot. And that was Little Quantro, another 3rd placing for him. That's his 8th from 18th, running 3rd, and 5 winds up in 4th spot. And that was Kukuelan to wrap up the final event on the program. Dylan's just jumping on the scales to make everything all official, and then we'll catch up with Kayla to see what he made of that performance today. Everything will be A-OK there, Kayla, and he's headed your way.
Getting his 3rd photo of the day with his valet. He's earned his money too, hasn't he, Dylan? Lightly raced horse. He's proving to be very tough and determined.
Yeah, exactly. The thing that most impressed me the other day is, I know it was a slow tempo, but how many horses brought him up to the furlong and only quickened because he was asked. So I did think he had a lot of ability, and albeit winter time, I got a feeling he'll go beyond this. And what I also like too is I rode the 2nd horse last start and he goes pretty good. So the fact he held it off shows I pulled the right rein, and he's a progressive horse because he just sat back. He had a task to do, which not many horses have won from today, but he's probably got there too soon and toughed it out late. So I think promising signs.
It always mapped a little bit ugly, but off a wide run as well. I know you'll cover it up, but to be that strong late.
Exactly, especially around Rose Hill, 8 metres, They probably never touched this part of the track when it's in the true. So the fact he's been able to overcome that, I thought he had a lot of ability, and that just proves it's good to see.
Caps off a great day for you.
Exactly, thank you.
There's Dylan Gibbons winning the final event, and that's his little brother Ryan that's been by his side all day. Ryan snipping for a pineapple. He's got it, my friend. That wraps us up. 10, 12, 8 and 5 to wrap up Winter Stakes Day at Rose Hill.
good spread of money here too. Punters really getting involved. So what we do have is $3 the field here, and we're hanging on to favouritism. Stylish, she's very, very popular with sports bet punters on the open quote at 270, holding firm on a big Saturday at $3. Fire Event now the track and distance with a little space in between runs, a 5.50 rock solid. $6 Molly Nickers gets the best run in the race, one would have thought. Into $7, Terra Star now. Third up should be Hard Fit. Then we got running by. Dry conditions will suit her against the fillies and mares. 9, 7.50. Back out to 8.50. And a bit of specking for Cindy Falls outside of that. All right, punters, get your bets on for the lucky last. Imagine what you could be buying instead. Free confidential support. 1-800 number or visit the website.
Loading process underway for the Leilani Series final. 3 wins on the afternoon for Kira and Mars Stable, 2 for Patrick and Michelle Payne. Martin wicket 4 here with the top weight.
Fire of it. 2. Yes.
Out 8. See what screen Scar exciting with Molly Nickets to try and compete on the Catherine Coleman. 2 wins this afternoon after they took out Frezzy with Bridal Walks earlier on. Let's go to Matt Hill, who likes the chances of Stylish in the Leilani Series final. Yeah, Stylish has to step up again here, but drawn effectively. It's going to be a pretty competitive final race on the program. Weather's been kind to us today. Some entertaining racing. Bucklow, real horse to follow. I thought Bridal was also the horse to follow with She's an Artist. Obviously, some real talent coming out of that pressing today. Last one coming forward with Marina Power. So the field set, the Leilani Series final. And away they go. Oh, Molly Nickers flopped out of the gates, missed it a couple of lengths. Sassy Boom, Fire Aventna both jumped well with Terra Star and Running By. So Fire Aventna from the inside draw is going to lead with Running By, Terra Star, Southern Fire, and then Sassy Boom as they're still sorting out their order. Stylish in a muddling run race early is behind them. A gap to Molly Nickers with also back in the field Miss Tarzi, Jazz Affair, Riverina Power. So 1,000 metres to go. Southern Fire took it up here with Sassy Boom the outer. Running By got the trail. Terra Star deeper. Fire Event to fifth the fence. A length away to Stylish, and then came Cindy Falls, Molly Nickers, Miss Tarzi, Jazz Affair, and Riverina Power. Southern Fire the leader at the 700 metres, just in front of Sassy Boom, and then 2 lengths Fire Event and also Running By. Next in the field is Molly Nickers on the fence. Terra Star starting that 3 wide line. Cindy Falls has her back, and they were followed by Stylish. Riverina Powers hunting for runs up on the inside. Miss Tarzi well back, and Jazz Affair is
Run, baby.
350 metres to go by over a length. Fire Aventna. Then Riverina Power right up on the inside from Running By. Stylish hook towards the middle, still with work to do. And Sassy Boom at the 200. 2 lengths Riverina Power.
Come on.
Sassy Boom stopping Miss Tarzi in the middle. Miss Tarzi's got them. Miss Tarzi got them.
4. Sorry.
Sassy Boom. And then Cindy Falls prominent for 4th, with also Molly Nickers behind them, Jazz Affair. They were followed by Fire of Edna, Riverina Power.
9.
By and Southern Fire.
Well, it wouldn't be Flemington on a feature day without a boil over. We had to wait until the final event of the day for it to unfold. Miss Tarzi setting foot on a race course for the first time.
954.
Mooney Valley Friday night in February when she was 8th of 8 over the 2040, beaten 12 lengths.
Yeah, the 4 was a long shot. The 4 was a long shot.
She's 3 from 6 first up now. Jet Stanley pushing the buttons for Rosemont, and Anthony and Sam Friedman, who brought her as, you'd imagine, largely the support up to Fire Aventna in the Leilani Series final. She has swapped them, enjoyed the gap that was provided in the straight.
954.
Sassy Boom, looks like it's her and Stylish dueling it out for second place with 4th to be confirmed.
$954. The 9 was here. 42. Look at the pressure on that jockey. So one thing is for sure that they, we will have to rework this. I mean, today it was a different kind of a race. They had some of the spell horses, and they did something very funny with these horses, right? So what happened, if we look from the very first, I'm not going to go there, but for the first few races, the odds came in, all right? Those were the easy ones where the odds were coming in. For the first 3 races, that was all odds. Then from the 4th onwards, they started playing. That is where the game started. And here, what they have done is that 5 and 2, definitely this was a lot. This was a burnout. I mean, this was a burnout. The 4 was there, and the 9 was here. Okay, so the 9, what happened is with the jockey, this is a bad thing, probably. So far, this 2 also had this thing. It did not do anything. It did not do anything. But the point being is, we need to be a lot more. We need to be a lot more cautious here at Flemington. These guys, they know their track like the back of their hand, and they do exactly what we will not anticipate. Though we have the numbers, but today what was confusing is the spell versus the non-spell. They're pulling up some good horses, giving them weird kind of a pressure that they cannot deliver, and they're pulling up these non-spell horses and giving them advantage that generally we do not look for. We generally look for these advantages, but today they were not working on these advantages because they had a mix of too extreme variety maybe, and this is what they were doing. $57. The 4 was a long shot, which was here, but 9 actually took it out. It's generally like from the smallest, then the largest, then something with the advantage. So here it was not possible. We thought that this thing is going to go through the 2, which is the linear, and then the 5 would come in. The 5 came in second. This is the second horse pool anyway. This is the second horse pool anyway. But the 9 failed, and the 9 failed miserably, even with one of the best jocks on this, all right? But look at the pressure on that jock. That jock doesn't have pressure. That jock doesn't have pressure. They're doing... We'll have to run this and we'll figure it out what they did today. Lazy ride. Yep. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. I'm going to be racing back on Tuesday, so if you have a little time, please come and join us. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there, PC. Thank you. Boom. Where? No, it Sunshine Coast, beautiful. It played it today. It was it. You know what happened here at Flemington today is, you know, it's a very interesting thing that happened today. We generally at Flemington, what they do is they get the best horses. Okay, they get the best horses, and in any given day, we look for the best horses and the advantage given on those horses. But today was an exception. They did not have the best of the horses. They had a mixed bag. And today they played. They played hard. Cheers, PC. Thank you so much, my friend, for being there. I cannot thank you enough, but thank you so much, PC. Dow's, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you so much. Gavin, thank you so much, Gavin, for being there. Lee, thank you so much for being there. Ascot, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adaman, thank you so much for being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Kobe, thank you for joining in. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much, my friend. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Tuesday on another track. Till then, have a blessed day. Bye-bye.